I possess power on par with the divine, but I dare not use it unless absolutely necessary, because my body has become a vessel for 7 gods. Every time I tap into their power, one of them tries to break free. One wrong move and I vanish. Along with the entire city. The world has long since stopped being normal. 30 years ago, the Age of Awakening began. Some people started developing anomalies, fire from their hands, control over water, telekinesis, spiritual communication, out-of-body projection, time manipulation. Then came the cultivators. Then, those who surpassed the very logic of abilities. Today, there are over 100 million awakened humans. They are ranked from F to A. A class, that's elite. Government orders, special privileges, license to kill. Above them S, SS, and SSS. These levels aren't public, they're hidden. Because they're unstable, clans seized control of the cities. Each district is ruled by its own force. The unawakened are considered disposable. Basic labor stock. No one saves those who can't protect themselves. Schools stopped teaching math a long time ago. Now it's combat tactics. Medical records show 2 charts, blood work and mutation levels. Even the air is classified by energy density. I didn't awaken. I have no official power. I can't be registered. I can't be measured on any scale. Because what's inside me is beyond any scale. 7 entities. 7 ancient gods. Each one capable of wiping out a city. They're not my allies. They're sealed catastrophes. And I hear their voices every single day. If I hold them back, I live. If I slip, they break loose. And if that happens, I won't be the only one to fall. My name is Chen Ping. Early morning. A regular residential area, Tangshan 2nd District. Ordinary sunlight, shining onto an ordinary bed. Ding dong. China Construction Bank, Chen Xingqiu has transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Current balance, 100,520 yuan. The phone rang. At the same time, a new message popped up on WeChat. Pippi, good morning. A beautiful day has begun. Are you up yet? This is your living allowance for this month. Spend it well. Don't forget to let me know if you run out. I can send more. Heart. A beautiful girl with a fresh and youthful profile picture was messaging him, sending him the first greeting of the morning. Early in the morning, one girl transferred him money, and another pretty girl sent him a good morning message. If you asked Chen Ping how he felt, he would say nothing. Chen Ping stared at the message on the screen, feeling a mix of anger and humiliation. Oomph. It's already enough money. I clearly said I can support myself. Why do they keep sending me money? It makes me feel like some useless guy who can only rely on his sister. He quickly typed out a reply, trying to refuse. Ding dong. China Construction Bank, payment of 20,000 yuan to Alipay's Huabei. Current balance, 80,520 yuan. Not long after, a plain-looking male avatar appeared in the WeChat chat window, replying to the beautiful girl. Thanks, sis. I got the money. I'll spend it carefully. Heart. After sending this message, Chen Ping helplessly put his phone aside and let out a heavy sigh. Without his sister supporting him, he really couldn't make it. Ha ha. Suddenly, a crisp, slightly mocking laugh echoed in his mind. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If it weren't for you all, would I be so desperate for my sister's allowance? Chen Ping slapped his forehead forcefully, scolding angrily. If an outsider saw Chen Ping talking to himself and even hitting himself so early in the morning, they would definitely think he was crazy. Muttering to himself, Chen Ping got up, washed up quickly, and went into the kitchen. He fried 16 eggs, ate 9 pieces of whole grain bread, steamed 2 baskets of barbecued pork buns, and drank a 12-liter can of milk. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The 6 steaks in the oven should be ready too. He quickly took them out and ate them. After finishing them, he had 2 large cakes from the fridge as dessert. Finally satisfied, he patted his belly, grabbed his backpack, and went to school. Another energetic day. Morning sunlight spilled onto the streets. Cars flowed endlessly, and pedestrians hurried along the road. Above the city's towering buildings, massive flying ships glimmering with spiritual light occasionally streaked across the sky, leaving a radiant trail. Beast tamers rode giant, exotic beasts along the beast lanes, always drawing attention. The red light turned on, and the huge white-furred lion at the front of the beast lane bent its legs, lowered its rear to the ground, and obediently crouched, paws on its knees, waiting at the light. Behind the white-furred lion, a black-armored rhinoceros beast and a red-feathered rooster beast all came to a sudden stop. Poof! The black-armored rhinoceros beast was running too fast. Its horn accidentally poked the white-furred lion's rear. Roar! The white-furred lion's fur stood on end as it jumped up, turning angrily. The beast tamer on the white-furred lion was even more furious. pointing at the tamer on the black-armored rhinoceros beast and cursing. "Damn it! Do you know you rear-ended me? Sorry, it's my fault. I didn't maintain enough distance. Pay up." 10 star source stones. That's too much. I don't think your beast got hurt much. Open your eyes. This is a white-furred lion, a 3-star beast pet, not some 1-star trash like yours. It's lost some fur because of your lousy rhino and got scared. Do you know how much spiritual grass it takes to soothe its traumatized mind? The two beast tamers bickered on the roadside. Chen Ping stood at the crosswalk, quietly munching on a fried dough stick, watching the drama. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp whistle echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw several graceful cultivators flying together on swords, looking especially dashing. So cool! Chen Ping sighed while eating his fried dough stick. Watching the magical sights on the street, his expression was always filled with envy. What a wondrous era! Everyone had special abilities. But sadly, he was just an ordinary high school student without any awakened powers. His father disappeared 3 years ago while escaping from enemies. His mother was forcibly taken away by a powerful family, also 3 years ago. These 3 years? Do you know how Chen Ping survived these 3 years? He has been supported by his sister for 3 whole years. Whenever Chen Ping thought about this, he always felt guilty, feeling like a useless person. He was worried that his sister might be misunderstood by others as a brother-supporting demon because of him. But his sister was a natural Dao seed, a once-in-a-millennium immortal lunar physique. Now, she was already a specially trained disciple at Kun Academy, a highest supernatural academy in the Xia Kingdom. She probably wouldn't be spoken of badly by others, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ping sighed again. His sister's only flaw was probably having such a useless brother like him. It was all his fault. His fault for being so ordinary in this world. This was a crazy era because as many as 100 million people had awakened superpowers. Unbelievable, right? Some could breathe fire, some could control water, some could heat their entire bodies, some could leave their bodies as spirits, some could talk to animals, and some could even cultivate and become chi practitioners that everyone envied. Anyone born in this era of superpowers would dream of being the main character, right? At the very least, they would hope to have a legendary story, a fantastical journey in this strange age. But Chen Ping was ordinary, with nothing. Or rather, the majority of people living in this era had nothing. They were only fit to be spectators. 100 million people awakened superpowers. That number sounds huge, sounds exaggerated. But don't forget, there are 7 billion people worldwide. In terms of proportion, that is 1 in 70. To put it in simpler terms, getting first place in a class is already tough, right? And awakening a superpower? There might not even be one person per class. It's even harder than getting first place. After all, you can still work hard to get first place. But awakening a superpower is entirely up to luck, entirely dependent on a person's physique. Either you have it, or you don't. Don't ask why. If you do, it's just fate. Chen Ping, an ordinary person, was naturally destined by fate to be ordinary. He was just a denominator, not a numerator. Just an unremarkable little wave in the great tide of the era, gone in an instant without drawing any attention. Like a passerby on the street, unnoticed by others. Jianbing Wezi. Fresh Jianbing Wezi. Come and see my Morong family's Morong pancake. Heated by bare hands, the taste is extraordinary. A street vendor at the corner was shouting, his hands glowing red and hot, flipping and slapping the pancake, cooking it with his touch. His movements were dazzling, and the fragrance filled the air. Each Jianbing Wezi made in his hands had a unique, mouth-watering flavor. So his small stall was always packed, becoming a popular breakfast spot on these streets. Chen Ping stopped by the vendor, quietly standing next to the Jianbing Wezi stall, eating his fried dough stick, watching the pancakes, and drooling. What a wonderful ability! If only he could have such a magical ability. He would bake 1,000 pancakes every day to eat. In this era, every awakened person never had to worry about food or clothing. Boss, I want some Jianbing Wezi too, give me 10. Ha ha ha, Xiaoping, buying pancakes for your friends again? The Jianbing Wezi vendor seemed familiar with Chen Ping, smiling and chatting while staying busy. Chen Ping's face turned slightly red, but he then spoke seriously. I suddenly remembered, my friends said they were hungry. Better make it 20. Got it. Your friend sure can eat. The vendor was a cheerful person, smiling and agreeing. This young man was a big customer at his pancake stall, so he remembered him well. Chen Ping finished his fried dough stick, quietly waiting beside the stall, watching the flipping pancakes with envy. At this moment, a sudden commotion and screams erupted from the street not far away. Chen Ping looked over to the other side of the street. He saw a man holding a briefcase, with dark circles under his eyes from late-night work, suddenly collapse to his knees, clutching his chest. His eyes turned blood red, saliva dripping from his mouth, and he screamed in agony. Ah! The miserable screams echoed across the street. Many passers-by turned their heads, watching the kneeling man with shock and confusion. What's wrong with him? Should we call the police? Something's not right. His appearance isn't right. Some pedestrians seemed to realize something, and their faces changed dramatically. He's awakening. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the clear sky. The deafening thunder left countless people with ringing ears. Everyone on the street was startled. Then something even more shocking happened. The man's body exploded under the purple lightning, with blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Those chunks of flesh twisted and stretched under the lightning, then rapidly expanded into a massive blood sphere. Finally, the blood sphere condensed and reformed into a giant monster tens of meters high. The process was incredibly fast. In an instant, that enormous figure, taller than the surrounding buildings, dominated everyone's view. The monster's skin was dark green, its body thin and skeletal, standing upright like a human. It had 6 arms stretched out like a Buddha's hands, but with sharp, clawed fingertips, and fine purple lightning threads crackled across its body. It had a human-like face, but was grotesquely ugly, staring down at the terrified passers-by with a sinister, twisted smile. It leaned forward slightly and greeted the horrified humans. He. M.O. Monster. He failed his awakening. It's an awakened monster. Oh my god, it's so huge. What are you standing around for? Run! Run! The once bustling, orderly streets suddenly descended into chaos. Screams of people, sounds of crashing vehicles, and the terrified roars of exotic beasts filled the air. The two beast tamers arguing about compensation at the intersection hadn't even reacted before their white-furred lion and black-armored rhinoceros bolted in terror. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp, piercing alarm blared across the street. At the same time, in the Special Incident Command Center of Nantang City, everyone was thrown into a frenzy. A special awakening disaster has appeared in the Northern District. Energy wave analysis shows it is preliminarily judged as a 9-star fierce beast. Initiate the emergency plan immediately. Deploy the B-rank awakened squad in the Northern District. Alarms blared, the streets were in chaos, and people scattered in panic. A turret rose from the traffic light, rapidly rotating. Rat-tat-tat. Flames burst out, and a hail of bullets was unleashed at the massive monster, as tall as a building. Clatter! The monster's body was covered in thick armor. The bullets struck, creating sparks, but merely flattened against the armor, falling to the ground without causing any harm. Provoked by the traffic light, the monster grinned hideously, stretched out its thin fingers, and pointed at it. Boom! Hundreds of terrifying purple lightning bolts erupted from the monster's body, shattering the sky. The outer walls of nearby buildings cracked, and all the windows on the street shattered at the same time. Many fleeing pedestrians were struck by the lightning, instantly turning into charred corpses. One bolt struck the traffic light, severing it and sending it crashing to the ground. A whistling sound came from the sky. 5 figures on hovering boards appeared over the chaotic street. The panicked crowd saw them, and their fear eased slightly. Thank goodness, our city's awakened squad is here. Judging by their uniforms, they're a high-level B-rank squad. We're saved. The crowd cheered, some even stopped fleeing, taking out their phones to record the scene, hoping to capture the thrilling battle. The 5 streaks of light approached, radiating powerful auras, surrounding the monster. I am Luo Guangji. The squad has arrived at the designated location. Beginning disaster clearing mission. The leading man drew a gleaming greatsword from his back and spoke into his headset, but a panicked female voice came through his earpiece. Captain Luo, be careful. Headquarters just detected a strong energy reaction. The target monster's disaster level has been upgraded from 9-star fierce beast to 3-star evil ghost. Headquarters has already dispatched an A-rank squad to the scene. Your mission has changed. I repeat, your mission has changed. From clearing the special awakening disaster, it is now to stall the monster and minimize the damage. The B-rank squad leader Luo Guangji's eyes widened at the message. What? This monster is actually a 3-star evil ghost? Luo Guangji looked ahead. The monster also turned to look at him. Its ferocious, ghostly face twisted into a grin that stretched to its ears, smiling at him. An overwhelming pressure engulfed him instantly. Luo Guangji felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was an instinctive reaction to the enormous difference in power. He took a deep breath, his fingers turning pale as he gripped his glowing greatsword tightly. Understood. Captain Luo Guangji gave a brief response and glanced at his 4 teammates. Brothers, we fight to the death. The 4 teammates nodded silently, their eyes fixed on the monstrous threat ahead. Attack! Luo Guangji charged at the monster on his hoverboard. I'll draw its attention. You guys use the yellow dragon ropes to bind it. Got it. Swish. 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 Golden sword energy cut across the sky like a mighty river. Blades of powerful sword energy struck the monster, but shattered against its thick, armored skin, leaving only faint scratches. But it succeeded in catching the monster's attention. Seizing the moment, the team members threw out golden ropes from their sleeves. Bind! The 4 teammates chanted together, and the ropes shone with golden runes, coming to life, wriggling like golden dragons, rushing toward the monster. But the monster's 6 thin arms suddenly stretched out, slicing through the ropes in an instant. What? Luo Guangji was shocked. Before he could react, the 6 elongated arms smashed into him and his teammates like giant pythons. Bang! 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 A series of dull impacts, followed by explosive sounds. Huge holes appeared in the nearby buildings. The B-rank squad members were all slammed into the walls, coughing blood, unable to stand. The powerful B-rank awakened squad was wiped out by the monster. The street fell silent. The cheering people and those filming with their phones felt a chill run down their spines, quietly lowered their phones, turned, and continued fleeing. Chen Ping was still standing in front of the pancake stall. Everyone else had run away, even the vendor with his supernatural power had fled. But he hadn't moved, because he was hesitating. He had already paid for 20 pancakes. But the vendor had only made 1. There were still 8 pancakes left on the stall, abandoned by other customers. Were those considered abandoned? Could he take them as part of his order? Taking abandoned pancakes shouldn't be a crime, right? Chen Ping hesitated. Boom! A massive foot suddenly stomped down in front of Chen Ping, crushing the stall. The delicious pancakes were smashed to bits. A gust of wind swept over. The enormous monster was now standing before Chen Ping. Its massive, blue-skinned, fanged face leaned down, grinning a sinister smile. Well, no need to hesitate now. The suffocating pressure paralyzed his thoughts. Chen Ping obediently began trembling. At the same time, the monster didn't know that a chaotic chorus of voices erupted in the boy's mind. Crush it! Let me crush it! Damn it! It destroyed our pancakes? Chen Ping, take my power. I'll help you crush its brain. Thunder descends, all life trembles. The world shall be reborn in ruin, and you will be the king of this new world. Brother, don't listen to them. They are all bad. Trust me. Accept my power, and I will fight by your side. Master! Master! Use me! Don't hesitate. Countless voices echoed in his head. The monster lifted Chen Ping with its fingers, grinning as it opened its mouth, ready to swallow this strange-smelling human. Let him go. Luo Guangji shot out from the collapsed building, his greatsword emitting a beam of sword energy. Boom! Dozens of purple lightning bolts erupted from the monster, turning into lightning serpents, ravaging buildings and vehicles. Luo Guangji was struck by several bolts, his hoverboard exploded, and he crashed to the ground, charred and twitching. His eyes struggled open, seeing the boy about to be swallowed by the monster. No! Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, kicking up sand, blurring his vision. In the storm, Chen Ping stared calmly at the hideous face of the monster. His pupils reflected a sea of lightning. His voice carried an undeniable command. Since you were born of thunder, I will grant you death by thunder. His pupils interwove with divine lightning, and he raised one finger. The sky darkened. A crimson lightning bolt, thick as a pillar, crashed down from the heavens. The world was dyed red. Boom! The monster's towering body was engulfed in blood-red lightning, reduced to ashes. As the dust settled, Luo Guangji's headset crackled with a worried voice. Captain Luo, status update. What happened? Luo Guangji stared at the smoldering ruins and spoke calmly. The monster is dead. Not by us. If I say a divine lightning struck from the sky and killed it, would you believe me? A still shaken Luo Guangji got up from the devastated street. He struggled over to the massive monster, now a charred corpse dozens of meters tall, confirming that it was completely dead. At that moment, a strong energy wave appeared not far away. A faint green light pierced through several buildings, ignoring all material obstacles, and was the first to arrive at the battlefield. A woman with long, flowing green hair appeared, her eyes glowing like spring water. Her slender, translucent body seemed almost disconnected from the world. The moment she appeared, a shiver went through the depths of everyone's souls, as if their bodies were being compelled to worship her. At the same time, a brilliant streak of fire tore across the sky. Boom! A sonic boom followed its descent. A scorching wave spread in all directions. The temperature around them shot up instantly. A man with blazing red wings, like a burning phoenix, descended and hovered in the air. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a massive serpent coiled around the structure, its enormous head watching the battlefield while a man in a black robe stood calmly on top of it. In another direction, snowflakes danced in the air. A woman in white walked lightly across the falling snowflakes, her figure ethereal like an immortal. In an instant, a blinding golden light crashed to the ground. Rumble! A pillar of golden energy shot straight into the clouds, stirring the winds above. An immensely powerful aura spread like a storm. A tall, golden man, his entire body glowing like molten gold, stepped toward Luo Guangji. Luo Guangji took a deep breath. The A-rank awakened squad was here. This was also the only A-rank awakened squad in Nantang City. They were the city's strongest and most elite awakened. Whenever a terrifying crisis struck, it was their time to act. Captain Luo, what's the situation now? The golden man at the front walked over to Luo Guangji and asked in a deep voice. Captain Xiang. Luo Guangji respectfully greeted the man. This golden man was Xiang Jiqiu, the leader of the A-rank awakened squad. Here's what happened. That monster was extremely powerful, and we couldn't handle it at all. But just as it was about to continue its destruction, a red lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky and killed it. Luo Guangji pointed to the half-disintegrated charred corpse ahead. Killed by lightning. Captain Xiang paused for a few seconds, his sharp eyes scanning the area before speaking slowly. Then, did you see any suspicious people at the scene? Luo Guangji was shocked. What? Do you think this was done by someone? Captain Xiang looked at him, equally surprised. Do you think this was just an accident? Luo Guangji was stunned. Fine, let me put it another way. Before the monster was struck by lightning, what was it doing? Was it looking at something? What was its expression? Were there any people nearby? Captain Xiang sighed and continued questioning. Luo Guangji thought carefully, as if remembering something. The monster was grabbing a plain-looking student, trying to swallow him. Then a sandstorm suddenly kicked up, blocking our view, and right after that, the terrifying blood-red lightning fell and killed the monster. Captain Xiang's voice became serious. And that student? Sigh, what could have happened to that student? He must have been vaporized. Captain Luo shook his head and sighed. If even a 3-star evil ghost-level monster was charred by that lightning, how could an ordinary human survive? He was surely reduced to ashes. Captain Xiang looked at the shattered road ahead, walked to the massive, charred body, and lightly touched the remains. He quickly pulled his hand back, as if burned by something terrifying. What a powerful energy fluctuation. Captain Xiang's expression changed dramatically. The being who acted is far stronger than I am. Luo Guangji gasped. Stronger than you? It wasn't surprising for Luo Guangji to be shocked. After all, Captain Xiang was one of the strongest A-rank awakened in the city. In the Great Awakening era, awakened individuals were categorized into 9 elements and 6 awakening levels, of which the most common were D, C, B, and A. D rank, basic awakened, most people fell into this category, possessing simple abilities like temperature control, fluid manipulation, mental interference, or communication with animals. C rank, intermediate awakened, these individuals mastered their abilities, capable of creating explosions, summoning storms, arranging mystical formations, or even controlling spirits and exotic beasts. B rank, advanced awakened recognized as elites, most conventional weapons could not harm them. Their abilities had massive societal impact, making them key figures in major awakened organizations. A rank, extreme awakened, the pinnacle of power in their fields, commanding the might of their element to a theoretical limit. They were leaders of large organizations, their power even capable of altering the environment itself. Such awakened individuals were extremely rare. In a city like Nantang with a population of millions, the number of A-rank awakened could be counted on 2 hands, each one a renowned powerhouse. The A-rank squad was the strongest team in Nantang City, and Captain Xiang Jiqiu, as their leader, had reached the peak of A-rank. You're saying this person is even stronger than you. Could they be? Luo Guangji's breathing quickened. An S-rank awakened? Captain Xiang nodded slowly. Yes. Such an overwhelming lightning technique. Even its residual power makes me feel fear. That being must be a transcendent. S-rank awakened, also known as transcendents, were those who had surpassed the limits of living beings. Each of them was a monstrous existence, beyond the scope of normal human understanding. They were like the rulers of this world in the Great Awakening era, unbound by conventional laws. Some transcendents were so powerful they could control the fate of an entire small nation. In a small city like Nantang, we actually have a transcendent? Luo Guangji muttered. But if it's him, that's not surprising, is it? Captain Xiang replied. Luo Guangji seemed to remember something, his body trembling. Not far away, the green-haired spiritual woman called out, "Captain, come here and look at this." Captain Xian's figure flickered, instantly appearing at the spot. Luo Guangji quickly followed, staring dumbfounded at a burnt mark on the ground. There, scorched into the ground by lightning, was a massive symbol, the number 7. "It really is him," Luo Guangji whispered. "Yes, it's him." Captain Xiang slowly nodded, "The guardian of Nantang City. 7 God." The sudden 3-star evil ghost disaster in Nantang City stirred the entire city. It came too quickly and ended just as fast. But its impact was far from over. Many hurried about in panic, while others discussed the disaster with heated excitement. That mysterious blood-red lightning became the most talked about topic. Some said a powerful being cast a lightning spell to kill the monster. Others claimed the monster was so evil it was struck down by divine punishment. Some even suggested the disaster was so chaotic that the monster accidentally killed itself. A boy with a backpack walked casually through the still chaotic streets. His face twisted with pain, and he occasionally rubbed his temples. But even so, no one spared him a second glance. He was too ordinary, no striking appearance, no awakened ability, no special aura, just another background figure in a big city. No one would know that he was the one who summoned the divine lightning that killed the monster. And no one knew that in his mind, countless divine voices were echoing, "Ha ha ha. So in the end, Brother Chen used my power. 1 strike of divine lightning. Perfect. But it doesn't fully showcase your majesty as king of the world. Next time, use my forbidden divine thunder sea." "Brother, don't listen to that madman. If you used forbidden divine thunder sea, Nantang City would be gone." "Master, you don't love me anymore." "Damn it. That beast crushed our pancakes. We should have crushed its skull instead." Voices chattered endlessly in Chen Ping's head. Chen Ping's face was filled with helplessness. In this Great Awakening era, he was just an ordinary person. So why did he have to deal with this? The only thing that made him different from others was those voices constantly speaking in his mind. They called themselves gods. Yes, as an ordinary person, Chen Ping had somehow been possessed by gods. And not just 1, 7 of them. In the Great Awakening era, 100 million people worldwide awakened superpowers. But Chen Ping did not awaken. Not only did he fail to awaken, but he also faced being possessed by gods. Being possessed by gods meant that powerful divine consciousnesses from outside tried to take over Chen Ping's body, using their consciousness to replace his, ultimately erasing his soul and making his body theirs, leaving the original Chen Ping to disappear from this world forever. While others awakened to become protagonists, Chen Ping faced the crisis of being possessed by gods, without even the right to keep living. How tragic was that? And it wasn't just 1 god. 7 gods wanted to possess his body at the same time. Super tragedy, multiplied. But perhaps when tragedy reaches an extreme, luck follows. As the saying goes, 1 monk fetches water to drink, 2 monks carry water, 3 monks have no water to drink. When 7 gods tried to possess Chen Ping at the same time, none of them would give in. They even started fighting, a fierce battle that ended with their divine brains almost spilling out. The result was that all 7 gods were seriously injured, trapped in Chen Ping's mind, forced to restrain each other while struggling for control over his body. Chen Ping, in a strange twist of fate, found that even though 7 gods tried to possess him, he still had control over his body. His consciousness and thoughts remained his own. Not only that, but in his extreme anger and unwillingness, his will and control over his body became stronger than ever. While the 7 gods restrained each other, Chen Ping gained the final say. Yes, he could decide which god would ultimately possess his body. Simply put, he could choose which god would be the one to kill him. How touching. Chen Ping actually gained the right to choose who he would die to. This right seemed ridiculous, but he could use it to delay his death. This was the only bargaining chip he had against the 7 almighty gods. This bargaining chip seemed insignificant, but when none of the 7 gods could overpower the others, and when Chen Ping could decide who he would give his body to, everything changed. The gods began using every method they could to win over Chen Ping. Some promised that if they possessed his body, they would keep his soul alive, allowing him to live one day as a god and one day as a human. Some promised that if they took over, they would help him reshape his body, allowing his soul to live on in a new vessel. Others promised to share his body with him, letting Chen Ping maintain control most of the time, while they would take over only when needed, helping him become king of the world, enjoying endless power, wealth, and women. One even promised that if it succeeded in possession, it would make Chen Ping a supreme god himself, allowing him to experience the life of a higher being. The gods' promises became increasingly tempting, but whenever Chen Ping asked if they were telling the truth, the other 6 gods would immediately list hundreds of reasons why the promising god was lying, providing evidence to prove that the promise was impossible. Shen Ping didn't understand what they were arguing about, but every time one god made a promise, the other 6 would try to persuade him not to believe it. This led to one problem. The gods couldn't convince Shen Ping to surrender his body. And so, the 7 gods remained stuck in his mind. Shen Ping, of course, was happy to see this. Dragging things out was great. The longer he could delay, the longer he could survive. But this couldn't last forever. Shen Ping could still feel that, even as the gods restrained each other, they were slowly eroding his body. If this continued, it would just be a slow death. A turning point came when Shen Ping encountered a terrifying awakening disaster. At that moment, he desperately needed their power to save those caught in the disaster, so he had no choice but to borrow power from the gods. The gods were eager to lend their power to Shen Ping because every time he used their power, their influence over his body would increase. Because of this, the gods began to compete fiercely, bickering and even undermining each other. They started a twisted competition. In the end, to make Shen Ping use their power, the gods even agreed to minimize their influence on his body. Every time they helped him, their erosion of his body would only increase slightly. At this slow rate, Shen Ping could actually borrow their power many more times. Even so, the gods, eager to outdo each other, continued offering their power to him. This was how Shen Ping became an ordinary person with the power of gods. Sigh, this is the 8th time already. Shen Ping sighed. Since being possessed by the gods a year ago, he had borrowed their power 8 times. Mostly because he had encountered so many terrifying awakening disasters. He didn't have the fate of a protagonist, but he had the problems of one. Shen Ping's kind nature couldn't bear to see innocent people die in front of him, so he repeatedly borrowed the gods' power to resolve terrifying awakening disasters. Because of his actions, he had saved thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, of lives. From this perspective, even though he was an ordinary person, he had created tremendous value in his life. Maybe he hadn't lived in vain after all? Shen Ping could comfort himself with this thought. But he still didn't want to die. Even with 7 gods wanting his body, he still wanted to live. I've only used it 8 times. What's 8 times? I can let you use it 8 times in one night. A passionate voice echoed in Shen Ping's mind. Shen Ping rubbed his forehead with a dark expression. Shut up. I don't want to be a king. Why not be a king? As king, you will have the most power, wealth, and women in the world. You can do whatever you want, experiencing endless pleasure. The voice became even more excited. At this moment, another voice, a female one, chuckled in his mind. Your brain is broken. Don't mislead my dear Ping Ping. Not everyone has your obsession with being a king. Ping Ping, listen to Mom. Just live a good life in this world. Don't mind these crazy voices. Mom will protect you. Shen Ping's expression darkened. How many times do I have to tell you? You are not my mom. I have a real mom. Ping Ping. The gentle voice in his mind became firm and undeniable. But your mother has been gone for 3 years now. Let me make up for the motherly love you lack. I will take care of you. Oh, by the way, I reviewed your homework last night. The final algebra problem on your math test has a better solution. Let me explain it to you now. Shen Ping. Brother, look at them. Some want to manipulate you, others want to take advantage of your identity. None of them are good, not like me. I only care if your head hurts after using that idiot's power, how you feel, if your body is okay. You little, who are you calling an idiot? Ha ha ha. Someone's triggered. Woof woof. Master, look, a monkey's being teased. Shen Ping's mind was a chaotic mess. He sighed, ignoring the arguing gods in his head, walked to the school gate, greeted the guard, and entered Nantang High School. In this age of information, the 3-star evil ghost awakening disaster quickly spread throughout Nantang City. Students were all talking about it. Shen Ping, I'm so glad you're okay. A clear, sweet voice rang out beside him. A girl with a ponytail, wearing a clean school uniform, smiled as she ran over. Her delicate features carried a bright, sunny warmth in the morning light. Song Xiao. Shen Ping stared blankly at the approaching girl, his heart racing. I was so worried when I saw the awakening disaster break out so close to your home. Are you okay? You didn't run into any danger, right? No, I'm fine. The boy replied nervously. That's good. Hurry to class, then. Song Xiao looked him over, smiled, patted his shoulder, and walked away. Shen Ping watched her elegant figure, lost in thought, before shaking his head. What was he thinking? Song Xiao was kind to every classmate. Why would the school's recognized goddess have any special concern for someone as ordinary as him? Suddenly, a soft, seductive voice echoed in his mind. My dear brother. I can see you really like that pretty classmate. Want me to help you? Just use my power, and I can cast a love spell on her. She'll be madly in love with you. Just once, and the school's goddess will be yours. Chin Ping's eyes turned slightly dazed as he stared at that beautiful, departing figure. Chin Ping's emotions surged, his mind trembled. With the help of a god's power, just by casting a small spell, the school goddess he secretly liked would become deeply in love with him. For an ordinary high school student like him, such temptation was enormous. The power of gods was beyond understanding, which meant no one would know what he did. After all, he had already used divine power 8 times to save people. What difference would one more time make? Chen Ping's heart grew slightly warm. Chen Ping, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, it's time for class. Song Xiao turned and looked at the dazed Chen Ping, her clear, bright eyes free of any impurity. Chen Ping saw the girl's pure black and white eyes looking at him with a gentle smile. He suddenly shook his head, sweeping away the whispering temptations in his mind. Screw your love spell. Is this the kind of person I am? Chen Ping angrily slapped his forehead, then strode forward, smiling at the girl. I'm coming. He often faced such devilish temptations, but every time, he managed to overcome his desires and continue being an ordinary person. Song Xiao looked at the approaching boy and curiously asked, "What were you mumbling about just now?" "Oh, nothing. I was just saying I must study hard and improve every day," Chen Ping replied seriously. Song Xiao blinked, glanced at him with some doubt, and said, "But, you look like you were arguing with someone." No. I just get really excited and intense when motivating myself," Chen Ping explained with a straight face. Song Xiao suddenly understood. So that's one of the reasons you've been improving so quickly in your studies? Chen Ping scratched his head in embarrassment. Sort of. His grades had soared over the past year, going from average to top of the class. But the reason wasn't self-motivation, it was because that so-called mom goddess in his mind had been seriously tutoring him. Song Xiao didn't think much of it and soon shifted her focus to the major event that had happened this morning. Chen Ping, wasn't today's awakening disaster near your home? Did you see anything? No, I was on my way to school before the monster appeared. I see, that's a shame. They say a red lightning bolt struck down the 3-star evil ghost level monster. Do you think it was the work of the 7 god? Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm smile. Why do you think so? Think about it, a 3-star evil ghost level disaster is high risk. Even if our city's top awakened squad was deployed, they couldn't have ended it so quickly. The only one who could end a high-risk awakening disaster so decisively. Song Xiao raised her fair, slender fingers in a finger gun gesture, excitement in her eyes, is our city's guardian god, the 7 god. Her analysis was logical and detailed, making Chen Ping nod involuntarily. The 7 god was a mysterious persona Chen Ping had created for the Nantang City Special Bureau. He knew that if a high-risk awakening disaster was mysteriously resolved, the Awakened protecting Nantang City would conduct a thorough investigation. But if there was a mysterious signature at the scene, it indicated that the powerful being who resolved the disaster wanted to keep a low profile. If a mysterious figure had clearly shown their mark, further probing would be seen as disrespectful. And this was the message Chen Ping wanted to send to Nantang City. Nantang City did not disappoint him. They developed an unspoken understanding, treating the entity known as 7 with respect and compliance. As long as the mysterious figure helped them eliminate monsters, who they were didn't matter. In this Great Awakening era, many powerful individuals hid their identities due to their sensitive powers or personal reasons. Nantang having one hidden powerhouse was considered normal. The only problem was that the Mark 7 he left behind was too eye-catching. Many residents of Nantang noticed it and spread it wildly. Gradually, this mysterious figure became well known throughout the city, with many residents affectionately calling the unknown figure their guardian god, 7 god. Song Xiao was one of 7 god's biggest fans. She chattered excitedly with Chen Ping about the 7 god. Every time she mentioned 7 god, her bright eyes sparkled with admiration. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Ping liked Song Xiao. Chen Ping, you have no idea. I joined a 7 god fan group with over 1,000 members. They share top secret information about 7 god. Song Xiao excitedly clenched her fists. Oh, what kind of information? Chen Ping asked nervously. Song Xiao leaned closer and whispered, They say that 7 god is from the Qi cultivation system, a being with unimaginable cultivation power. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly master so many types of abilities. Oh. Chen Ping nodded. And he's unbelievably handsome, with a face so divine it's like an immortal descended from the heavens. The kind of face that would leave anyone who sees it completely captivated, unable to forget. Chen Ping was stunned. Where did that conclusion come from? Song Xiao explained, think about it. He never shows his face, which must mean he has an extremely memorable appearance. In other words, he's too handsome. So handsome that he hides his face to avoid causing too much trouble and ruining too many girls' lives. He prefers to be a hidden guardian. Chenping stared at Song Seo in shock. It can be explained like this? So, what do you think? Am I right? Song Seo asked with a bright smile. Chenping awkwardly nodded, thinking, you're not right at all. Wait, the analysis about being handsome. Chenping touched his face and calmly thought, whether the handsome part is right, that's debatable. There might still be room for discussion. The girl would never know that the guardian god 7 of Nantang City was standing right in front of her, listening seriously to her boast about how amazing 7 God was. Once Song Xiao started talking, she couldn't stop. They chatted happily as they walked to the classroom, drawing the attention of many classmates. Their deskmate Zhao Liang nudged Chenping with his elbow, winking. Not bad, old Chen, chatting so happily with our class rep. We're just talking about 7 God, Chenping replied. Oh, I see. Zhao Liang's excitement faded, feeling a bit more balanced. Song Xiao was a hardcore 7 God fan. She could talk excitedly about 7 God with anyone. Many boys tried to approach her by gathering 7 God information from various sites, just for a chance to talk with her. That's how high school was. Talking happily with a girl always drew attention, especially when the girl was a well-known beauty. Just then, their homeroom teacher walked in with test papers. We're about to start the monthly exam. Move your desks apart and sit in your assigned seats. The teacher's voice was loud and clear. Zhao Liang began moving his desk and looked at Chenping seriously. Chenping, this time, I'm definitely going to surpass you and take first place in class. Chenping smiled. Are you sure? Of course. I've prepared a lot this time. Zhao Liang said confidently. Chenping thought for a moment. How much are we betting this time? Zhao Liang's face twisted slightly, then he raised 5 fingers. Chenping's face also twisted. 50,000? Zhao Liang sneered. I want to win back everything I lost before. What, are you scared? Chenping's heart raced. If he won this time, he could afford 2,000 more hamburgers this month. Gritting his teeth, Chenping said seriously, fine, 50,000 it is. Zhao Liang's family was wealthy. He was a well-known rich kid in Nantang City, so 50,000 was nothing to him. But for Chenping, it was half a month's living expenses. So, no matter what, Chenping would give it his all this time. Chenping was a struggling senior high school student. Doing practice problems and taking exams was his routine. Currently, he ranked among the top in his grade and was first in his class. It took him only 1 year to go from mediocre grades to top scores. His rapid improvement this year was not just because he realized the importance of knowledge and began studying hard, but also thanks to the meticulous guidance of that mom goddess. This goddess knew everything, from astronomy to geography, physics, chemistry, mathematics. There was nothing she didn't know. She even taught him knowledge that didn't exist in this world. In the Great Awakening era, where Chenping did not awaken any powers, he understood the importance of knowledge even more clearly. Knowledge changed fate. While many relied on awakened abilities to shine in this world, ordinary Chenping could only improve his life through knowledge. As the exam bell rang, Chenping began to seriously answer the questions. Time passed slowly. Around him, the sound of pens scratching on paper filled the room. You chose the wrong answer for this one. It should be B. The voice of Mom suddenly sounded, making Chenping's hand freeze. B? Chenping's pupils slightly contracted. After checking carefully, he realized he had indeed missed a hidden trap in the question. The answer should be B. In the past, Chenping would have stubbornly refused to change his answer, thinking, that's what Mom saw, not me. I have my pride. But, he sneaked a glance at Zhao Liang, who was not far away, writing furiously. This time, the stakes were too high. In the last monthly exam, Chenping was first in the class, and Zhao Liang was third. This time, Zhao Liang came prepared. Although Chenping was confident he would stay first. But what if Zhao Liang had an amazing performance and surpassed him? If Zhao Liang lost, it was just a bit of pocket money for him. But if Chenping lost, he would be eating dirt this month. Chenping really didn't want to cheat. Sorry, Zhao Liang. I'm not going to play fair this time. Chenping quietly changed his answer from C to B and continued working on the test. In his mind, Mom smiled gently, seemingly pleased that her child had finally matured. Time continued to pass, and more subject questions appeared before him. This gravitational problem has a better solution. Okay. Tell me, do you think the concentration of this substance is this value? Calculate it carefully again. Got it. I'll recalculate. I believe Du Fu's emotions in this poem can be expressed at an even higher level. Understood, I'll revise it. This time, Qin didn't stubbornly stick to his own ideas. This time, he just wanted to win. He didn't feel much guilt about this approach. Solving problems required brains, and since the voice in his head told him the answers, that also counted as using his brain. It was part of his strength. Besides, by triggering his deskmate's competitive spirit, Zhao Liang's grades had also soared, and Zhao Liang was even grateful to him. For Zhao Liang, his grades improved. For Qin, he gained access to more food. This was a win-win. Unknowingly, he reached the final question of the last subject, the Chinese essay. The essay was interesting. It provided a fable and asked students to create a composition based on it. The story was a famous one from Greek mythology. Sisyphus offended the gods and was punished by having to push a massive boulder up a mountain. But every time it was about to reach the top, the boulder would roll down. Sisyphus could only keep pushing it up, over and over, endlessly repeating the process. What an interesting story. A mortal offends the gods and is tortured day after day. These gods really know how to torment people. Every time Sisyphus sees hope, the boulder rolls back down, giving him the deepest despair, a form of endless cycle, torturing him both physically and mentally. In his mind, Mom's voice sounded, carrying a hint of sarcasm. Qin chuckled softly and whispered, "You only see the helpless side of a mortal. But do you know why he was punished?" The voice in his mind seemed confused. Looks like Mom doesn't know much about Greek mythology. Qin's eyes grew deep, his tone calm. Sisyphus angered the gods because he set a trap and kidnapped Death. As soon as he said this, the voice in his mind fell silent. Mom went quiet, but other voices started speaking. Ridiculous fable. How could a mortal set a trap for a god? Exactly. Such a weak and insignificant being, how could a god be captured? Ha ha ha. The one who wrote this story must be out of their mind. The various gods in his mind expressed ridicule and disdain for the story. At that moment, Qin wrote his essay title, Divine Power and Human Will. The moment the title was written, his mind erupted. Ha ha. Divine power versus human will? Xiaoping, are you actually comparing gods and mortals? Such a boring topic. The difference between gods and mortals is so vast, how can they even be compared? Qin, writing this title shows you have no idea of the vast gap between mortals and gods. It's bigger than the gap between humans and ants. Mortals are like dust, except for you, brother. The voices of the gods echoed endlessly in his mind, mocking Qin for his ignorance and arrogance. Qin thoughtfully rubbed his forehead and whispered, "How should I write this essay? It seems difficult. Mom, can you teach me how to write it?" This time, the mom goddess refused, chuckling gently. Essays are a reflection of a student's personal thoughts and talent. 1,000 people will have 1,000 views and styles. I can't help you with this. Qin nodded, as if he had expected this answer. Actually, this topic was something he wanted to write for the gods in his mind to read. Shakespeare once said, "A coward dies 1,000 times before his death, but the valiant taste of death but once." With just the opening line, the gods in his mind fell silent. Qin continued writing with a flourish, skillfully using references to explain his views. He was not just writing an essay, he was talking to the gods. A person can live like an ant. But Sisyphus, as a mere mortal, challenged the gods, set a trap for Death, and with his life, shook the authority of the gods. The gods cast down endless punishment upon Sisyphus, forcing him to push the boulder up the mountain, only for it to roll down again, over and over. Both his body and spirit faced endless suffering, as the gods tried to crush this mortal through relentless torment. But Sisyphus never gave up. If the world had infinite cycles, he would have infinite resistance. With his mortal will, he defied the gods again and again. In that world, he was free. He was great. To that world of endless cycles, he was its meaning, its only light, a light that would never be extinguished. The power of mortals may seem insignificant compared to the power of gods, but the power of gods cannot crush human will. The greatest song of humanity is the song of courage, the unyielding courage to defy the gods. Sisyphus's resistance was not meaningless. His spirit burned like an everlasting flame, inspiring countless generations. Just as I stand here today, reading his story, feeling inspired and uplifted. This is the greatness of human will. As his pen finally stopped moving, the gods in Qin's mind exploded in chaos once more. Qin wrote an ordinary essay, but the gods in his mind erupted in chaos. Why did you write it so tragic? Little brother, are you trying to tell us something through this essay? Don't feel too pressured, okay? Big sister isn't the kind of bad goddess who only bullies mortals. Xiaoping, mortals are not all the same, and neither are gods. Mortals and gods don't always have to be enemies. Dad will always stand by your side and protect you. That's right, brother. Why did you write something like this? There are good gods too. Like me, even if you're immortal, I will always love you the most. Woof woof, master. Why do mortals have to fight against gods? Gods can be mortals' dogs too, woof. One by one, the gods in his mind tried to show kindness to Chen Ping, telling him about the beauty of gods and how they were different. Chen Ping responded with just a cold sneer. Humph, mere gods dare to disturb my will? Not a chance. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, my dear brother, that was a good essay. Great writing. Next time, write about how the great will of mortals moves the gods, making them form an alliance with humans, then conquering the world and becoming world rulers. Idiot. Writing something like that would definitely get a 0 on the exam. Other voices also appeared in his mind. Of course, they were all trying to mislead him with impure intentions. Chen Ping had long since learned to filter out such useless noise. He stopped answering questions, handed in his paper, and went home. Back in his cozy little room, he turned on the TV. It was broadcasting the latest news in Nantang City, still talking about yesterday's 3-star evil ghost level awakening disaster. An evil ghost level disaster was big news anywhere. In the Great Awakening era, some people awakened successfully, gaining powerful abilities and reaching the pinnacle of life. But at the same time, for every successful awakening, there were those who failed. Most humans who failed to awaken would turn into awakening monsters, creatures filled with a destructive urge, extremely bloodthirsty and insane, attacking all living beings in sight and creating various terrifying awakening disasters. Cities with high population density were hotspots for such disasters. According to their severity, awakening disasters were classified into 4 levels: Fierce Beast level, Evil Ghost level, City Destroying level, Hell level. Each disaster level was further divided into 9 stars based on energy intensity. Fierce Beast level awakening disasters were the most common. Humans would suddenly transform into terrifying beasts, attacking people and causing significant damage to city residents and infrastructure. Their threat levels were divided as follows: low risk, 1 to 3 stars; mid risk, 4 to 6 stars; high risk, 7 to 9 stars. Such disasters could generally be handled by armed forces with firearms, C-rank awakening squads, or even B-rank awakening squads. But evil ghost level disasters were extremely serious for any city. Humans would suddenly mutate into nightmare-like ghosts with immense power. If left unchecked, these ghost monsters could easily turn an entire area into a wasteland. They were immune to most conventional weapons, and ordinary awakened individuals were no match for them. Only A-rank awakening squads, led by elite extreme awakened individuals, could handle such threats. Above that was the city-destroying level awakening disaster, where humans mutated into terrifying monsters from mythology. These beings wielded godlike power, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and easily destroying a city. Such disasters were extremely terrifying. Nantang City was a second-tier city in Xia country, with a population of several million, a large city with many awakened individuals. But even it didn't have the power to handle such a disaster. Fortunately, these disasters were extremely rare. Once detected, most cities would immediately report to the central government, requesting central support. The final level, Hell level awakening disaster, was, as the name implied, a terrifying catastrophe that could turn an entire world into a hellish landscape, a disaster capable of destroying nations. This description was no exaggeration. Several small countries had already perished due to Hell level disasters. Many weak countries could only pray that they would never encounter a Hell level awakening disaster. If it appeared, they were doomed. Aside from awakening disasters, strange regions of various sizes had also appeared worldwide. These strange regions contained exotic beasts never seen before, unique landscapes, and unknown materials. Collectively, they were known as awakening forbidden zones, classified by danger levels: D-rank forbidden zone, C-rank forbidden zone, B-rank forbidden zone, A-rank forbidden zone, S-rank forbidden zone. The appearance of these forbidden zones greatly threatened human living spaces. Awakening disasters and forbidden zones were likely the side effects of the Great Awakening era. While everyone had a chance to awaken and change their fate, the world itself faced new dangers and challenges. Everything had 2 sides, never purely good or purely bad. Oh, no, for ordinary people without abilities, the bad far outweighed the good. The dreamlike Great Awakening era had arrived, but it was the powerless ordinary people who suffered most. Their situation didn't change at all, and they faced constant threats from various disasters. Unfortunately, the voice of this era was dominated by the awakened, while mortals were merely the foundation of society, struggling to survive. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Ping opened the door to see a delivery man holding a box of hamburgers. "Sir, here are your 30 McSpicy chicken burgers." The delivery man looked at Chen Ping with a strange expression. "Thank you." Chen Ping smiled and took the box. The delivery man peeked inside the room, saw no one else, and his expression grew even stranger. He seemed to realize something, and his face turned slightly pale. "Well, I'll be going now." The delivery man spoke politely, then turned and quickly walked away, almost running from this place. Chen Ping didn't know why the delivery guy was so scared. Sure, he could eat a lot, but he didn't eat people. Chen Ping shook his head. Oh well, the new delivery guy would get used to it. He struggled to carry the box of burgers back into his room. Then he began to devour them. Chen Ping suddenly thought, ordinary people in this world had it rough, but even worse off than ordinary people was someone like him. Because at any moment, he could be killed by the 7 gods in his mind. Not only that, but he had become incredibly gluttonous. Being gluttonous was bad enough, but the worst part was that eating so much didn't make him stronger. Just look, he even struggled to carry a box of burgers. He was just a glutton, like a bottomless pit. If it weren't for his wealthy sister, his crazy appetite alone would have starved him to death on the streets. This was probably thanks to the 7 gods in his mind. Chen Ping had questioned them, asking if they were secretly eating his food. They stammered and eventually admitted it. Chen Ping also asked why such powerful gods needed to eat. They swore that without eating to replenish energy, how could they fight? And so, the miserable Chen Ping not only lacked any supernatural abilities but also became a complete glutton, forced to bear an enormous food expense that nearly crushed his small frame. How tragic! Chen Ping angrily devoured his hamburgers while thinking. In his mind, the voices of the gods continued. Big brother is so nice, giving me delicious food again. This McSpicy chicken burger is so crispy, spicy, and flavorful. Ah! Chen Ping, my dear brother, why did you buy this kind of food? I want steak. I want steak. Roar! So hard to please everyone. Can't you just endure it for once? Exactly, if you don't like it, get lost. Don't occupy Xiao Ping's mind. No matter what the food is, as long as master gives it, I love it. Woof! The gods reacted differently to the McSpicy chicken burgers. Chen Ping was long used to their complaints. Every time he bought something, some god would have a different opinion. But he had his own temper, he never let the gods dictate his choices. He ate whatever he liked, and if they couldn't stand it, they could get lost. Unfortunately, while they complained, leaving was completely impossible for them. Chen Ping had also asked them, why are you mighty gods so focused on someone as ordinary as me? But in rare harmony, the gods all chose to remain silent. So Chen Ping felt helpless. All he could do was turn his frustration into appetite, devouring the burgers. No matter how much he ate, he never felt full. He didn't even know how the gods managed to snack on his food. Chen Ping ate faster, chewed harder, until suddenly a choking sensation struck. Something was stuck in his esophagus. Oh no! He was choking. Chen Ping's face instantly turned red as he clutched his neck, pain and panic in his eyes. Oh no! Xiao Ping is choking on his burger. Quick, brother, drink some water. The god's anxious voices echoed in his mind. Of course, Chen Ping wanted to drink water. He reached for the glass beside him, took a big gulp, but it didn't help. His face went from flushed red to pale blue. Hit your back hard. Quick, use the Heimlich maneuver. Damn it, how can he use the Heimlich maneuver on himself? The gods in his mind were spinning in a panic. They couldn't physically appear to help him. There's no other way. Chen Ping, use my power. Yes, yes. Brother, my power can save you. Saving master from danger is this god's duty. Woof, hurry, before it's too late. If this goes on, you'll choke to death. Xiao Ping, use my power. The gods all started offering their powers to help Chen Ping escape death. Chen Ping clenched his fists stubbornly. Using the god's power just because he was choking on food? That was too humiliating. Absolutely too humiliating. Every time he borrowed divine power, his body would be further corrupted by that god. This power was meant for saving the world, so why would he waste it on being choked by food? Was he that useless? Just choking on food, couldn't he overcome it? Chen Ping, would rather die than use divine power for something like this. A strange sense of pride made Chen Ping want to rely on his own strength to overcome this crisis. But the suffocating sensation grew worse, almost consuming his consciousness. His vision began to blur, and the shouts of the gods in his mind seemed to grow distant. Chen Ping suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Was he really going to die from choking? No way. Not so humiliatingly. Power. I need your power. These words echoed in his mind, but his consciousness was fading. The gods still couldn't channel their power to him. Chen Ping felt an overwhelming sadness. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. His entire consciousness was sinking into darkness and confusion. This can't be happening. The Great Awakening era. An ordinary me. Was I really going to die from choking? Chen Ping thought of Sisyphus, the mortal who defied the gods. No, he absolutely couldn't die so disgracefully. His life couldn't end like this. From nowhere, a surge of power erupted inside him, shattering his body's limits. Ah! A burst of energy surged from his abdomen. Bang! The food stuck in his throat shot out like a cannonball, smashing against the wall. Boom! The room shook violently. The wall cracked, covered in thick fractures. Dust filled the air. Chen Ping collapsed to his knees, gasping desperately for air. His blurred vision gradually cleared, his eyes widened. Chen Ping felt his blood boiling, his entire body heating up, filled with strength. This power. Chen Ping slowly stood up, his expression dazed as he carefully sensed the unfamiliar warmth flowing through his body. It was completely different from the power he borrowed from the gods. This power. Chen Ping took a deep breath, his voice trembling with disbelief. It's my own? Tap, tap. Loose gravel scattered and fell. The lingering dust gradually cleared. Chen Ping stood there, eyes wide open, his vision slightly red. The room was eerily quiet. His mind was also unusually silent. Chen Ping walked with heavy steps to the wall. The chewed food was still smeared on the surface, but that wasn't the point. The point was the cracked wall. He gently touched the cracked surface, feeling the real texture of the fissures. I awakened? Chen Ping murmured. Ha ha ha. Calm down, Chen Ping. Maybe it's just a burst of power from being pushed to the brink? A god's dry laughter echoed in his mind. I awakened? Chen Ping's eyes sparkled, and he spoke slowly. Xiao Ping, it's just a little crack on the wall. Such a tiny bit of power, whether awakened or not, makes no difference, right? Another god's voice echoed in his mind. I awakened. Chen Ping's face gradually bloomed with a smile, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. It was a kind of excitement he had never felt before, an overwhelming joy that finally engulfed him. Ha ha ha. I awakened. I actually awakened. Chen Ping laughed loudly, running wildly around the room in excitement. He lifted the living room sofa, then the dining table, and then he dropped to the ground and rolled around, tears streaming down his face. The gods in his mind. Did this kid go crazy? Poor Ping Ping, crying with joy over such a tiny bit of power. Is this the happiness of mortals? The gods murmured, quietly mocking. Though they pretended to look down on Chen Ping's power, a deep sense of worry began to spread among the 7 gods. They were genuinely worried. Otherwise, they wouldn't have subtly tried to suppress Chen Ping before. As for Chen Ping, he more or less knew what the gods were thinking. The reason he was crying with joy, the reason he was so ecstatic, was because, in his dark life, he finally saw a glimmer of light, a light to fight against the gods. Being awakened meant he could become stronger. It meant his body could adapt to this world and create endless possibilities. Only by becoming stronger would he have the power to compete with the 7 gods in his mind. This was his own strength. Even if it was small and weak now, it was a leap from nothing to something, from 0 to 1. After his ecstatic outburst, Chen Ping began carefully examining his body. He could feel that his body's energy channels seemed to be opened, making his whole body feel light, filled with vitality. His muscles felt strong. It was a sensation of having so much power that he wanted to release it. In terms of athletic ability, Chen Ping was just average among boys. But now, even if a burly man stood in front of him, he felt he could easily knock him down. At this moment, a mosquito flew quickly past his side. Chen Ping's eyes followed the mosquito's movement with lightning speed. The floating dust in the air, the smell of the burgers, the breeze outside the window, the sound of cooking next door. Every sensation became incredibly clear at this moment. He felt that his senses had reached a whole new level. The world looked different, his vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste all became sharper and clearer, as if a fog had been lifted, making everything he saw more vivid and awe-inspiring. So, this is the feeling of awakening. Always an ordinary person, Chen Ping suddenly felt an urge to cry. No, he was already crying. What's so exciting about awakening? Kid, if you agree to share your body with me, I can let you experience what it feels like to be a god. A voice in his mind, one that always claimed to be his big brother, spoke. Chen Ping ignored it and continued focusing on his body. My physical strength has increased so much. So I awakened in the Vajra system? Carefully feeling the changes in his body and combining it with his knowledge of awakening, he made a preliminary judgment. In this world, awakenings came in all shapes and forms, but they generally fell into 9 major categories, known as the 9 awakening systems. Elemental system, Vajra system, all things system, feng shui system, spiritual system, curse system, Divine Descent System. Soul System. Chi Cultivation System. The Vajra system referred to physical awakening. Those who awakened in this system possessed incredibly strong bodies. The higher their awakening level, the stronger their bodies became, making them masters of combat. Among the 9 systems, it was the most combat-oriented. For example, the strongest in Nantang City, Sang Jicho, the captain of the A-rank awakening squad, was a top-tier Vajra system expert. The Vajra system was divided into 6 stages. Iron refining stage, quenching stage, lesser Vajra stage, greater Vajra stage, extreme yang stage, sacred body stage, theoretical. The theoretical limit for most was the greater Vajra stage. Xiang Jiqiu was at this level. The extreme yang stage was already the domain of S-rank awakened, a realm beyond human limits, a realm Chen Ping couldn't even imagine. Chen Ping carefully felt the power within his body again, lifting the 100-pound wooden table in the dining room several times, confirming that his awakening was at the iron refining stage. Just as expected. Nothing to be disappointed about. Chen Ping was still overjoyed. Most people awakened at D rank. But starting at D rank didn't mean staying at D rank forever. Every system had different ways to become stronger. For example, in the Vajra system, the poor could train their bodies, enter forbidden zones to fight exotic beasts, or join organizations to learn cultivation techniques. The wealthy could use potions, soak in energy baths, and eat the bones of rare beasts. In short, there were many ways to get stronger. He was D rank now, but that didn't mean he would always be D rank. Thinking of this, Chen Ping's heart burned with excitement again. He walked to the cracked wall, his expression turning slightly puzzled. I just spat out food, but the impact was this strong? Little brother, when facing a life or death crisis, a person's potential can be unleashed. That's nothing strange, one of the sisterly gods explained. Chen Ping nodded. In life or death situations, it was true that people could unleash hidden strength. Many awakened during such crises. His awakening was probably related to nearly choking on that burger. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, you might be the weirdest case of awakening among all awakened. Indeed, awakening because you almost choked. That's enough to make history. Who would believe this if you told them? Ha ha ha. A bit embarrassing. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret. The gods laughed. Since Chen Ping awakened, they seemed to be trying to undermine his confidence, subtly or overtly. But Chen Ping just smiled. The more the gods opposed him, the more they mocked him, the happier he felt. Because it meant he was on the right path. Listening to the voices in his mind, Chen Ping smiled faintly and said, "My awakening is weird? Embarrassing? Don't joke around. I awakened at a moment of life and death, refusing the power of 7 gods, relying on my own strength to fight for survival. With the power of a mortal, I reversed life and death. With the will of a mortal, I resisted the will of the gods. This is heaven's reward for me, a mortal who fought alone against 7 gods." Chen Ping's voice was firm and powerful, echoing through the room. Chen Ping's words shocked the 7 gods. He actually said it like that? Chen Ping, my dear brother. Truly worthy of being an educated person. Even awakening from choking can be described so passionately, so heroically. Well said, Chen Ping. With such eloquence, you possess the qualities of a king. Join me, and we'll conquer the world together. I'll make your words echo across the stars, so everyone can hear your magnificent rhetoric. Say what you will, but his mindset is truly strong. The gods in his mind spoke one after another, excitedly. Chen Ping's face twitched slightly. He felt that the gods' words were somewhat sarcastic. He snorted lightly, continued sitting on the sofa, and kept eating his burgers to calm down. There were still over 10 burgers left. No way he was wasting them. As he devoured them one by one, he was surprised to clearly feel the burgers turning into warm currents within his body, nourishing him. His expression froze slightly. What was going on? Why did eating burgers seem to slightly enhance his vitality? Chen Ping silently finished the remaining burgers and carefully sensed his body. There was indeed a faint feeling of becoming stronger. But how? He could sense that his digestion was incredibly efficient. The food he consumed was quickly broken down, transforming into energy that nourished his muscles and bones. Can eating burgers really enhance the iron body realm? That doesn't make sense. Chen Ping knew that for someone in the iron body realm to become stronger through eating, they would need to consume energy-rich pills, the flesh of energy-infused beasts, or rare, source-rich treasures. But burgers didn't contain source energy, so how was he becoming stronger? Doubts filled Chen Ping's mind, doubts about his own body. Moreover, he suddenly thought of something extremely important. After finishing his burgers, Chen Ping smiled and asked the gods in his mind, Did you all enjoy the McSpicy chicken burgers? As long as it's something from Big Brother, it's all delicious. The taste was okay, but next time I'd prefer steak. Crispy, fragrant, and tender. I like it. Blah, what kind of junk food is this? It's awful. The gods voiced their opinions one by one. Chen Ping fell silent. He could now clearly sense that the burgers had turned into warmth, merging with his body, even slightly strengthening his iron body realm. So, what were the gods eating? Thinking further, when his appetite grew larger, and he ate so much, was it really to feed the 7 gods in his mind? Or was it that all that food was actually going into his own stomach? Chen Ping began to have doubts. But he didn't voice them. Instead, he silently ordered 20 portions of steak through the delivery app. Under the horrified gaze of the delivery driver, Chen Ping took the 20 steaks. He sat on the sofa and began eating. Sure enough, as he devoured the steaks, the same warm current flowed through his body, nourishing him. He could feel his vitality slightly increasing. So it wasn't something special about the burgers. He could become stronger just by eating ordinary food. How much nutritional essence could one steak contain? It must all be absorbed by his body. The steak is delicious. Chen Ping, you're so thoughtful. Brother is so good to us. He even gave us a second meal. But the steak quality is still average. Next time, I want Wagyu beef. Having a second meal is already good. What more do you want? The gods continued chatting in his mind. Chen Ping sneered inwardly. Keep pretending. Eat up, everyone. This is a little celebration for my awakening, so I decided to treat us. Chen Ping smiled happily, acting innocent and cheerful. He then opened his phone and looked at his Weiyan chat list, his gaze pausing on a profile picture of a young, vibrant woman. The woman had long, flowing black hair, her bright eyes full of life, and her delicate, well-defined features. Even through the profile picture, she radiated an aura of elegance. Big sis. Chen Ping opened the chat window. Now that he was awakened, the first person he wanted to share the good news with was his sister. But after typing a few words, he hesitated. What level was his sister now? Last time she mentioned she had reached the core formation stage, which roughly corresponded to a B-rank awakener, and she was a chi refining type with an incredible constitution, so even among B-rank awakeners, she should be considered exceptional. But he was just a newly awakened D-rank awakener. Would it be embarrassing to show off to Chen Xingqiao so eagerly? His stubborn pride made him hesitate. Pai, why are you taking so long to type a single sentence? Suddenly, a message popped up from his sister, startling Chen Ping. Ha? How did you know I was typing? Chen Ping instinctively replied. The chat box says typing, but nothing comes out. What do you think? His sister sent a rolling eyes emoji. Chen Ping's face turned red. He had forgotten that Wei Yan had such an annoying feature. But he quickly realized something even stranger. Sis, why were you staring at our chat box? Ha? I was reading the news and saw that an evil ghost-level disaster broke out in Nantang City. I was going to ask if you were okay, and then I saw you typing. Are you okay? I'm fine. Then what's up? Spit it out. You know I hate it when people beat around the bush. Chen Ping hesitated for a moment, but finally typed, Sis, I've become an awakened. Chen Xingqiao. Are you serious? What type? Chen Ping, body reinforcement, D-rank awakener. Ha ha ha. Pai, I knew you could do it. Pai is amazing. Body reinforcement is great. Sturdy and powerful, it shows true masculinity. Pai, you're the pride of the Chen family, second only to your sister. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Chen Xingqiao's messages flooded the screen. Even through the screen, Chen Ping could feel his sister's joy and excitement. He couldn't help but smile too. Maybe he was overthinking. Worrying about being a lowly D-rank awakener was pointless. In this world, there would always be someone who genuinely felt happy and proud because of his achievements. Chen Xingqiao initiated a video call. Chen Ping thought for a moment and answered. A stunning beauty with an oval face, dressed in a red and white Taoist robe, appeared on the screen. Her bright eyes curved with a joyful smile she couldn't hide. Ping, congratulations. Quick, let your sister see. A soft, clear voice came from the phone. Chen Ping smiled calmly. In front of Chen Xingqiao, he effortlessly lifted a table weighing over 100 jin, doing more than 10 reps of up and down presses. Oh, impressive, little brother. Chen Xingqiao's eyes grew brighter, and she even gave a praise that didn't match her usual image. Pai, just wait. I'm sending you an awakening gift package. Chen Xingqiao said excitedly. Chen Ping's expression changed slightly. Sis, that's not right. I've already awakened. How can I still rely on you? Cut the nonsense. You're my brother, the future of our Chen family. I'm sending you some things as an investment in our family's future. Do you have any objections? Alright, I'm hanging up. Just wait for your awakening gift package. In an instant, Chen Xingqiu went from a gentle big sister to a domineering queen. Without giving Chen Ping a chance to reply, she directly ended the video call. Staring at the chat window, Chen Ping let out a soft sigh. He was already an awakened one. Not only did he still live on his sister's allowance, but now he would also receive an awakening gift package from her? Loser! Such a useless person. But why was he so happy? Unknowingly, a smile had already appeared on Chen Ping's face. So what if he was a loser? Having someone who cares for you is a wonderful feeling. The next day, Chen Ping shouldered his backpack and went to school with a refreshed spirit. After awakening his ability, even the morning air seemed sweeter. He walked through the familiar intersection again. The destruction caused by the evil ghost-level awakening disaster had almost been completely repaired in just 2 days. Both the walls and roads had been restored. In the Great Awakening era, many aspects of the world had changed. For instance, infrastructure repair and construction had improved significantly. Chen Ping noticed that Moron, the stall owner who often sold pancakes nearby, was back with a new cart. Boss, 20 pancakes, please. Ha, Xiaoping, you're here again? Moron's face was glowing with joy, and he smiled as he greeted Chen Ping. I remember you didn't get your pancakes last time. This time, you don't need to pay. I'll make you 20 pancakes right away. Ah! Chen Ping was stunned for a moment, then felt a wave of warmth in his heart, looking at the boss with newfound respect. As expected of an awakened one, such a generous mindset. He thought he could learn a thing or two about attitude from Boss Moron. What Chen Ping didn't know was that while he thought he could continue living a peaceful life, hidden cameras in various corners were quietly watching him. Nantang City Special Incident Command Center. Over a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on the screen, watching the student. Captain Luo, are you sure it's this student? Beside him, Xiang Jiqiu, whose entire body shone with a golden glow, stood with arms crossed. Luo Guangji's eyes widened as he muttered, "It looks way too similar. It should be him. He's the one who was grabbed by that evil ghost monster before." Xiang Jiqiu nodded and looked at the data analysis staff nearby. Immediately pull up all the information on this student. See if there's anything unusual. Understood. The staff member nodded seriously. Luo Guangji glanced at Xiang Jiqiu with a bit of admiration. If it weren't for Xiang Jiqiu's insistence on investigating, he might not have discovered anything strange. The reason Xiang Jiqiu insisted on a thorough investigation was simple. Seven God was a great figure who protected Nantang City. Such a powerful and noble person couldn't possibly watch a student being grabbed by a monster and then directly strike with lightning, reducing both the student and the monster to ashes. This investigation was to prove Seven God's innocence. So they focused on the student, checking and cross-referencing footage from multiple cameras. And they found that the student was indeed still alive. Now, that was interesting. A boy who survived the hands of an evil ghost. Was he saved by that great figure and then casually went back to school? Or does this boy himself have some sort of secret? The dozen or so people in the Nantang City Special Incident Emergency Response Center felt their breathing quicken slightly, as if they were grasping at something. Although the possibility was very, very small, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Captain Xiang, the information has been compiled. Speak. Chen Ping, a student of Class 2, senior year, at Nantang City High School. He lives in the Tangchenipi neighborhood. His academic performance is excellent, consistently ranking among the top in his grade. His social circle is simple. His close friend is Zhao Liang, the second young master of Zhao Group. His social range is narrow, he has no bad habits, no criminal record, and even on the internet, he abides by the law, except for occasionally browsing some inappropriate websites. The data analyst was reporting Chen Ping's basic information. Xiang Jiqiu's face darkened slightly. Focus on the main points. Understood. It is said that he lives alone in Tangchenipi. His parents mysteriously disappeared years ago. His sister, Chen Xingxiao, is an awakened one of the Qi refining system with exceptionally high talent, a core disciple of Kun Academy. As for Chen Ping himself, he participated in the campus awakening survey 3 months ago and was found to have no source energy fluctuations at all. Luo Guangji breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could such a young, inexperienced kid be our Nantang City's guardian god? Almost shattered my fantasy. But Xiang Jiqiu's expression didn't change much. Anything else unusual? Does having an enormous appetite count? The analyst whispered. Ha ha ha. What kind of anomaly is that? I eat a lot too. Luo Guangji laughed, thinking this analyst was being ridiculous. How much can he eat? Xiang Jiqiu seemed interested, looking at the analyst. The analyst explained, well, all 37 buffet restaurants in the city have blacklisted Chenping. Luo Guangji? Chenping arrived at school and found the place unusually lively. What's going on? Why is there a crowd over there? He grabbed a classmate and curiously asked, you don't know? Someone's confessing their love on campus. The classmate responded excitedly. Just a confession? Is it worth this fuss? In the early morning, wouldn't it be better to use this time to memorize a few words? Seeing the crowd of over 100 people ahead, Chenping shook his head in disappointment. He thought these students were way too nosy, so eager to gossip. You don't get it. It's Jiang Wenxian confessing to Song Xiao. Such a big event, how can you miss it? The classmate's excitement was palpable. What? Confessing to Song Xiao? Chenping's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pushed his way through the crowd. To be precise, he crashed through it. With his newly awakened Vajra-type powers, he was like a great white shark parting a school of fish, forcing his way to the front. What came into view first was a very flashy black sports car. A Lamborghini. In front of the sleek sports car stood a tall, handsome young man in a leather jacket, holding a bouquet of 99 roses. Red petals were scattered all over the ground. There were several followers holding pink balloons, and someone even brought a speaker, playing romantic music to set a dreamy atmosphere. Some lackeys even started lighting candles around. Lighting candles in broad daylight? Are they out of their minds? Why not set the confession at night? Chenping's head was filled with 1,000 questions. At this moment, a loud voice of the dean was already heard in the distance. What's going on? Confessing in public during broad daylight? Who's the brat with a death wish? The stocky dean squeezed through the crowd, looking ready to scold the student publicly confessing. And then he saw the young man, well-dressed and standing with a calm face, staring at him. It's me who's confessing. So what? Jiang Wenxiang said calmly. The dean shuddered, sweat instantly forming on his forehead. His expression immediately changed as he forced a smile. Ha ha. Oh, it's student Jiang. In that case, it's fine. Sorry for the interruption, please continue. The dean quickly cleared his throat, shifted his focus, and shouted at the onlookers, what are you looking at? What's so great about a confession? Go back to your morning reading. If anyone stays here to watch, I'll deal with you according to school rules. The dean's words were still authoritative, and most of the gossip-hungry crowd quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Chenping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being a rich kid really means you can do whatever you want. Jiang Wenxian was the young master of Tianbing Group, the largest awakened power group in Nanting City, home to many awakened individuals. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight of him? Strictly speaking, he wasn't just a rich kid, he was practically a second-generation immortal. Even in school, the dean had to turn a blind eye to his actions. It showed the influence of awakened ones on the real world. Chenping didn't want to leave. He noticed that Song Xiao's expression didn't look right. In fact, anyone with eyes could see that Song Xiao's face was filled with hesitation, anxiety, grievance, and discomfort, but there was no joy or excitement. Xiao, see? Now no one can stop us. Jiang Wenxian held the roses with a confident smile on his face. I just got the news last night. I'm leaving this afternoon to attend the entrance training at Kun Academy. I didn't want my high school life to end with any regrets. This statement caused a buzz among the surrounding students. Kun Academy? The top supernatural academy in our country. If he's attending the entrance training, doesn't that mean he has a chance to get in? As expected of young Master Jiang from Tianbing Group, his future is limitless. The admiration of the surrounding students further boosted Jiang Wenxian's confidence. He smiled faintly, raised his hand, and gestured behind him at the Lamborghini. Xiao, I've liked you for a long time. Please be my girlfriend. Time is short, so I couldn't prepare any special gifts. But if you agree, this car behind me will be my gift to you. This was another bombshell. Damn. Just for being his girlfriend, she gets a sports car? That car has to be worth at least 3 million. Become his girlfriend and get a Lambo? That's just too much. Jiang Wenxian, do you mind having one more girlfriend? The students exploded with excitement. Even the dean couldn't control them now. Seeing the atmosphere build up, one of Jiang Wenxian's followers began to stir up the crowd. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Gradually, more and more students began to follow along, shouting, say yes, completely ignoring that Song Xiao's expression had changed from hesitation and anxiety to one of fear. Jiang Wenxian. I've already told you, I don't plan on dating in high school. No. You want to. Jiang Wenxian forcefully interrupted the girl's words, his eyes burning with intensity. I think, you won't disappoint me, right? I've already done so much for you. Song Xiao's delicate face turned slightly red, and her eyes began to well up with tears. She couldn't think of a proper way to handle this situation. The nearby students thought she was blushing from shyness, moved to tears, and began cheering even louder. Song Xiao looked helplessly at the crowd. The cheering students only made her feel more pressured, but then, she noticed a student who wasn't cheering along. That familiar figure made her suddenly remember something. Ping saw the girl, like a small, trembling animal cornered, and for some reason, her gaze landed on him. Her eyes seemed to brighten slightly. Ping, you can hear my voice. Please don't be surprised. Song Xiao's clear, pleasant voice suddenly echoed directly in Ping's mind. Ping's expression changed slightly. This wasn't something she said out loud, it was a voice directly transmitted into his mind. So the class president was an awakened one too? How come he never heard about this before? Being able to transmit sound over a distance, was she from the spirit communication system or the soul system? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he gently nodded at the girl. Her voice continued in his mind, now more anxious. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? No matter how I reject him, he won't give up. I really have no other choice. I have no interest in Jiang Wenxiang, and I've heard that those who dated him before didn't end well. I know your sister is a prodigy in Kun Academy. If it's you, even with Jiang Wenxiang's family background, he might be wary. Right now, only you can help me. If you agree to help me, I will do everything I can to repay you in the future. Of course, if you don't want to pretend to be my boyfriend, I won't force you. By the end, the girl's voice sounded almost pleading. Ping's mind went blank, leaving him with just one thought. Such a cliché situation. It actually happened to him? The heroine being courted by the villain, seeking the male protagonist's help to pretend to be her boyfriend, leading to a series of thrilling romantic entanglements, finally becoming a real couple and living happily ever after. Maybe they could buy a house in Tangchenipin with 2 awakened ones working hard, it should be achievable. As for the kids, if it's a boy, name him Chen Tianchi, if it's a girl, name her Chen Miaoka. That should be good. They should also buy a plot in Qingyun Mountain, so they can be buried together there. Great feng shui. Ping, have you made up your mind? The girl's urgent voice rang in his mind again. Only then did Ping snap out of his fantasy, his face slightly red. Actually, Song Xiao was different from those melodramatic drama heroines. Those girls would drag the male lead to be a shield without asking, completely disregarding his feelings. But Song Xiao was different. Though she had the idea, she still used voice transmission to discreetly seek his opinion. If he didn't want to, she wouldn't force it. Such composure, such character, what a wonderful girl. Looking at the girl, who was cornered, her last hope resting on him, Ping calmly nodded at her. Then, he stepped out from the crowd. Jiang Wenxiang held a bouquet of roses, his bright smile radiant, his gaze burning as he looked at the girl in front of him. The girl, who looked so fresh and lovely, now had reddened eyes, and her bright, expressive eyes couldn't even meet his. Jiang Wenxiang wasn't sure if the girl was overwhelmed with surprise or filled with worry and fear. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he liked her. And he was determined to make her his. His underlings and the surrounding students were all helping him. Even the school didn't dare to do anything against him. The atmosphere was set, the momentum was there. He even offered a luxury car worth millions as a gift for being his girlfriend. Even if Song Xiao was the campus beauty of Nantang High School, with this overwhelming effort, she should have been won over, right? But before Jiang Wenxiang could hear her say yes, a young boy stepped out of the crowd with firm steps, quietly walking to Song Xiao's side. One by one, the students widened their eyes, their expressions growing more and more colorful. Jiang Wenxiang's smile began to freeze, and his eyes showed confusion. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Looking to die? Don't get in the way of young Master John's confession. The underlings lighting candles and scattering petals immediately shouted angrily at the boy. But just then, an even more shocking scene took place. Song Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a bright smile appeared on her delicate face. She even reached out and wrapped her arm around the boy's, her clear voice ringing out. Ping, you're finally here. It was the first time Ping was held by Song Xiao like this. His heart surged with waves of emotion, but his face maintained a warm smile. He gently held the girl's soft, smooth hand in return and nodded. Yao, what are you doing here? You scared me. Boom. The surrounding students watching the scene seemed to be struck by lightning, turning to stone. The faces of Jiang Wenxiang's underlings were equally filled with shock. The scene before them was a complete visual shock. How could this be? Could it be that kind of relationship? At that moment, Song Xiao raised her eyes to look at the boy holding the roses in front of her and spoke clearly. Jiang Wenxiang, this is the real reason why I'm rejecting you. I already have a boyfriend." Her words were like thunder exploding in the crowd. The entire place was thrown into chaos. Even the dean, who was maintaining order nearby, couldn't help but adjust his glasses, his eyes widening. A public confession on a high school campus was already outrageous enough, but what was even more outrageous was that the girl being confessed to actually had a boyfriend. And not only was the girl being confessed to standing there, but her boyfriend was standing right in front of the confessor. Could this situation get any more ridiculous? Jiang Wenxian's smile gradually disappeared. Song Xiao's expression remained serious and resolute as she looked at him. In her heart, she thought that since words couldn't reject this domineering and confident guy, she would just go all in. A girl who already had a boyfriend, surely he wouldn't keep pushing, right? Jiang Wenxian shifted his gaze to Chen Ping and suddenly started laughing. Song Xiao, stop joking. How could you fall for someone like this? He's cheerful and positive, he's gentle and considerate, he has excellent grades, and he even got first place in the class. He's always been someone I admire, why can't I like him? Song Xiao listed a series of Chen Ping's strengths in one breath. Jiang Wenxian was momentarily speechless, then shook his head helplessly. In this era, you choose a boyfriend based on grades? A top student. Can he take one of my punches? Boom! Suddenly, he punched the air beside him. A blast echoed out, and a shockwave formed in front of his fist. The nearby students were startled, backing away with fear in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Wenxian. Get lost! Jiang Wenxian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Chen Ping. At that moment, his fierce side was revealed. Chen Ping suddenly felt as though he was being stared at by a wild beast, pressure weighing down on his entire body. Song Xiao is my girlfriend, the one who should leave is you. To Jiang Wenxian's surprise, Chen Ping didn't take a single step back. He even stepped forward, slightly shielding Song Xiao behind him. Song Xiao had been frightened, but seeing a figure stand firmly in front of her brought a strange warmth to her heart. Chen Ping. The girl held onto Chen Ping's hand tightly, feeling both touched and worried. Ha, I'm the one who should leave? Jiang Wenxian laughed in anger, stepping closer to Chen Ping. His expression grew darker, and his presence became increasingly intimidating. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? A white glow began to shine in Jiang Wenxian's eyes. A strong wind began to swirl around them. The center of the storm was Jiang Wenxian. Many students were so frightened that they backed away, never having seen Jiang Wenxian look so fierce before. How terrifying could the young master of Tianbing Group be when he was angry? But at that moment, a figure stepped forward. Jiang Wenxian. Enough, this is a school. The chubby dean's body stood between Chen Ping and Jiang Wenxian. His fat trembled under the gusts, but his voice was loud and clear. Jiang Wenxian, do you plan to use your awakened powers against an innocent student? Even with your background, don't think the Nantang City Special Incident Handling Center will turn a blind eye. Chen Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected the dean, who seemed so timid at first, to step forward now. The storm suddenly stopped. The students saw that Jiang Wenxian's face had shifted to a bright smile. All right, just a joke. No need to be so tense, director. You think I, Jiang Wenxian, can't find any woman I want? If Song Xiao is blind enough to like a useless nobody, then she's not worthy of being my woman. Jiang Wenxian casually tossed the roses to the ground, his smile growing even brighter. After all, I'm not interested in second-hand goods. Song Xiao's body trembled slightly, her face turning pale. Chen Ping's face darkened. In his mind, the voices of the gods were already filled with fury. Oh, he dares to insult you, Chen Ping? Use my power. I can help you crush his head. That mere S-rank awakened bug dares to act so arrogantly? Brother, let me turn him into your plaything. Little brother, he insulted you and the girl you like. Aren't you a man? If you want, I can curse him so he'll never have children. The voices of the gods filled his mind. But Chen Ping remained unmoved, simply watching calmly. With a loud roar of the engine, the Lamborghini arrogantly sped out of the school. Chen Ping looked down at the bouquet of 99 roses on the ground. At some point, every petal had been sliced into tiny fragments. With a gust of wind, the bouquet turned into a pile of red dust, scattering like blood. Some students saw this and couldn't help but gasp. The roses? They're all shredded? When did this happen? So terrifying. Is this the power of a S-rank awakened one? Many students took a deep breath, and their gazes toward Chen Ping became complicated. This ordinary-looking Chen Ping actually dared to directly confront Jiang Wenxian, who was so frighteningly powerful. Should they say he was truly courageous, or just recklessly unafraid of death? S-rank awakened one. Chen Ping looked at the rose petals scattered on the ground, fluttering like drops of blood in the wind. He actually sensed the moment the roses were sliced by wind blades. That was the moment Jiang Wenxian's gaze, filled with malice, fell on him. Chen Ping instinctively felt that this wouldn't end so easily. Trouble was definitely coming. He couldn't help but sigh. He had heard of Jiang Wenxiang's name long ago, a SSS-RANK awakened one with wind powers, who even had the chance to join the highest academy in Huaxia, Kun Academy. He was practically a favored child of the heavens. Even worse, his family, the Tianbing group, was a large awakened faction in Nantang City. If possible, Chen Ping really didn't want to have any dealings with someone like him. All he wanted was to continue being an ordinary high school student, living a peaceful life. But to protect the girl he had a crush on, he could only stand up, because he couldn't let the beauty in his heart be tainted. "Chen Ping, are you okay?" A clear, worried voice sounded beside him. Chen Ping saw Song Xiao looking at him with concern and a bit of guilt. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I dragged you into this." The girl lightly bit her pink lips, her once bright and beautiful face now covered with a shadow. "Class rep, what are you talking about? Isn't it normal for classmates to help each other?" Chen Ping looked at the girl with a gentle, bright smile, quietly comforting her. In his heart, he silently added, "The girl I have a crush on being snatched by a pig? Impossible." Seeing the boy's pure, warm smile, Song Xiao's heart surged with a wave of warmth again. All right, it's all over now. What are you all still standing here for? Go to your morning reading." The dean shouted at the students who were watching, like a king of the school. The students scattered like a flock, but the excitement on their faces, their endless whispering, and their occasional glances at the two made Chen Ping realize what kind of storm this event would stir up in school. Holding Song Xiao's small hand, he followed the crowd back to the classroom. "Where do you two think you're going?" A shout came from behind. Chen Ping was stunned and turned to look at the dean. "Going back to study." Song Xiao answered, "To my office." The dean, wiping sweat from his forehead, walked over. "Ha!" Chen Ping and Song Xiao were both startled. The dean sneered. "What, you two are blatantly dating in broad daylight, and I shouldn't take care of it?" Chen Ping. And so, the two were taken to the office for a lecture. "Early relationships are bad. At your age, you should be focused on your studies. Dating will affect your learning," the dean earnestly advised. "My grades have always been stable," Song Xiao softly argued, rubbing her small hands. "I went from the 20th place in class to first place." Chen Ping smiled. "Dean, but dating is still not good. You must be mindful of the influence on others. How bad would it be if other students or teachers saw you? We're always very mindful of our influence. If it wasn't for Jiang Wenxiang confessing publicly, you wouldn't even know we were secretly dating." Chen Ping calmly explained without blushing or skipping a beat. Hearing this, Song Xiao's face flushed red. She looked at the boy beside her with a mix of emotions. Their eyes met for a moment, and both their faces turned slightly red. An unusual atmosphere quietly filled the dean's office. The high school campus. Students were always full of energy. Hey, did you hear? Jiang Wenxiang confessed to Song Xiao in front of everyone at school. What the heck? And then Song Xiao's boyfriend Chen Ping showed up. What the heck? Chen Ping and Jiang Wenxiang had a showdown. Jiang Wenxiang left in anger, and the roses were shredded everywhere. What the heck? News spread fast among students. The gossip-hungry students couldn't wait to share the freshest gossip with their friends. When Chen Ping and Song Xiao walked into the classroom, Chen Ping noticed that more than half of the classmates had shifted their gazes from their books to him. In those eyes, he saw excitement, curiosity, judgment, envy, sympathy, and a mix of other emotions. There was no doubt that these classmates had already heard about what had happened. Following behind Chen Ping, Song Xiao's delicate face blushed, and she nervously lowered her head, not daring to make eye contact with her classmates. She was extremely embarrassed by the fact that the entire class was now focused on her because of this early relationship incident. Chen Ping, on the other hand, looked much calmer. He walked confidently toward his seat, head held high, full of self-assurance and strength. Among all the students with various expressions, his deskmate Zhao Liang was the most excited one. The moment Chen Ping sat down, Zhao Liang grabbed his arm, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "You sly dog, Chen Ping. You look so honest and decent. But who would have thought you'd secretly win over our class's goddess, Song Xiao?" Zhao Liang gritted his teeth. "Come on, spill it. How did you win her over?" Chen Ping scratched his head, a little embarrassed. She suddenly asked me to be her boyfriend." This rich second-generation kid from Nantang City stared at his deskmate in shock. "She confessed first? Stop bluffing. I honestly don't want to brag. But think about it, a plain guy like me, how would I dare to pursue Song Xiao? If she hadn't confessed, how could we have become a couple? Chen Ping's words stirred a storm in Zhao Liang's mind. He instinctively didn't believe Chen Ping, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. His entire worldview started to shake. Zhao Liang began pulling at his hair, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Is something like this even possible in this world? A school goddess suddenly falling for a plain high school boy? Chen Ping nodded. It really is unbelievable. I almost thought I was the main character of some cheesy high school drama. I think that only happens in those romance movies from Sakura Country, Zhao Liang grumbled through clenched teeth. Zhao Liang turned to look at his slightly smug deskmate, gritting his teeth. Chen Ping, I might not be as good as you in love, but in studies, I will definitely beat you. Hearing this, Chen Ping's gaze became even more sympathetic. Zhao Liang, since you're so confident, how about we raise the stakes on our bet? Zhao Liang's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Ping's teasing, provocative gaze, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. What? Are you scared? Chen Ping smiled. How could I be? Raise it then. You name it. Zhao Liang snapped. Chen Ping raised 5 fingers. Zhao Liang exclaimed, 100,000? That's my weekly allowance. Zhao Liang hesitated. Chen Ping's face twitched slightly. Damn, my monthly living expenses are only 100,000, and that's his weekly allowance? Feels like I aimed too low. Aren't you confident in yourself? Chen Ping continued to tease with a smile. Fine. Let's do it. I came prepared this time. Zhao Liang's eyes blazed with determination as he clenched his fist. I hired 7 top tutors to coach me. They all say I've made huge progress, and getting first place in the class is a sure thing. Chen Ping nodded and shook hands with Zhao Liang. Deal. 7 top tutors were indeed impressive for Zhao Liang. But I have 7 gods helping me. 4,000 burgers, get. Chen Ping felt great, even humming a little tune during class. Seeing him so relaxed, Zhao Liang couldn't help but warn in a low voice, Chen Ping, I have to tell you something. That Jiang Wenxiang is not a good person. You embarrassed him today. Even if you had every reason to, with his personality, he might try to get back at you later. You'd better be careful. Chen Ping looked carefree, patting Zhao Liang on the shoulder with a laugh. Isn't there still you, the second young master of Zhao Group, covering for me? Zhao Liang shrank back a little, his face darkening. Don't drag me into your love drama. In this era, being a rich second generation isn't the same anymore. The most arrogant ones are the immortal second-gens like Jiang Wenxiang. Even I don't want to mess with him. Come on, your Zhao Group is the most valuable company in Nantang City, and your dad is the richest man here. How can you be this timid? Chen Ping joked. I've always envied Zhao Liang. With his family, he can eat whatever he wants, however much he wants, without worrying about money. That's the dream life. Sigh. Our family does have a lot of assets in the secular world, but we can't compete with the Tianbing Group's Star Source stones. If all their Star Source stones were converted into regular assets, our Zhao Group wouldn't stand a chance. Plus, they have so many powerful awakened ones. In any competition, we naturally have to give way. Zhao Liang's expression turned gloomy. Sigh, why must we live in this great awakening era? If it were the old days, I wouldn't even have to work this hard. Wouldn't it be great to just be a carefree playboy? So much more fun. Zhao Liang sighed, feeling the weight of the world. Honestly, I envy you, Chen Ping. At least you have a sister who's like a chosen one. With your sister watching over you, that sense of security is way better than mine. Even if you clash with Jiang Wenxiang, he might not dare touch you because of her strength. Chen Ping nodded but silently thought to himself that his reliance wasn't on his sister. He didn't seek trouble but wasn't afraid of it either. Hopefully, Jiang Wenxiang would be sensible enough. After all, Chen Ping wasn't someone who liked conflict, nor did he want to offend one of those immortal second-gens of the Great Awakening era. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Nantang City, there stood a towering skyscraper shaped like a blade. This was the headquarters of the famous Tianbing Group. From the rooftop, the rumble of a helicopter could be heard. A dark green helicopter slowly descended onto the large helipad. Young Master Jiang, the entry training for Kun Academy is about to begin. Please board the helicopter. A tall, burly man in a suit stood respectfully beside a student. Got it. Jiang Wenxiang's gaze turned toward a certain direction, the direction of Nantang High School. From the top of this blade-shaped skyscraper, the high school looked insignificantly small. That guy named Chen Ping. Send a few thugs who have nothing to do with us. Teach him a good lesson. Jiang Wenxiang spoke calmly. The burly man in the suit was stunned for a moment, then spoke. I witnessed the incident this morning too. That Chen Ping and Song Xiao probably aren't actually a couple. He most likely stepped in just to help her out. You think I don't know that? Jiang Wenxiang abruptly cut him off, his face darkened, almost dripping with malice. He sneered, a mere nobody, daring to provoke me at that moment, to defy me, to make me lose face in front of everyone, and even cause my confession to fail. Who does he think he is? The burly man in the suit looked troubled. That Chun Ping. I know a bit about his background. His sister is not someone to be taken lightly. You think I don't know that? Jiang Wenxiang interrupted angrily again. Of course, I know why he dared to stand against me. If not for his sister, I wouldn't just send a few thugs, I would have sent awakened ones to kill him without anyone finding out. Jiang Wenxiang's face was twisted with a sinister smile. He thinks having just one sister will make me afraid? I am the heir of the Tianbing group, with an immense amount of awakening resources. Sooner or later, I will trample his sister underfoot too. Chan Ping? Competing with me? In this world, no one can ruin my plans and walk away unscathed. Until I see his head bleeding, I won't be satisfied. Su Yuanchao, remember, when you make your move, be clean. Tell them to control their strength, don't accidentally beat him to death. Seeing Jiang Wenxiang's determined expression, Su Yuanchao knew there was no point in trying to persuade him. He could only nod slowly. Leave it to me. I'll make sure Chin Ping learns a lesson he won't forget. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. Jiang Wenxiang leaped, wind rising beneath his feet, and his body, light as a feather, soared over 10 meters before landing steadily on the helicopter. The helicopter roared and flew off. Su Yuanchao watched the young master leave and shook his head. Young master should be a man who soars above the world. Why must he involve himself in such petty squabbles with ordinary people? Forget it. I'll just make this matter clean and efficient, so young master can clear his mind. Su Yuanchao thought for a moment and then began making calls on his phone. After all, dealing with a powerless nobody was all too easy in this era. Nantang City. Last period of class. The homeroom teacher of grade 12, class 2, Hong Jing, walked up to the podium. The whole class held their breaths, their attention intensely focused. Because they knew this was the class where the monthly exam results and rankings would be announced. Hey, who do you think will be first in class this time? It should be Chin Ping, right? He was first last time too. Not necessarily. Our class monitor Song Xiao's grades have always been stable, and the gap between her and Chen Ping was small last time. She might overtake him this time. But they're dating now. Dating affects studies. They're bound to fall behind. I think it's Zhao Liang. His progress has been incredible lately. Maybe he'll pull off a miracle. The classmates whispered and speculated among themselves. With a smile, Hong Jing pulled out the score sheet and announced, this time, everyone did well in the monthly exams. The admission rate for top universities reached 77%. Zhao Liang's score of 694 placed him in the top 10 of the entire grade for the first time. Yeah! Zhao Liang punched the air with excitement. He couldn't wait to turn his proud, excited gaze toward Chin Ping. See that? I'm in the top 10 in the grade. Ha ha ha. Chin Ping, this time you're definitely losing to me. Low exclamations echoed throughout the class. Many cast envious and admiring glances at Zhao Liang. Being rich was one thing, but being so good at academics too. Hong Jing adjusted her glasses, her smile even brighter. Even more impressive is that Chin Ping has also shown remarkable improvement. With an excellent score of 716, he is ranked first in the entire grade. Let's congratulate him. Wow! The whole class erupted. The excited Zhao Liang instantly collapsed into his chair, eyes wide as he turned to stare at Chin Ping. What? First, in the entire grade? Chin Ping once again became the center of attention in the class. The entire class erupted in waves of exclamations. First place in the entire grade. In student life, was there any halo brighter than this? Nantang High School was one of the best high schools in Ji Province. Being first in the grade here was almost the same as being the provincial top scorer. 716 points. Are you kidding me? Zhao Liang's eyes widened, his whole being in a state of shock and self-doubt. He thought his 694 points were secure, but to his surprise, his deskmate got 716 points, more than 20 points higher. Was this even human? When he set his goal as being first in the class, his competitor had already taken first in the entire grade, mocking him with a cold laugh, as if saying, the wisdom of mere mortals. The other classmates were just as shocked as Zhao Liang, especially those who said that Chin Ping and Song Xiao's relationship would definitely affect their studies. They were now stunned, each beginning to doubt that often repeated saying from teachers. Who said dating affects studies? It's fake, all fake. Is Chin Ping going to defy the heavens? How is he so amazing? I really want to know how he studies. Not everyone has a brain like his. One by one, the students looked at the otherwise ordinary Chin Ping with shock and admiration. Song Xiao's bright eyes also sparkled as she looked at Chin Ping. her face showing surprise. Even she didn't expect Chen Ping to achieve such an incredible score. In high school, top students often had a kind of glow around them. And Chen Ping wasn't just good, he was the top student in the entire grade. And that person was even her supposed boyfriend. Thinking of this, a hint of blush appeared on Song Xiao's delicate face. Zhao Liang, it's okay. Even though you lost the bet, you beat yourself. Chen Ping cheerfully patted Zhao Liang on the shoulder, comforting his deskmate. Zhao Liang, feeling completely defeated, snapped back to his senses. Yeah, I improved by so many points. I should be happy. Why do I feel like a loser? Zhao Liang looked at Chen Ping, his eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Ping, you're right. I defeated myself. I should be happy. Chen Ping smiled with a look of approval, patting Zhao Liang on the shoulder again. Exactly. With this score, getting into our country's top university should be no problem. I bet your dad will reward you with a lot of pocket money, right? Zhao Liang's eyes shone even brighter. Of course. I'll go ask my dad right away. And as for that 100,000, it was worth it, right? Chen Ping showed a wise and mysterious expression. Zhao Liang snapped back and nodded vigorously. Of course. Brother Ping, you are my mentor and my best friend. I, Zhao Liang, am not someone who goes back on his word. I'll transfer the money to you right now. With a grand gesture, Zhao Liang immediately transferred money to Chen Ping. Looking at the bank notification on his phone, showing the series of transactions from Zhao Liang each larger than the last, Chen Ping's mood soared, even happier than getting first place in the grade. If this keeps up, he might not even need his sister to send him living expenses anymore. Thinking of this, Chen Ping's gaze toward his deskmate became even kinder and warmer. Song Xiao's score was also excellent, 682 points, consistently high. Because of this, the negative impact of their rumored romance was greatly minimized. The bell rang for the end of class. Chen Ping packed up his study materials, getting ready to go home. At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The girl wore a high ponytail and a clean blue and white school uniform. Her delicate, fair face had a rosy tint, possibly from the warm light of the sunset outside. Chen Ping, shall we go home together? Song Xiao's clear, melodious voice rang out in the classroom, like a wind chime swaying in the breeze. Beside him, Zhao Liang's mouth dropped open in shock. Other classmates also looked at the two in surprise. Since their relationship was now public, were they not even trying to hide it anymore? Chen Ping was also a bit stunned. He had imagined such a scene before but never thought it would actually happen in his life. Sure. Chen Ping hurriedly packed his books, put on his backpack, and nervously grabbed Song Xiao's soft, delicate hand, intending to lead her out of the classroom. Ah! Song Xiao softly gasped, instinctively trying to pull her hand back. HM? What's wrong? Chen Ping turned around, his face filled with confusion. Song Xiao met his clear, bright eyes and felt the warm, secure grip of his hand. Her cheeks turned even redder, and she looked down shyly. And nothing. The two of them, holding hands, walked out of the classroom in the glow of the sunset. Students around the campus turned to look at them, eyes filled with surprise. Oh my god. My goddess Song is holding hands with a guy? What do you mean a guy? Show some respect. That's Chen Ping from our class, the top student in the grade. Are they crazy? Walking around holding hands in public? If Chen Ping dared to confront Jiang Wenxiang in front of the whole school, why wouldn't he dare hold hands with her in public? Incredible. What a bold guy. Many passing students looked at the two walking hand in hand, their faces filled with shock, and they couldn't help but start talking. Especially the girl, with her fresh and refined beauty, she had long been a popular figure on campus. And the boy, who looked so ordinary, yet walked with confidence, calm and composed. That fearless attitude was enough to capture the attention of countless people. Yes, Chen Ping was well aware that he was holding Song Xiao's hand. But as the saying goes, if you're going to act, you might as well play the part thoroughly. Since their relationship was now public, he would make sure Jiang Wenxiang gave up completely. He was going to be Song Xiao's boyfriend properly. Chen Ping was very dedicated. Perhaps because he had just won first place in the grade, he walked with a much straighter back and more confidence. Song Xiao followed beside him like a light, graceful bird. The faint fragrance of the girl drifted to Chen Ping's nose. Suddenly, Song Xiao raised her delicate face slightly and softly said, Chen Ping, I'm really sorry, but you don't have to bear so much for me. Ha? What am I bearing? Chen Ping paused, looking at the girl beside him. Song Xiao's clear eyes shifted slightly, as if she didn't dare to look directly at him. Her small hand gently squeezed his. Well, this, taking on the pressure of the whole school, openly being my boyfriend. Feeling the soft, warm touch in his hand, Chen Ping was stunned again. So he was holding Song Xiao's hand, but she thought he was the one being wronged? What a wonderful girl. If this was considered pressure, then let the pressure be even greater. Chen Ping's emotions surged, and he gently tightened his grip on her hand, smiling. It's okay, Xiao. You might not believe me, but being able to hold your hand like this and walk together makes me really happy. Song Xiao suddenly looked up. Her delicate, lotus-like face, with eyes reflecting the warm light of the sunset, seemed to ripple slightly, reflecting the boy's gentle, warm face. Everything was so beautiful and warm. The girl responded softly. It was unclear what her answer meant. She bit her thin lips lightly, lowered her head, and walked quietly forward, as if only by doing this, she could hide her rapidly beating heart from the boy beside her. The two walked side by side, holding hands, passing through the bustling path of the campus. The school was playing the song Scarborough Fair, a beautiful and timeless melody. Many schools loved to play it after class, as it carried the memories of countless students' youth. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine. The two walked hand in hand under the sunset, their shadows stretched long, very long. They both knew this was just a staged act. They both knew it was just a fake relationship. But neither of them broke this atmosphere. The summer breeze on campus, the sound of basketball on the court, the warm tones of the sunset, the soft touch in their hands, and the faint presence of the person beside them. It was hard to say whether it was because of the students' gazes and whispers around them, or for some other reason. Their heartbeats seemed to quicken slightly, and they walked out of the school gate, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Chen Ping, do you understand me? A soft, clear voice sounded in his ear. What counts as understanding? Chen Ping asked. Well, at least knowing more about me than other classmates. That would count, Song Xiao said with a bright smile. Chen Ping thought to himself, that would be a lot. He knew Song Xiao's daily habits, her study habits, that she bit her nails when anxious, that on the surface she was cheerful and helpful, but she wasn't good at refusing requests she didn't like. Having secretly liked someone, you naturally paid attention to things others didn't notice. Of course, Chen Ping wouldn't say all this out loud. Otherwise, Song Xiao might think he was a creep. Knowing that you're an awakened, does that count? Chen Ping asked. Song Xiao laughed, her beautiful eyes curved in a smile. Yes, that counts as one. You gave me a voice transmission, it really scared me. By the way, which system are you in? Chen Ping asked curiously. Soul system. Song Xiao replied. I awakened while staying up late studying. Awakening by studying late. Hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a little envious. Look at how other people awaken, and then look at how he awakened. Soul system, that's one of the 9 major awakening systems, a very sought-after one. Are you planning to join any awakening organizations? Chen Ping asked. Song Xiao immediately shook her head. I don't want to join any awakening organizations. Ha! Chen Ping was stunned. Why not? As far as he knew, any soul system awakened, even a low-level D-rank, could enjoy benefits far beyond those of ordinary people just by joining an organization. Because I'm afraid of dying, Song Xiao said seriously. Chen Ping was stunned again. This was not the answer he expected. Song Xiao looked at him with a serious expression, her tone solemn. Do you know? According to big data, the 10-year survival rate of awakened is only 85%. It's a high-risk profession. And for the soul system, the death rate is even higher. The 10-year survival rate is only 75%. Which means, out of 10,000 soul system awakened, only 7,500 will survive after 10 years. 2,500 will die. How can you guarantee you're not one of those 2,500? Chen Ping was left speechless by her words. Everyone knew that being an awakened was great, but with awakening came the threat of awakening disasters and the dangers of forbidden zones. Major awakening forces wanted to expand, wanted to grow stronger, which meant sending their awakened into forbidden zones to seek resources and face various awakening disasters, battling monsters to seize treasures. This process was indeed full of risks. Once you joined an awakening organization, you often had little choice in what you did. After all, the organization wouldn't raise a freeloader. Soul System awakened, due to their unique abilities, often dealt with strange phenomena, making their risks even greater. But when it came to the highest mortality rate among the systems, the Soul System had to take a step back, because there was still the Vajra system. The Vajra system couldn't do much except fight. Whenever there was a battle, they were on the front line. Whenever an extremely terrifying awakening disaster occurred, the first to die were always the Vajra system awakened. The 10-year survival rate of the Vajra system was reportedly only 69%, making it the highest risk system among all. It was a statistic that deterred countless people. That's why the Vajra system was often referred to as crude cannon fodder and outright insult. Thinking of this, Chen Ping sighed again, looking at Song Xiao with a sense of shared hardship. So what are your plans for the future? Chen Ping asked. I don't know. I'll register at the Awakening Management Bureau, study well, get into a good university, and find a good job, Song Xiao said naturally. After all, I can live well with just my brains. Chen Ping nodded. That's what he used to think too. Not all awakened would join an organization. Many chose to live among ordinary people, like Morong, the owner of his favorite pancake stall. Despite being a D-rank awakened of the elemental system with the ability to create enchanted pancakes, he chose to run a small stall. It was just that different people chose different ways of life. Song Xiao was afraid of dying, so she wanted a safer job. That was perfectly understandable. Don't worry, Chen Ping. Even though I'm awakened, I'm no different from you guys. Song Xiao looked at him earnestly, as if afraid he would overthink. Chen Ping didn't overthink. He was just wondering how a Vajra system awakened could avoid being cannon fodder. Oh, right. You helped me a lot today. I will do my best to repay you. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll try my best to help. Song Xiao patted her chest, making a sincere promise. Looking at the girl who was promising so earnestly, Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh. Alright, if I ever need your help, I'll definitely tell you. Right now, he didn't have any particular requests for her. It wasn't like he could ask her to help him with homework, right? Before they knew it, they reached an intersection. From here, their paths home were different. Chen Ping suddenly felt the warm, soft touch in his hand disappear. Only then did he realize that he and Song Xiao had been holding hands for so long. His palm even felt a little damp. It was hard to tell if it was his sweat or hers. Both of them seemed to realize something at that moment. Under the sunset, a faint blush appeared on their youthful cheeks, and they didn't dare to look directly at each other. So? Chen Ping, see you tomorrow? Song Xiao broke the silence. Sure, see you tomorrow. Chen Ping waved, pretending to be calm. Song Xiao turned and left, her high ponytail swaying lightly in the glow of the setting sun like a happy little horse. Chen Ping stood at the intersection, watching her figure gradually fade away, seeing her off. Then, voices burst out in his mind. Ha ha, Chen Ping, did you really fall in love? How could you like such a mortal? Work with me instead. In the future, you'll have a harem of 3,000, with saintesses on your left and goddesses on your right. Endless bliss. TCH, my brother isn't so superficial. Only heavenly fairies are worthy of him. Just say the word, and I'll get you one. Ping Ping, are you interested in training her into a soul god? I can help you with that. The gods in his mind began to stir, each offering him tempting deals. But Chen Ping wasn't tempted. If he had been so easily swayed, he would have lost himself long ago. He blocked out the voices in his head, walked back home with large strides, and began ordering food online. To reward himself, he decided to have 50 roast chickens for dinner. While choosing which lucky shop to order from, the sun set beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. Streetlights lit up along the roadside, and the streets were still bustling. Chen Ping walked along, playing on his phone. But just as he passed a narrow alley, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm and forcefully pulled him into the alley. Chen Ping was startled, but he didn't resist immediately. He seemed to be caught off guard, letting the force drag him to the ground inside the alley. Ah, who are you? Chen Ping was thrown to the ground by the force, his hands pressed against the ground, his face pale as he looked up in panic at the strangers before him. A group of 6 or 7 men stood in the narrow alley, surrounding him from both front and back. Some had scars on their faces, others had tattoos covering their arms, all with brightly colored hair and flashy, gangster styles. They looked at him with vicious smiles. What do you think we're here for? Robbery. The green-haired leader of the group held an iron rod and spoke with a sinister tone. Chen Ping was stunned. Ever since the Great Awakening era began, social unrest had also given rise to many criminal gangs. Okay, how much do you want? I'll give you all the money I have on me. Chen Ping appeared obedient, but his eyes carefully watched their expressions. Oh, quite obedient. But too bad, the brothers here are in a bad mood today. We don't just want money. The gangsters walked toward him with strange grins, the viciousness in their eyes growing stronger. We also want a punching bag to vent our anger. Swish! The green-haired leader swung the iron rod straight at Chen Ping's body. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the alley. The iron rod smashed heavily onto Chen Ping's shoulder. But to the gangster's surprise, despite the heavy blow, Chen Ping's shoulder only sank slightly. He didn't fall, nor did he scream in pain. Ha! The leader was taken aback. Hiss! it does hurt a bit. Chen Ping muttered, grabbing one end of the iron rod with one hand and slowly standing up. He felt the pain even though his body had awakened, making his physical strength much greater. The iron rod's heavy strike still hurt. What the? Get him! Another thug rushed forward, swinging his fist at Chen Ping. But Chen Ping reacted faster. He grabbed the man's fist with his other hand, then instinctively kicked him. Thud! Arg! The man screamed as he was kicked into the air, crashing into the alley wall before falling to the ground. Chen Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected his kick to be so powerful. You've trained? The green-haired leader's eyes widened. Chen Ping looked at him with a faint smile. You were looking for a punching bag to vent your anger? Well, what a coincidence. I need a punching bag too. Crack, crack. As Chen Ping tightened his grip, the iron rod in his hand began to bend and dent. The green-haired leader tried to pull the rod back, but a massive force surged from it, and instead, he was dragged straight toward Chen Ping. Smash! A ruthless punch slammed into the leader's face. His entire face twisted, blood and teeth flying from his mouth as his body collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain. Chen Ping looked at this scene, feeling a bit surprised himself. He realized that these once fierce men had become so fragile before him, like they would shatter with just a little force. Damn it! He's a trained fighter. He dared to hit our boss. All together. Seeing their leader beaten, the remaining gangsters were shocked, but they quickly grabbed their weapons and charged at Chen Ping. At this moment, the paths of their iron rods, the speed of their fists, the cold glint of their knives, all their attacking moves became crystal clear to Chen Ping. The moment he entered combat, his senses heightened dramatically. With a nimble body, he instinctively dodged their attacks, his fists firing like cannonballs without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. His punches landed on their bodies, each blow connecting solidly with a force that far exceeded their expectations. One by one, the gangsters' bodies bent and crumpled, as if hit by a truck, flying through the air before slamming to the ground, clutching their battered parts and howling in pain. This was the first fight of Chen Ping's life, and in just a few hits, this group of thugs lost all ability to fight back. The narrow alley, dim lighting, and the echoes of painful screams. Chen Ping's breathing grew a bit heavier, and a strange warmth surged through his body. Looking at the thugs he had beaten down, he felt an indescribable sensation. It was a bit thrilling. Chen Ping grabbed the green-haired leader by his collar, lifting the man easily with one hand like he was holding a small chicken. The green-haired thug, who weighed over 100 pounds, dangled helplessly in his grasp. I really don't like fighting, so why did you have to force me? Chen Ping asked calmly, staring at the thug in front of him. I didn't force you. I was wrong, please spare me. The green-haired thug's face was filled with fear, his voice trembling. He realized that this thin-looking high school student in front of him was nothing like he appeared. His body contained an incredibly powerful strength. Spare you? Sure, but you have to answer one question. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Ping's face. Under the dim streetlight, that smile became somewhat eerie. The green-haired thug instinctively felt fear. What do you want to ask? Who sent you? Chen Ping asked. No one sent us. I just wanted to rob you. The green-haired thug stuttered. Oh, robbery? I even offered to give you money, but you still wanted to beat me up. Chen Ping's eyes grew sharp. You call that a robbery? Do I look like a target? The green-haired thug's expression froze. In Chen Ping's mind, the voices of the gods stirred excitedly. Liar. He's definitely lying. Use my soul search spell. I guarantee we can pull every secret out of his mind. Chen Ping shook his head. I have my own methods. Bang! His fist slammed into the green-haired thug's stomach. The thug felt his insides twist in agony, a surge of pain causing his whole body to convulse. Arg! His screams echoed in the narrow alley. Talk! Who sent you? Chen Ping demanded again. I really don't know. Bang! Chen Ping punched him again. The green-haired thug's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Speak! Who sent you? Chen Ping grabbed the thug's collar, his fist clenched, asking once more. Ugh! I'll talk! Tears and snot streamed down the thug's face. He felt that if this kept up, he'd be beaten to death. I only know someone told us to block you on this road and give you a brutal beating, just short of killing you. They left money and a photo of you and left. I really don't know who they are. Chen Ping frowned. The photo? The green-haired thug, trembling, pulled a photo from his pocket. Chen Ping looked at it, a candid shot of him walking to school with his backpack. It was clear that someone had been watching him. Just then, a sudden sense of danger struck from behind. Without hesitation, Chen Ping dropped the thug and turned around, only to see a shadow lunging at him, a powerful roundhouse kick. Instinctively, Chin Ping raised his arm to block. Smack! A sound like a firecracker exploding. Chin Ping felt as if his arm had been struck by iron. His whole body was forced back several steps, almost knocked over. His arm went numb, followed by a sharp ache. Oh? You actually blocked it? Under the dim light, Chin Ping saw the figure clearly. It was an extremely muscular man, around 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a black t-shirt, his body rippling with muscle. His head was shaved into a flat top, his eyes filled with a fierce and ruthless look. The most notable thing was that the man held a video camera, its lens pointed directly at Chin Ping. I was planning to film you getting beaten up, just for our young Master Zhang to enjoy. But I never thought you'd surprise us. You're actually an awakened one, a Vajra type? Young Master Jiang. You were sent by Zhang Wenxiang? Chin Ping rotated his aching arm and spoke in a deep voice. He wasn't surprised that his identity as an awakened one had been exposed. Ha! Since you're an awakened one, I won't hide it from you. The flat-top man chuckled. Yes, I'm an awakened member of the Heavenly Soldiers group. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to pick our young Master Jiang. Carefully, he placed the camera on a nearby trash can, adjusting it to point directly at Chin Ping. Then, he cracked his neck and fingers, the sound crisp and sharp, his smile growing wider. Looks like I can give young Master Jiang a great gift. After all, in a fight between awakened ones, life and death are fair game. At that moment, Chin Ping felt a powerful, oppressive aura envelop him. It was like being stared at by a ferocious beast. His hair stood on end, and his entire body instinctively sensed a deadly threat. This was killing intent. Chin Ping immediately understood. He remembered the rule of the Great Awakening era. In weak nations, ordinary people were nothing but fish on the chopping block of awakened ones, living like livestock, at their mercy. But in Xiadhua, this country strongly protects the rights of every citizen. If any awakened ones are found using their awakened powers to oppress or harm ordinary citizens, they will face the most severe punishment from the Awakener Management Bureau. However, conflicts between powerful awakened ones are often extremely complicated and difficult to handle with conventional laws. As a result, the regulation of battles between awakened ones in Xiadhua is relatively weak. Especially fights between awakened ones of the same level, they are generally balanced and restricted by various awakened factions, which leads to a common phenomenon. Private duels between awakened ones. Life and death are not restricted. You want to kill me? Chin Ping asked calmly. Yes. The flat-topped man sneered. I am also a D-level awakened one. If I get into a conflict with another D-level awakened one and end up killing him, that's perfectly reasonable, right? With that, he raised his fists, slightly crouched his legs, and took a fighting stance. In that instant, the feeling of being stared down by a wild beast grew even stronger for Chin Ping. Under the dim light, the tall figure in front of him suddenly moved at high speed, like a pouncing leopard. Whoosh! A fast and fierce straight punch shot straight at Chin Ping's face. Chin Ping instinctively dodged sideways. But the flat-topped man's left knee was already rising, aiming for a brutal knee strike at Chin Ping. The straight punch was just a feint, the real killing blow was the knee strike. Chin Ping quickly stepped back, raising both palms to block the attack. He had planned to grab the knee and pull the opponent off balance. But the impact of the knee was so powerful that his palms went numb. At that moment, a red light flashed in the flat-topped man's eyes. He instantly retracted his leg, spun his body, and with his other arm bent, launched a fierce elbow strike at Chin Ping's chest. Chin Ping had no time to react. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Chin Ping felt like his chest bones were about to shatter. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall. His insides churned violently, and the flat-topped man was already rushing at him again, a heavy punch aimed at his head like a cannonball. Perhaps driven by the instinct of survival, Chin Ping's potential burst out. At the last second, he dodged the punch. The wall behind him shook violently, and the punch left a spider-web crack on it. Chin Ping's heart trembled. If an ordinary person took that punch, they'd be dead. His fighting spirit surged, his eyes filled with a hint of madness. Taking advantage of the flat-topped man's missed punch, he lunged forward, delivering a swift chop to the man's neck. This chop carried great force. It struck one of the most vulnerable areas. But to Chin Ping's shock, it felt like hitting a sheet of iron. Crack! The flat-topped man staggered back a few steps, instinctively clutching his neck. Chin Ping quickly grabbed an iron pipe from the ground and swung it down at the man's head. The flat-topped man reacted swiftly, using his arm to block. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. His arm was so tough that the iron pipe actually bent on impact. Chin Ping's heart sank. His entire body was like solid iron. The man was also a Vajra-type awakened one, and he had achieved an iron body state of a D-level awakened one, at least mid-D level mastery. Ha! The flat-topped man let out a strange cry, shifting from defense to offense. One punch after another came at Chen Ping in a frenzy. The air exploded with each punch. Chen Ping felt a suffocating pressure. He couldn't find any chance to counterattack and could only barely block and dodge. Even with his enhanced physique, pain spread all over his body. A storm of emotions surged within him. So this is a D-level awakened one? A D-level awakened one is this powerful? Chen Ping had gotten used to borrowing the powers of the gods, feeling like even an A-level awakened one wasn't a big deal. But now, relying on his own strength to fight, he realized D-level awakened ones were terrifying. Bang! 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 The sound of violent body collisions echoed repeatedly in the narrow alley, accompanied by the sinister laughter of the burly, crew-cut man. Ha ha ha! In terms of physical strength, you can't match me. In terms of combat skills, you're a complete loser. What are you going to use to fight me? The burly man completely dominated the fight, throwing punches at Chen Ping one after another. His fists carried terrifying power. Every heavy blow made Chen Ping feel as if his flesh and bones were exploding simultaneously. The gods in his mind were already jumping around, all willing to lend their power to Chen Ping, allowing him to instantly kill this arrogant, crew-cut brute. But Chen Ping refused. He had only just awakened, and now he was struggling against a low-level D-rank awakener, forced to rely on the god's power. That would be too humiliating. Chen Ping seized a flaw in the burly man's attack and punched fiercely. But that flaw was a trap the crew-cut man had set for him. His agile body swayed aside, easily dodging it. Before Chen Ping could react, a fist like a sandbag smashed into his chest. Thud! Another brutal straight punch. Chen Ping's entire body was blown back by the punch. The intense pain momentarily deprived him of his ability to think. It felt like the terrifying force had even shattered his internal organs, making it hard to breathe. Chen Ping tumbled to the ground in a sorry state. The crew-cut man sneered, approaching Chen Ping step by step. Chen Ping tried to stand but found his entire body aching and weak. He had no strength left to get up. Damn! He really couldn't win. The overwhelming difference in strength. A suffocating sense of oppression. He was too weak. Far too weak. While he could easily take down ordinary thugs, facing this crew-cut brute, he had absolutely no chance of victory. A force pressed against his neck. The burly man lifted Chen Ping off the ground with one hand, just as Chen Ping had once grabbed a green-haired thug effortlessly, with overwhelming arrogance. See? Don't think just because you've awakened with Vajra-type powers, you can be arrogant. The crew-cut man's mocking smile deepened. In my eyes, you're no different from those losers lying on the ground. Loser! For the first time, Chen Ping was left speechless by the insult. But he refused to give in. His blood still surged hotly within him, and it felt like a flame of anger was burning in his chest. He didn't believe he was completely without a chance. It wasn't blind confidence. His body was telling him he could win. But despite using all his strength, he couldn't defeat the opponent before him. What was this contradictory instinct? He must be missing something, missing some kind of power. The grip of the burly man's fingers on his neck tightened, trying to twist it off. Chen Ping felt the pain and suffocation in his neck intensify. Hovering between life and death, with his neck being crushed, he suddenly remembered when he almost choked to death on a hamburger. The feeling was exactly the same. Yes, Chen Ping recalled that state. When he was on the verge of choking, caught between life and death, his blood had surged rapidly. A force, an indomitable, furious force, compressed to the extreme, would burst out. Its power was so great that it could even shatter a wall. Chen Ping could genuinely feel this force within him, brewing wildly in his chest, like a bomb ready to explode. Instinctively, Chen Ping opened his mouth. The energy within his chest burst out through his throat. Boom! The crew-cut man only saw Chen Ping open his mouth, and then an overwhelming golden energy shot out, instantly engulfing his face. It felt like he was struck by a scorching, forceful cannon blast. He screamed in agony, his body leaning back. Chen Ping saw the crew-cut man's face charred black, his hair twisted and smoking. Seizing the moment, Chen Ping kicked the burly man's groin with all his might. The man screamed again, his grip on Chen Ping's neck loosening. Using the momentum, Chen Ping rolled backward, grabbed a dagger lying on the ground originally used by the thugs, and charged at the crew-cut man. He gripped the dagger tightly, slashing it toward the man's neck. There was only one chance. Chen Ping didn't know where this sudden burst of strength came from. His entire body unleashed all its power, his form darting like a leopard. The crew-cut man saw Chen Ping's attack but couldn't react in time. The blade was already at his throat. A cold flash swept through the dim alley, with the sound of tough skin being sliced open and blood spraying. Slash! The splattering blood stained the school uniform of the young man. The wall bloomed with crimson, like scattered red petals. Behind him, the massive figure wavered. Thud! Finally, it collapsed helplessly. Painful groans echoed in the narrow alley. The crew-cut man clutched his bleeding neck in agony, as if this could stop his life from slipping away. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would fall at the hands of a newly awakened kid, a kid he had dismissed as a worthless nobody. Soon, he stopped moving, and a dead silence filled the surroundings. Shinping slowly turned around, breathing heavily as he looked at the person lying on the ground, completely silent. His hand, which was holding the blood-stained dagger, was trembling slightly. Tonight was his first time fighting. Tonight was also his first time killing someone. Even though he had been prepared for this, seeing the man lying in a pool of blood still caused a violent surge of emotions within him. He felt a strong sense of discomfort, both mentally and physically. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of garbage in the alley, creating an unbearable odor. Shinping, holding the dripping dagger, slowly walked toward the corpse. The few thugs around were so frightened that they screamed and ran away, stumbling over themselves. Shinping didn't bother with them. For those who only wanted to beat him up, he would simply return the beating. There was no need to kill them. As for the man who wanted to kill him, he had now been killed in return. A very reasonable cause in effect. But Shinping felt that there were many unreasonable things in the entire fight. For example, what was that cannon blast that came out of his mouth just now? Can a Vajra-type user shoot cannons? That was too illogical. Shinping walked to the crew-cut man's side, bent down, and searched his body, trying to find some clues. Finally, he found the man's work ID. Rong Jin Kong, scout recorder of Tianbing Group. Besides this, he also found a strange black pouch. Opening it, he saw more than a dozen faintly purple, finger-thick stones. Shinping's eyes lit up. Star Source Stones. Star Source Stones were a strange type of stone that appeared only after the Great Awakening era. They were mostly found in star source veins in various forbidden zones, containing extremely dense natural energy. The most notable feature was that the energy within star source stones had a high affinity with the power inside an awakened person. Many awakeners could replenish their blood energy by absorbing the power within the stones or even strengthen themselves through them. At the same time, star source stones could also be used in alchemy, artifact crafting, array setup, and spellcasting, making them hard currency in the awakened world. Shinping carefully counted the stones and found 15 in the pouch. He pocketed them and continued searching Rong Jiankon's body. But apart from those two things, he found nothing else. He then turned his attention to the camera placed on the trash bin. The camera was still recording. Was it because he was a scout recorder that he always carried a camera? It seemed Rong Jiankon was not a real combatant, but because he saw how weak Shinping was, he felt certain of his victory, so he couldn't resist coming out to kill him and ended up being killed instead. Shinping suddenly had a guess in his mind. He picked up the camera and opened the saved videos. Sure enough, scenes of brutal and bloody acts began to appear before his eyes. Ordinary people beaten, crippled by thugs, young girls violated, people who offended Tianbing Group's awakened members beaten to death by other awakeners, countless acts of oppression, countless blood debts, all recorded in those saved videos. Shinping watched, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. A mere record investigator had so many horrifying videos. One could only imagine how many heinous things Tianbing Group had done. Unbelievable. I never thought Tianbing Group actually did so many dirty things. Shinping also knew that Rong Jiankon was just a minor figure. He was surely not the only recorder. There must be many other hidden crimes committed by Tianbing Group. After thinking for a moment, Shinping decided to take the camera with him. Just as he was about to head home, his phone rang. It was Rong Jiankon's phone. Shinping picked it up, and the caller ID showed leader. He answered the call, and a voice came from the other end. Quan Hu, how did it go? Did you break that kid's arms and legs? Shinping thought for a moment and replied, no. But Quan Hu's neck was cut off. Shinping continued. The other side hung up. Shinping felt bored and walked home. Night fell. Tangshan Urban residential area. In a lively room. Can someone tell me what happened? Shinping looked calmly at the dozens of roast chickens piled up on the table. Why can I shoot energy waves out of my mouth? The room was bustling because he was talking to the gods in his mind. What's so strange about that? When a person is pushed to their limit, they can always do some extraordinary things, unleashing some special potential. I've never seen a Vajra type who, when pushed, can shoot energy cannons from their mouth. Shinping replied with a cold sneer. Big brother is amazing. As expected of Big Brother, you can defeat strong enemies without even using our help. Stop changing the subject. You guys don't want to tell me, do you? Chen Ping didn't give the gods a chance to change the topic. It's not that we don't want to tell you, it's that we don't know either. Yeah, this is a very special phenomenon. Don't overthink it. Exactly, life is unpredictable, and there are always exceptions. The gods were surprisingly consistent on this matter, each claiming they didn't know. Chen Ping knew he couldn't get anything out of them, so he could only explore it on his own. He searched for videos online, found a tutorial on Vajra-type fighters, and practiced the moves. As he did, he felt heat surging through his body, and that special warm flow appeared again. Ever since he started intentionally sensing and guiding it, he could frequently feel that magical warm flow within him. The more intense his movements, the stronger his excitement, and the more powerful the warm flow became. It seemed that this power within him was linked to his combat state. Could this be my unique body explosion technique? Chen Ping muttered to himself as he ate roast chicken, puzzled. He tried searching online but couldn't find any similar cases. It was well known that Vajra-type awakeners were typically crude, relying on punches and kicks. Although B-rank Vajra-types could release energy externally, that was a B-rank skill. And even then, it looked cool and didn't involve shooting waves from their mouths. One by one, the roast chickens disappeared into his stomach. Chen Ping felt the chicken meat turning into a warm flow, spreading through his body, healing his bruised skin, damaged organs, and various other injuries. A Vajra-type shouldn't have the ability to heal wounds by eating food. Chen Ping became even more confused. He had originally planned to visit a hospital for some medicine to treat his injuries, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just eating a few more roast chickens could heal him. Before long, he had finished 50 roast chickens. Finally, he felt full, which meant he had almost reached his body's limit for one meal. The effect of 50 roast chickens was significant. Most of his injuries were healed, his blood energy was full, and even his body felt slightly stronger. But Chen Ping was not satisfied. He knew the danger he faced today. He was still too weak. A D-rank awakener could easily overpower him, which changed his mindset. A little progress wasn't enough to face the upcoming challenges. He needed to become stronger. Yes, he needed to get stronger quickly. Chen Ping took out a black pouch and opened it. Inside were finger-sized star source stones, glowing faintly purple. Their surface was crystal clear, like perfectly shaped purple crystals. Chen Ping picked up one and carefully examined it. Inside the translucent stone, aside from the faint purple glow, there were tiny white light dots, like stars in a purple night sky. Perhaps because of this appearance, this energy stone was called a star source stone by the world. For a beginner awakener, 15 star source stones were a decent asset. According to some Awakening Forces recruitment ads, a D-rank awakener's annual salary was just a few dozen star source stones. Chen Ping searched online for tutorials on how to absorb the energy from star source stones and studied them carefully. Then he eagerly followed the instructions, adjusting his inner energy to synchronize with the energy inside the star source stone. He sat cross-legged, one hand forming a special seal pressed to the ground, and the other holding the star source stone above his head. The star source stone, the body, and the earth formed a pathway, creating an energy gradient. By maximizing the resonance, he guided the energy from the stone into his body, like connecting two electrical poles. As Chen Ping carefully followed the instructions, the star source stone in his hand began to glow with a more dazzling purple light. Immediately, he felt a pure, warm flow pouring from his hand into his body. Oh, it works! Chen Ping shouted excitedly, like a chemistry student witnessing a successful experiment. He began to focus on absorbing the star source stone's energy. The pure energy flowed endlessly into his body, perfectly merging with his awakened power, boosting his blood energy, hardening his bones, and strengthening his muscles and skin. Chen Ping felt a real, noticeable enhancement. It was known that awakeners could become stronger by absorbing star source stones, but he didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. It was nothing like eating burgers or roast chickens. Crack! Poof! The star source stone suddenly crumbled into dust and disappeared. One stone was completely drained. Chen Ping felt completely refreshed. He maintained his absorption posture and suddenly remembered something strange. To confirm it, he took another star source stone and began absorbing it. The pure energy flowed continuously into his body, and every part of his body felt incredibly excited. Like a black hole, his body sucked the stone's energy dry in one go. It's true. I actually drained all the energy from the star source stone? Chen Ping looked shocked as he sensed the energy change within him. This was definitely not normal. Star source stones were born from heaven and should eventually return to the earth. Normally, awakeners could only absorb a portion of the energy. That's why he had to hold the stone above his head while pressing his hand on the ground so the energy could flow back to the earth. A normal awakener could absorb about 50% of the energy. Top talented ones could reach 60% to 80%. Reaching 90% was a miracle, worthy of international news. But what about me? Chen Ping looked at his body, his eyes slowly widening. 100%? This was unbelievable. Chen Ping never thought of himself as a one-in-a-million genius. After all, true geniuses awaken as C-rank or even B-rank directly, and he had never heard of anyone who could absorb 100% of a star source stone's energy. His first thought was, is something wrong with me? Did you guys secretly eat the energy from my star source stone? Chen Ping angrily tapped his forehead. Ah, brother Chen Ping, why would I eat your star source stone energy? Yeah, we don't need that. Brother, don't you know? Not all the energy in a star source stone can be converted. Some always goes back to the earth. Ping Ping, what's wrong? Some gods explained, others were confused. Chen Ping felt puzzled. Was it really not the gods, but his own body? He could clearly feel that the energy from the star source stone was fully absorbed by his body. But why could he absorb it so cleanly? Can't I leave some for Mother Earth? This is making me nervous. Will I anger Mother Earth and suffer divine backlash? Chen Ping never expected that absorbing a star source stone would become another unsolved mystery. But besides feeling a bit worried, he actually felt great. After all, while ordinary awakeners could absorb only half of a stone's energy, he could absorb all of it, double the benefit. 15 star source stones in his hands. Weren't they equivalent to 30 for other awakeners? This time, he was winning big. I earned 1 star source stone. I earned another star source stone. He. Feels great. Every time Chen Ping absorbed a star source stone, he felt like he had absorbed 2. In other words, it was as if he had earned an extra star source stone. This sense of joy made him even more eager and active in absorbing them. After all, only the star source stones that entered his stomach were good ones. Those not absorbed were just numbers, like the ones Rong Jiankong had, which were useless to him but ended up as a delivery package for the one who killed him. Soon, Chen Ping had completely absorbed all 15 star source stones. He felt his blood energy surging, his muscles firm, his entire body filled with strength. When he punched with full force, there was even a sharp sound cutting through the air. Such a powerful effect. My awakened power has been significantly enhanced. I should be close to reaching the mid-stage of the iron refining realm. Chen Ping's face lit up with surprise as he felt the changes in his body. As a Vajra-type awakener, who focused most on physical improvement, the star source stones had left him feeling completely refreshed. His whole body was brimming with endless strength, making him want to throw a few punches to let off steam. And he did just that. Chen Ping spent 10,000 yuan to buy an online course called Tiger Leopard Fist, taught by an A-rank Vajra-type master, and eagerly started practicing at home. Paid knowledge is always more reliable knowledge. Chen Ping didn't mind spending a lot on it because he knew that in the previous fight, he lacked not only physical strength but also proper combat skills. To be honest, if Rong Jiankong hadn't underestimated him, Chen Ping wouldn't have even gotten a chance to touch him and would have been beaten to death. Tiger Leopard Fist emphasizes 3 aspects: form, body, and intent. Attack like a tiger, swift like a leopard. On his computer, a muscular master with thick eyebrows and a shining golden body demonstrated the moves in a martial arts hall, striking a fierce pose in front of the camera. Come on, everyone, strike this pose with me. The master struck a fierce tiger stance, his golden muscles bulging, and with a roar, a terrifying golden sound wave burst forth, giving off a fearsome aura, truly like a tiger. Chen Ping watched excitedly, mimicking the stance and letting out a whoa. Ha ha ha. I can't. That's cat punch, not tiger punch. Are you serious? Learning such a crude fighting style? Xiao Ping, you are the one we have our eyes on, a mortal blessed by us. How can you degrade yourself like this? The gods in his mind burst out laughing. Chen Ping's face darkened, and he snapped, then why don't you teach me? If you can't, then shut up. Give me your body, and I will teach you a supreme divine combat technique. My supreme divine physique can stand above all gods. Brother Chen Ping, I am the ultimate form of the Vajra system. Accept everything I offer, and I will grant you limitless power. At that point, who needs techniques? A simple straight punch can destroy any enemy. What's the point of all this fighting and killing? Little brother, listen to big sister. Vajra types have no future. They charge fast, but die fast. The true big shots stay in the shadows. My magic can help you manipulate the world from behind the scenes. The gods started their usual tempting whispers. Chen Ping knew it, they were all useless, just greedy for his body. Ignoring the noise in his mind, he focused on the video, carefully following each move and practicing seriously. Hup, ha, roar. Punch after punch, his strikes were sharp and powerful, and he let out strange shouts as he moved. These were the battle cries of Tiger Leopard Fist, using sound and movement to enhance his attacks. But soon, there was an angry pounding on his door. Chen Ping opened the door to see a middle-aged woman pointing at his nose, scolding him furiously. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Wailing like a ghost in the middle of the night. Aren't you being annoying?" The woman yelled while peeking inside his apartment. Then she saw the cracked walls, the pile of chicken bones, the blood-stained school uniform, and a high school boy drenched in sweat, with a fierce look still lingering on his face, staring at her in silence. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The woman suddenly screamed in response. "Young man, go on with what you're doing. I didn't see anything. I really didn't see anything." Her face turned pale, and she forced a smile, her lips trembling. She kept apologizing while backing away, quickly pressing the elevator button. When it was too slow, she switched to the emergency stairwell, disappearing from Chen Ping's sight. Chen Ping was stunned. Then he looked at himself. Wasn't it just a bit of sweat? Was it that scary? Shaking his head, Chen Ping closed the door and resumed practicing his punches. But this time, he paid attention not to make any loud noises. Yet even without shouting, someone knocked on his door again. How could he still be disturbing his neighbors? Was the soundproofing of this apartment that bad? Chen Ping opened the door, but this time, it wasn't the middle-aged woman. Instead, two people in black uniforms stood there, a tall, calm man radiating a strong aura, and a stunning woman with silky chestnut hair, long legs wrapped in black stockings beneath a fitted skirt. "Hello, are you Chen Ping?" The woman smiled warmly and asked. Yes, I am." Chen Ping stared at the two in surprise. "We are from the Nantou City Awakener Management Bureau." They showed their IDs. The man's name was Zhuo Wuxiong, and the woman was Kong Ling. Both were first-class investigators of the bureau. Chen Ping was shocked. The bureau's investigators were ranked first, second, and third class. First class was the highest, usually only dispatched for extremely important awakening incidents in Nantou City. He never expected them to show up at his door. "We are investigating an incident involving an awakener conflict. Preliminary findings suggest you are closely related to the incident. Could you please cooperate with our investigation?" "Of course. Please come in." Chen Ping quickly invited them inside. "The room is a bit messy. Please don't mind," Chen Ping said awkwardly. Kong Ling walked into the room. When she saw the blood-stained clothes, her expression remained calm, as if she had expected it. But her face changed slightly when she noticed the cracks on the walls. Finally, when she saw the pile of bones on the floor, she could no longer keep her composure. "What kind of kid is this?" Zhuo Wuxiong sat on the sofa, glanced around the room, and spoke directly in his deep voice. "A D-rank awakener, Rong Jiankon's body was found in an alley on Qingshan Road." "It was me," Chen Ping nodded. Seeing him admit it so straightforwardly, both of them were stunned. "Can you tell us what happened? Why did you and he get into a conflict?" Kong Ling asked with a friendly smile. The law enforcement recorder on her collar was already turned on. Chen Ping calmly began. "It all started with that confession." Chen Ping spoke fluently, explaining everything, from how his girlfriend was confessed to, how he stood up and caused Jiang Wenxiang's confession to fail, how Jiang bore a grudge and brought thugs to cripple him, how his awakening ability was exposed, and how an awakened person tried to kill him but ended up being killed instead. He explained the entire process clearly, logically, and with solid reasoning, which surprised the two investigators. Chen Ping had actually prepared this statement long ago. Yes, he had been waiting for the people from the Awakener Management Bureau to come. In fact, he was worried they wouldn't come. As they say, when in trouble, call the police. Tianbing Group bullied him, so he definitely wouldn't foolishly take them on alone. If you deal with trouble on your own, then what are the police for? Reporting this horrible incident to the Awakener Management Bureau was the best option. After all, the bureau had its own experts. If Tianbing Group used their power to bully an innocent and well-behaved student, then let the Awakener Management Bureau deal with them. Humph, Tianbing Group again. These thugs are too much. They even attacked a student. Zhuo Wuxiong seemed to have had issues with Tianbing Group for a long time and now let out an angry snort. "Do you have any evidence for what you just said?" Kong Ling asked, watching Chen Ping's expression closely. "Of course." Chen Ping smiled and pulled out a camera. "This is Rong Jiankon's camera. It has videos they recorded, including everything he said and did before attacking me." Chen Ping handed the camera to the investigators. This was what Chen Ping wanted to do most. The two investigators opened the camera and began watching the videos. The more they watched, the darker their expressions became. They saw Rong Jiankang threatening to beat Chen Ping to death and send his miserable state to Jiang Wenxian. They saw Rong Jiankang relying on his strength to viciously beat an innocent high school student who had just awakened. Although the footage cut off at the critical moment, leaving out how Chen Ping turned the tables, it was solid evidence of Tianbing Group's cruel actions. Kong Ling also noticed other videos on the camera and curiously clicked to watch them. Now, the two investigators' faces were nearly dripping with anger, their fury barely contained. Dozens of videos showed Tianbing Group's members committing various crimes. But they were true professionals. Soon, they managed to restore their usual calm expressions. Kong Ling held the camera and smiled. "We need to take this as evidence. I hope you don't mind?" Chen Ping shook his head. "I don't mind. One more thing, how did you manage to kill Rong Jiankang? Do you mind sharing?" Kong Ling asked. Chen Ping nodded. "I do mind." Kong Ling's expression froze slightly, but her smile remained. "Understood. It's normal for an awakener to have a few secrets. Then, one last thing." She took out a round black sphere and placed it in front of Chen Ping, her voice carrying a hint of subtle tension as she spoke quietly. As per protocol, we need to perform a simple test of your awakening ability. Is that okay?" Chen Ping was eager. Of course. He had been wanting to know just how strong he was. Chen Ping immediately placed his hand on the black sphere. The black sphere lit up with a faint golden light, and a number appeared on it, 5. Early stage D-rank awakener, Vajra type. Awakening ability strength, only 5? Kong Ling looked at the number, then glanced at Chen Ping with surprise. A normal person's awakening ability strength was 0. For an early stage D-rank awakener, the strength was usually around 3 to 4. A strength level of 5 was considered good for an early stage, but it was still below the mid-stage standard. How did he defeat Rong Jiankang, who was at the peak of mid-stage D-rank and had extensive combat experience? It wasn't just Kong Ling who was surprised. Even Zhuo Wuxian looked at Chen Ping with a shocked expression. Not because they thought Chen Ping was strong, but because he was unexpectedly weak. "Is something wrong?" Seeing their expressions, Chen Ping asked curiously. "No problem." Kong Ling snapped out of it and smiled. "The test result is out. You are just an ordinary D-rank awakener." Hearing this, Chen Ping felt a bit unwilling. "There's nothing special? Nothing that makes me different from other awakeners?" Kong Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. Her clear, bright eyes looked at Chen Ping, and after a moment of thought, she said, "Well, you are a slightly stronger D-rank beginner than the average." Chen Ping's eyes lit up slightly. "So, I'm not ordinary, and I have good talent?" Kong Ling originally wanted to say that this was within the normal range of awakeners, but seeing the boy's expectant gaze, she nodded with a bit of affirmation in her tone. "Yes, your talent is quite good." Phew! Chen Ping let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Much better. By the way, what punishment will Tianbing Group receive?" Chen Ping asked. "To be honest, if it was just a fight between you and Rong Jiankang, this matter would likely be left unresolved. But..." Kong Ling picked up the camera, her smile carrying a hint of deeper meaning. "With this, it's different. We will make Tianbing Group pay for what they've done." Both investigators stood up. "Thank you for your cooperation, Chen Ping. That will be all for the investigation." Kong Ling extended her hand, and Chen Ping shook it. He noticed that her hand was slender and strong, completely different from her gentle and friendly appearance. Kong Ling took out a business card from her pocket and placed it on Chen Ping's table. "Chen Ping, if Tianbing Group tries to harm you again, call this number, and we will come immediately." Okay. Chen Ping, a little overwhelmed, picked up the card. This was the private contact of a first-class investigator from the Awakener Management Bureau. Kong Ling and Zhuo Wuxiang bid farewell to Chen Ping, walked out of his house, and left the residential area. Only then did the friendly smile on Kong Ling's face slowly fade. "He was very cooperative with us," Kong Ling murmured. Zhuo Wuxian glanced at her seriously. "Did you notice anything?" Kong Ling shook her head. "My true sight has been active the whole time." He didn't lie. From all signs, he's just an ordinary D-rank awakener. Zhuo Wuxiang frowned. "I still don't understand. How did a newly awakened D-rank manage to defeat Rong Jiankang?" Crossing a minor stage within the same major realm to counterkill is not uncommon. Kong Ling shook her head. "Even if Rong Jiankang's head had strange burn marks, that's still considered a normal anomaly. It doesn't prove he is the 7 gods of Nantou City. Could it be that Captain Xiang Jiqiu was really wrong?" Zhuo Wuxiang frowned. Yes, they suspected Chen Ping might be one of the 7 gods of Nantou City, or at least somehow connected to the 7 gods. That was the real reason two first-class investigators were dispatched for the seemingly minor Awakener conflict. Investigating Rong Jiankong was just a pretense, discovering Chen Ping's true identity was their real goal. Besides, how could the 7 gods of Nanto City be bullied by a D-rank Awakener? With their methods, they could easily eliminate a D-rank without leaving any trace. Why would they let us find any clues? Kong Ling shook her head. This reasoning left Zhuo Wuxiong speechless. A figure like a divine dragon in the heavens couldn't possibly be so sloppy. Maybe Chen Ping was just a slightly strange kid? Overthinking this is pointless. Didn't we still gain something from this trip? Kong Ling smiled faintly, holding the camera. Zhuo Wuxiong looked at the camera, his expression darkening, and nodded. Yes, Tianbing Group. It's time to take a big bite out of them. We need to give them a proper lesson and make them understand that Nanto City is not a place where they can do whatever they want. Chen Ping had done what he wanted to do. The investigators from the Awakener Management Bureau were now in close contact with him. No matter how arrogant the people from Tianbing Group were, they wouldn't dare to make a move during this high alert period. His most important concern now was still to become stronger. Thinking this, Chen Ping quietly reopened the tutorial video and continued practicing. There were several ways to get stronger at the iron refining realm. Learning combat techniques, tempering the body, participating in real combat, absorbing star source stones, soaking in various young attribute energy fluids. But with his current conditions, Chen Ping could only focus on learning Tiger Leopard Fist. Hop ha! Hop ha! Chen Ping kept throwing punches, sometimes crouching like a leopard, other times striking like a tiger. He had to admit, Tiger Leopard Fist was quite powerful. The techniques were exquisite, combining form and spirit. Every move could be used in real combat, making it highly effective in battle. It benefited him greatly. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on Chen Ping's door again. Ha! What's going on? Someone's knocking again? This is the 3rd time, right? Chen Ping was stunned. He didn't expect such a busy night. The first time was the ante. The second time was the investigators. Who would it be this time? Chen Ping opened the door and saw a young man in a golden uniform struggling to carry a large golden box. Hello, sir. I'm the courier from Super Crazy Express. This is your golden package. Please sign for it. The young man placed the large golden box in front of Chen Ping. The box was almost half as tall as him, so large that Chen Ping was shocked. He noticed the glowing runes on the golden package, drawn by his sister's hand. There was no doubt this was the awakening gift pack his sister had prepared for him, and it had finally arrived. It's actually Super Crazy Express. And even a golden level package. Chen Ping was stunned. Super Crazy Express was a courier company established by an Awakener tycoon, specializing in deliveries for Awakeners. It was known for reaching any destination imaginable. Its delivery services were divided into 5 levels: Silver, Gold, Diamond, Starshine, and King. Each top-tier delivery had different services, and the prices varied dramatically. Most Awakeners could only afford silver-level delivery. He never expected that, as a mere D-rank Awakener, he would actually receive a gold-level express delivery. Thank you. No problem, Chen Ping, feeling flattered, accepted the box. Alright, then I'm off. Remember to give me a 5-star review. The delivery guy smiled cheerfully, nodded, and walked away briskly. Chen Ping was surprised to see that a gust of wind actually appeared beneath the delivery guy's feet. He was an Awakener 2-1 with wind abilities. He didn't even need to use the elevator, he simply whooshed away, vanishing at the stairwell. A true man of the wind. Only such people could work as couriers for Super Crazy Express, right? Shaking his head, Chen Ping came back to his senses and moved the golden box to the center of his living room. This box was quite heavy, at least 1 to 200 pounds. What could it be, to be this heavy? Chen Ping was curious about what kind of awakening gift pack his sister had sent him. The box was sealed with runes set by his sister, and only specific people could open it. Chen Ping was one of them. He easily erased the runes on the box and then slowly opened the golden case. The moment it opened, a dense wave of energy surged out, and then, Chen Ping seemed to see a vast field of starlight. It was a vision created by the gathering of countless star source stones. A purple glow washed over the entire room. Chen Ping's pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opening wide in shock. Star source stones. Hundreds of star source stones. It was the first time Chen Ping had ever seen so many star source stones, and the dazzling light almost blinded him. The sheer number of them left Chen Ping utterly stunned. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully counted them one by one. Finally, he got the total. 500. To know, an ordinary D-rank awakener's annual salary was only a few dozen star source stones. But here were hundreds of them. That was the salary of a D-rank awakener working hard for 10 years. At this thought, Chen Ping's eyes became misty, an indescribable emotion swelling in his chest, a mix of happiness and a slight sense of being overwhelmed. His sister was simply too good to him. She gave him such an extravagant gift just because he had awakened. And that wasn't all. After putting away the star source stones, Chen Ping found a pair of dark golden gloves inside the box. The gloves were sleek and refined, with a metallic texture. On the back of each glove was a bear-shaped pattern, with intricate runes engraved all over them, emitting waves of spiritual energy. Chen Ping saw the tag next to the gloves, and his breathing became rapid again. Spiritual artifact. It's actually a spiritual artifact. Chen Ping's expression became ecstatic. Spiritual artifacts were the favorite weapons of awakeners. But because of their high cost, many low-level awakeners couldn't afford them. After all, even the cheapest spiritual artifact cost hundreds of star source stones. Bear King Gauntlets, 2-star spiritual artifact. Created using the essence blood and source bones of a 5-star beast, the Wilderness Bear King, fused with high-grade profound steel. Extremely tough and fiercely powerful, it greatly enhances the user's destructive power. Spiritual artifacts were graded from 1 to 9 stars. Though 2-star spiritual artifacts were among the weaker ones, the materials and craftsmanship required for any spiritual artifact were beyond ordinary imagination. These were weapons that surpassed common sense, capable of perfectly matching an awakener's power, creating a synergy far greater than the sum of their parts. And that was why they were so expensive. Even a 2-star spiritual artifact had a starting price of over 1,000 star source stones. Chen Ping held the Bear King gauntlets, his heart trembling. Not long ago, he was overjoyed like an idiot just for getting a dozen star source stones. But now, just these 2 items before him were worth nearly 2,000 star source stones. Then he noticed a small note beside the gloves. Pippi, you've just awakened, so you're not suited for high-level spiritual artifacts yet. After thinking it over, I looked through 100 spiritual artifacts and felt that these gloves were the most suitable for you. So, I'm giving them to you as your awakening gift. Of course, if you want any other spiritual artifacts, just let your sister know anytime. Chen Ping stared at the note, speechless for a long time. After a while, he looked up at the ceiling and murmured, "There's nothing better in this world than having a sister." Chen Ping's feelings toward his sister, Chen Xingxiao, were complicated. He didn't want to be a useless person who only relied on his sister. But whenever his sister gave him so many things, he couldn't help but feel deeply touched, as if his whole life was filled with happiness. She wasn't even his biological sister. Yet she treated him better than any real sibling could. How could Chen Ping not be moved? Yes, his sister was a shining star in the world of awakeners, beautiful as a goddess, with unmatched talent and cultivation. So how could she have such an ordinary, mediocre brother? The answer was that they weren't related by blood. Chen Ping was just an orphan. He was adopted by his current foster parents, which gave him a happy family. But this happiness didn't last long. His mother was taken away by a mysterious noble family, and his father was hunted by an unknown force, eventually disappearing from their lives. At that time, Chen Xingxiao firmly shouldered the burden of the family. She trained hard, worked tirelessly, and grew stronger, becoming Chen Ping's support. Thinking of this, Chen Ping silently clenched his fists. He had to work hard too. One day, he would help his sister. Chen Ping put on the Bear King gauntlets. Immediately, he felt a powerful resonance between the weapon and his body, with the runes on the gauntlets lighting up, faintly forming the image of a giant bear. He tried a few punches and felt shockwaves ripple through the air. So strong. It feels like my overall strength has gone up a level. This is the power of a spiritual artifact? Chen Ping's eyes widened, feeling the dramatic change in his strength with excitement. Then his gaze shifted to the golden box. Besides the 500 star source stones and the spiritual artifact worth over 1,000 star source stones, there was also a book. Curious, Chen Ping picked up the book. It looked a bit yellowed, with several bold characters on the cover. 9 Suns True Art. What is this? Some kind of divine technique? For some reason, Chen Ping thought of the legendary 9 Yang divine skill and almost laughed. With curiosity, he opened the 9 Suns True Art. The moment he opened it, a grand voice echoed in his mind. 9 Suns True Art, a true cultivation method that combines combat techniques and spiritual practice. Created by the ancient Qi master, 9 Suns Immortal. It is divided into 3 chapters: Qi Fire chapter, Profound Yang chapter, and True Yang Mysteries chapter. This is the Qi Fire chapter, defined by Kun Academy as a mid-tier profound grade technique. Hearing this, Chen Ping's breathing became rapid again. Mid-tier profound grade technique. It was said that all combat and cultivation techniques in the Awakener world were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Yellow grade techniques were the most common, but even they were kept secret by major awakening forces. Those who wanted to learn them had to join one of these forces and sign a confidentiality agreement. As for profound grade techniques, they were possessed only by large awakening forces, and the requirements to obtain them were extremely strict. They were never casually shared with others. The Nine Suns True Art was just at the entry-level chapter but was already at mid-tier profound grade. How powerful could it be? Where did his sister even get this technique? Was it really okay to just give it to him? Chin Ping's mind buzzed, feeling once again the overwhelming love of his sister. Trembling slightly, he continued to flip through the Nine Suns True Art. The book detailed battle techniques and cultivation methods, which began to appear before his eyes. As he read, vivid illusions appeared in his mind, as if a mighty immortal stood before him, demonstrating punches. It felt like watching a holographic live broadcast video, but it was fundamentally different because the true essence of the technique was being imprinted in his mind repeatedly. This was an extremely unique reading experience. He didn't even need to imagine it. It felt like he was personally experiencing it, learning directly from the immortal. This was the special effect of high-level techniques. They carried the creator's true essence, which couldn't be perfectly replicated. At most, others could copy the text and pass it off, but the effect would be vastly inferior. Chin Ping became completely immersed in the Nine Suns True Art. This was an experience he had never had before. He absorbed everything in the technique with all his heart. The Chief Fire chapter of Nine Suns True Art focused on circulating energy throughout the body, attacking with the force of fire. As long as one had enough blood energy and a strong body, they could cultivate it. This was probably why his sister chose to give this technique to him. Chin Ping eagerly practiced it, using the cultivation method to guide his blood energy. He repeatedly punched, unleashing his strength again and again. Soon, his whole body became hot, even steaming with heat, and he felt himself gradually grasping the basics of the technique. Huff, huff, this feels amazing. So cultivation can be this enjoyable. Sweating heavily, Chin Ping collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After this intense practice, he felt his blood energy circulating rapidly, his whole body heating up. Although exhausted, he felt incredibly clear-headed, his entire body relaxed. Even his muscles seemed to be joyfully quivering, as if they were shouting, "More! Practice more!" It was his body's instinct, craving this technique. This meant that Nine Suns True Art was indeed perfect for him. Chin Ping glanced at the table and realized that his computer was still playing the Tiger Leopard Fist video. The A-Rank Awakener was seriously explaining his techniques. Chin Ping watched with a blank expression. The instructor roared like a tiger, full of momentum. Chin Ping's face remained expressionless. In the video, the sparring partners were knocked down one by one, and the surrounding disciples applauded. Chin Ping stood up, still expressionless, and closed the video. What kind of garbage was this? Why did he even waste his time watching this? Wasted 10,000 yuan for nothing. Only after experiencing a truly powerful technique did he realize how shallow those online combat tutorials were. No wonder they sold for 10,000 yuan, they were just basic, weak techniques. At this moment, his thoughts aligned perfectly with those of the 7 gods in his mind. Feeling deeply touched, Chin Ping eagerly opened his messaging app and sent a message to his sister. "Sis, I've received the Awakening gift pack. I really don't know how to express my feelings. Sis, you're the best. I will definitely not let you down." Chin Ping typed each word with a nervous heart. After waiting for a while, his sister didn't reply. She was probably busy with something. Chin Ping didn't know how to face his sister's favoritism and sacrifices, so he could only turn all these emotions into motivation and continue working hard on his cultivation. Chin Ping kept training, sweating like rain, practicing for several hours straight until 2 in the morning. Only then did he truly master the basics of the Nine Suns True Art. His entire body's strength now carried a sense of burning heat. After reaching the entry level, his power had clearly increased, his punches had explosive force, and his combat skills had improved significantly. During his break, his eyes turned to the 500 Star Source Stones. 500 Star Source Stones. Resources that a D-Rank Awakener would have to work 10 years for, and his sister gave them all to him in one Awakening gift pack. Was this his sister's capability in the Awakening world? And compared to ordinary Awakener's absorption efficiency, these 500 Star Source Stones for Chin Ping were equivalent to 1,000 for them. Earn 1 Star Source Stone. Earn 1 Star Source Stone. Earn another Star Source Stone. Chin Ping kept absorbing the energy from the Star Source Stones. Using Star Source Stones to become stronger had its limits. Ordinary people could only absorb a few before needing to rest. Otherwise, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. But Chen Ping's body was like a black hole. Not only could he completely absorb the energy within the star source stones, but he showed no signs of reaching a limit. It was as if he could absorb endlessly. The pure energy from the star source stones flowed out, nourishing his entire body, repeatedly tempering and refining it, constantly making his body stronger, continuously transforming it. Dozens of star source stones. Over 100 star source stones. When Chen Ping had absorbed a total of 208 star source stones, an anomaly appeared again. His entire skeleton began to crackle, and the strength of his flesh and blood reached a certain limit, completely breaking through its shackles. Unable to hold back, Chen Ping let out a long, excited roar. He had broken through. He had fully stepped into the mid-stage of the iron refining realm. Chen Ping felt his muscles become more flexible, his bones tougher, and his strength flowed even more freely, capable of quickly gathering immense power in any part of his body. He picked up a fruit knife and cut at his own skin. He had to use considerable force to make a small cut. This meant his skin's defense had become much harder to penetrate. The effect of iron skin had begun to take shape. Immersed in the joy of his growth, Chen Ping even ignored the complaints of the gods in his mind. Yes, the gods were chattering again, saying things like mortal efforts are nothing and so what, but Chen Ping didn't care at all. He looked at the remaining star source stones in the box and felt that his body could still grow stronger, so he continued absorbing them. Unknowingly, he absorbed another 100 star source stones. Chen Ping was thrilled to find that his awakened power was still increasing. So, he continued absorbing star source stones faster and faster. And his strength kept soaring along with it. Soon, the entire box of star source stones had been completely absorbed. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the iron refining realm, at the very limit of perfection. Just one more breakthrough, and he could step into the late stage of the iron refining realm. Unfortunately, the difficulty of transformation was high. Even after consuming all the star source stones, he still couldn't achieve the breakthrough. Chen Ping stood up, feeling the surging blood energy inside him, his muscles alive and excited, and knew that his strength was now completely different from before. At this moment, even if Rong Jiankong were to stand before him again, he wouldn't need any energy blast, he could smash his brains out with pure strength. Well, Chen Ping. Sleeping on the desk early in the morning. Zhao Liang looked at his deskmate, who was sound asleep on the desk, feeling frustrated. Got first place in the grade, and now you're getting arrogant? Chen Ping yawned and nodded. Yeah, you should hurry up and catch up with me, or I'll lose my motivation to study. Zhao Liang gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of determination at Chen Ping's smug look. Alright, Chen Ping, I will definitely crush your arrogance next time. Zhao Liang opened his book and focused on solving problems seriously. Chen Ping continued sleeping. Of course, he wasn't being arrogant, it was just that last night, while cultivating, he got so excited that he completely lost track of time and accidentally pulled an all-nighter. Only when he saw the sun rising the next day did he realize he hadn't rested for an entire day and night. With no other choice, Chen Ping had to sacrifice class time to get some sleep. The teacher was lecturing on the podium. Seeing a boy sleeping in class, they instinctively wanted to throw a piece of chalk at him. But on a closer look, it was Chen Ping, the top student in the grade. Oh, that's fine then. The teacher continued the lecture enthusiastically. After class, Chen Ping smelled a faint fragrance. He looked up and saw a pretty girl with a gentle smile sitting in his deskmate's seat, holding a bottle of honey water. Did you stay up late last night? Song Xiao asked with a smile. Chen Ping nodded, rubbing his eyes. Here, drink some honey water. It can help with fatigue. Song Xiao handed him the bottle. Chen Ping took the honey water. The bottle still had water droplets on it. Feeling slightly cold, clearly, the girl had gone to the small shop downstairs just to buy it. Feeling touched, he twisted off the cap and began drinking gulp, 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 gulp. The sweet, refreshing taste, the healing sensation. It felt like first love. Under Song Xiao's surprised gaze, Chen Ping finished the entire bottle in just a few seconds. Actually, you don't have to drink it so fast. Song Xiao was startled by the way Chen Ping drank, then a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This boy must really care about the water she gave him, so he drank it so eagerly to show how much he valued it, right? It's fine. I'm used to it. Chen Ping smiled at the girl with bright, lively eyes beside him. Thank you, I feel much better. No need to thank me. Song Xiao replied softly. There's not much I can do for you, but if I can help with little things, I should, after all. The girl tilted her head slightly, her pretty eyebrows rising, and she whispered with a gentle smile, taking care of a boyfriend, isn't that what a girlfriend should do? Ping was struck by the girl's sweet smile. Taking care of a boyfriend, hearing that from his crush. What kind of experience was this? Even though they had held hands before, hearing the girl bring it up on her own, even if it was just pretending, felt incredibly warm and pleasant. Ding dong! The class bell rang. Break time was always so short. Alright, now that you've recovered, make sure to listen to the lecture carefully. Don't get too full of yourself. Song Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully, stood up, and left the seat, gently reminding him. Zhao Liang returned to his seat with a bitter face. This guy, winning in both love and studies, so annoying. Ping, I don't think I should be sitting here. Zhao Liang said. Ping looked at Zhao Liang seriously. Bro, what are you saying? You should definitely be sitting here. Seeing Ping's sincere expression, Zhao Liang's mood improved slightly. But he still pouted. Yeah, right. You're always being all lovey-dovey with Song Xiao, completely forgetting about your bro. No way. You are irreplaceable to me. Even if Song Xiao asked you to switch seats, I wouldn't agree. Ping put an arm around Zhao Liang's shoulder, speaking with extreme seriousness. After all, he couldn't let go of Zhao Liang, his walking wallet. To him, Zhao Liang's seat was irreplaceable. Zhao Liang was touched by Ping's sincere words. He grabbed Ping's shoulder. Brother Ping, you are loyal and righteous. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Just like that, the atmosphere between the two deskmates became warm and friendly again. They even set a bet to motivate each other for the next mock exam. Of course, staying up all night cultivating wasn't a good habit. His body, overwhelmed with fatigue, kept urging him to rest, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep again. Seeing the lazy Ping, Zhao Liang felt a glimmer of hope to surpass him and studied even harder. Time passed slowly. The teacher's lecture, the students reading aloud, the chirping of birds outside, all were part of the memories of student life. Ping was sound asleep, enjoying this peaceful time, until his deskmate suddenly shook him awake. Brother Ping! Wake up! Wake up quickly! Something big happened. Zhao Liang shook Ping's arm excitedly. Ping opened his sleepy eyes. What's the matter? Why are you so noisy? In this quiet, peaceful campus, he couldn't think of anything that could be called a big deal. Look out the window. Zhao Liang pointed excitedly. Ping paused and turned his head. Outside the window was thick white fog. The blue sky and white clouds were gone, and even the nearby trees were hard to see. Looking out, all he could see was the dense, blinding white mist. Everything had become shrouded in white, silent and mysterious. Ping immediately became alert. What's going on? No idea. The fog just appeared out of nowhere. The entire campus is covered in it, and we don't know what's happening outside. Some teachers tried to leave the campus to check, but after they went out, they never came back, Zhao Liang said nervously. And one more thing, none of the communication devices are working, Zhao Liang added in a serious tone. Hearing this, Ping's heart sank. A forbidden zone? Zhao Liang nodded slightly. Very likely. Ping didn't say anything else. He stood up, his expression vigilant as he looked around. Forbidden zones were categorized as D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level. They were also divided into two types, Genesis zones and coverage zones. A Genesis-type forbidden zone is a mysterious, completely new area that suddenly appears, like a small new world emerging within the existing world. Normally, it does not affect the surrounding environment. A coverage-type forbidden zone, on the other hand, suddenly introduces a massive amount of matter and monsters into the existing world, covering and overlapping it. This type of forbidden zone appears extremely suddenly, like an awakening disaster, giving local people no time to react, often causing significant casualties. Could it be a coverage-type forbidden zone? Ping said in a deep voice. Zhao Liang nodded solemnly. Highly possible. At this moment, the other students in the classroom also seemed to realize something. Nervous expressions appeared on their faces as they anxiously looked around. Living in the Great Awakening era, even though the students were just ordinary people, they still understood a fair bit about awakening knowledge to deal with emergencies. Some of the girls were already pale with fear, trembling as they looked at their homeroom teacher for help. This period was the Chinese class of their homeroom teacher, Hong Jing. Everyone, don't panic. The teachers in our school have already gone to investigate the situation. Even if a forbidden zone has appeared, the best thing we can do is to stay put and defend ourselves. Absolutely do not move around or try to escape. Wait for the Special Incident Response Bureau to come to our rescue, Hong Jing shouted to the class. With the strange white fog covering the campus, no one naively believed it was a natural phenomenon. Although the students were scared, they managed to stay calm. Many of them huddled in the corners without making a fuss. But just then, a scream suddenly echoed through the school building. Help! Help me. Ah! The desperate screams of students pierced through the thick white fog. Mysterious roars of some unknown creature and the horrifying sound of flesh being chewed could be heard from within the building. In the classroom, some students screamed, some sobbed in fear, and others huddled together, trembling. A forbidden zone. It must be a forbidden zone. We're done for. We're going to be eaten by monsters. Everyone, stay calm. We will be fine. We just need to hold on until rescue arrives. Hong Jing began giving orders to the students. Quick, lock the classroom door immediately. Move the desks and chairs to block the door. Don't let any monsters in. The students hurriedly began moving desks and chairs, stacking them against the door. Chen Ping, what are you standing there for? Help move the desks. Zhao Liang lifted a desk in front of him and urged anxiously. Has he gone dumb from reading too much? Forget him. We'll move them ourselves, one of the boys beside him said angrily. But Chen Ping didn't say a word. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the window on the right. Bang! The window suddenly shattered. The wooden frame of the window couldn't withstand the violent impact at all. The students' moving desks froze in shock. They never expected the monster to actually appear right in front of them, and even more so, they didn't expect it to enter by smashing through the window. A massive, pitch-black shadow crashed through the window. Amid flying wooden splinters, a giant lizard monster, nearly 2 to 3 meters long, appeared before the students. Its massive body landed heavily, crushing one of the desks beneath it. The lizard monster's body was covered in red bumps, and its mouth was abnormally large. When it opened, rows of blood-stained, flesh-covered sharp teeth were revealed, like the mouth of a crocodile able to swallow a person whole. Ah! Help! The entire class screamed in terror. The boy who had been moving desks stood frozen in shock. The thick smell of blood and the overwhelming sense of terror pressed down on everyone in the classroom. The lizard monster lunged at the closest girl. Her legs had already gone weak, her mind blank. She could only stare in horror as the terrifying, bloody mouth came down to bite her. Many of the students screamed, but none of them could do anything. At this critical moment, a blur suddenly shot forward. It crashed into the surrounding desks and chairs, using its arms and body to slam into the lizard monster's side. Bang! A loud impact sounded. The lizard monster's body twisted from the force, and this massive creature, weighing hundreds of pounds, was actually knocked off its attack trajectory, sent rolling awkwardly to the ground. Many students stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. There, standing beside the frightened girl, was a classmate, his entire body emitting a faint white steam. It was the same boy someone had mocked for being too dumb from reading. Chen Ping, how did you? Zhao Liang was stunned. No time for nonsense. Quickly lead the other students away from me, Chen Ping shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the fallen lizard monster flipped itself back up, roared angrily at Chen Ping, and charged at him, its tail swaying violently. The lizard monster leapt high, its crocodile-like mouth wide open, rows of sharp, bloody teeth aiming straight at Chen Ping. Chen Ping initially wanted to dodge, but when he saw the classmates behind him who hadn't had time to retreat, he steadied his stance. He extended his arms forward, one hand grabbed the lizard monster's upper jaw, and the other gripped the lower jaw. The terrifying impact of the monster's body made Chen Ping's feet slide half a meter across the ground. He almost got knocked over. The lizard monster tried to swallow Chen Ping in one bite, but his arms firmly held its mouth open. The stench rushed at him, and the monster's immense bite force felt like it would snap his arms. Chen Ping steadied his breath, gathering all his strength into his arms, wrestling with the monster. Seeing his classmates clear away, he suddenly released his grip and stepped back. The lizard monster's jaws snapped shut, biting nothing but air. Chen Ping had already spun to the monster's side. His arms wrapped around the lizard monster's neck like ropes, tightening with all his strength. Hiss! Sensing the threat to its life, the lizard monster struggled violently. Its thick tail whipped toward Chen Ping's back. Pa! Chen Ping staggered, feeling like his back had been smashed. The intense pain sent a wave of blood surging up his throat, and he tasted something sweet and metallic in his mouth and nose. Fortunately, with his mid-stage iron refining realm strength, his tough body could endure it. If an ordinary person were struck like that, their bones would have been shattered. Die for me! Chen Ping gritted his teeth and roared, his arms coiling tighter around the lizard monster's neck, refusing to let go. At this moment, the chi fire essence of the Nine Suns' true art burst out. His arm muscles swelled, and streams of blazing white energy wrapped around them. The lizard monster's neck was visibly crushed, deeply caved in by the pressure of his arms. Hiss! The lizard monster screeched in terror, struggling wildly, its tail repeatedly smashing into Chen Ping's back. But Chen Ping refused to let go. He only tightened his grip. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. It was like a neck being twisted. The lizard monster's body convulsed violently a few times, then went still. It lay motionless on the ground, its eyes rolling back, black blood seeping from its mouth. No more signs of life. Only then did Qin Ping release his grip on the lizard monster's neck, wincing as he touched his bruised back. His back was already swelling, covered with purple and blue bruises. Damn, that hurts. He grumbled to himself, but soon noticed that the classroom had fallen silent. Qin Ping looked around and saw his classmates staring at him in shock. Some of the girls, who had been crying in fear, were now staring blankly at him, forgetting their tears. Qin Ping, you're an awakener? Homeroom teacher Hong Jing asked excitedly. Qin Ping knew there was no hiding it, so he nodded. Yes, I'm a Vajra-type awakener. Oh my god, Qin Ping is really an awakener? No kidding. Could an ordinary person kill a Forbidden Zone monster with their bare hands? Being so good at studying is one thing, but now he's an awakener too? This world is too unfair. Are you dumb? Having an awakener with us right now is the best thing that could happen. True. Big brother Qin Ping, protect me. After a brief moment of shock, the classmates became excited and crowded around Qin Ping. In such a critical moment, any awakener was a savior, and there was one in their class. Everyone, calm down. Give my bro some space to operate. Zhao Liang stood by Qin Ping, helping maintain order. Qin Ping, this is amazing. With you here, we're safe. Homeroom teacher Hong Jing also walked over excitedly, helping Zhao Liang maintain order. In moments of crisis, people naturally cling to the strong. But Qin Ping knew that in the face of a terrifying Forbidden Zone, he alone was far from a true powerhouse. And most importantly, he couldn't reach the gods in his mind. No matter how he called out, the gods didn't respond. This was the first time this had ever happened. According to their usual behavior, the gods should have jumped out by now, yelling to lend him power. But this time, there was nothing but silence. Strange. It was unbelievably strange. Qin Ping couldn't help but connect this to the Forbidden Zone that had appeared. Could it be that in the Forbidden Zone, the gods simply vanished? But why? Qin Ping, what should we do now? The homeroom teacher asked for his opinion. Normally, in situations like this, the teachers would make the decisions. But Qin Ping had just killed a Forbidden Zone monster with his bare hands. In dealing with the Forbidden Zone, his opinion clearly held more weight in everyone's eyes. But how could they know? This was Qin Ping's first time facing a Forbidden Zone, and the lizard monster he just killed was the first monster he had ever fought. Just then, the white fog outside seemed to thicken even more. Screams, roars of monsters, and the sounds of slaughter echoed through the school building, buried in the dense fog. The eerie, unknown sounds sent chills through everyone, making them instinctively huddle closer to Qin Ping. Qin Ping glanced at the shattered window and spoke. We can't stay in this classroom anymore. Even if we block the door, we can't block all these windows. If wandering monsters in the Forbidden Zone find us, they could break in and attack at any moment. Staying here is still too dangerous. But, if not the classroom, where else can we go? Zhao Liang asked nervously. A coverage-type Forbidden Zone is like a sealed barrier. You can enter but not leave. If we can't find the core and destroy it, we won't escape the school. The equipment room. We can go to the school's equipment room. A clear voice suddenly spoke up. Song Xiao stepped forward, speaking quickly. Our school's sports equipment room is huge, around 200 to 300 square meters. It only has a few small windows, and those lizard monsters can't fit through them. Yeah, the equipment room is big, and the door is an iron door, much more durable. Some classmates immediately understood and agreed. Qin Ping, what do you think? Hong Jing asked respectfully. All right, everyone, wait for me a moment. Qin Ping nodded calmly. In truth, he was just as terrified of the unknown horrors within the Forbidden Zone. But he was the only one in the class who could fight. He had to stay calm, otherwise, the entire group of teachers and students would lose their backbone. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Qin Ping walked back to his seat, unzipped his backpack, and pulled out a pair of massive, dark gold, metallic gauntlets. Everyone was stunned. Brother Ping, you actually brought something like this to school? Zhao Liang was shocked. I'm an awakener. Isn't it reasonable for me to bring a weapon to school? Qin Ping replied. Zhao Liang opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Looking at those cold, heavy gauntlets with a terrifying metallic sheen, he felt that a punch from those could leave an ordinary person either dead or crippled. Very soon, Qin Ping had put on his Bear King gauntlets. He felt his strength resonate with the gauntlets, unleashing a powerful aura. Let's go! After putting on the gauntlets, Qin Ping felt much more confident. He opened the classroom door and led the way out. Their classroom was on the third floor, and the equipment room was on the first floor, just 2 floors down the stairs. The white fog in the corridor was much thinner, but visibility was still only a dozen meters. Qinping moved carefully with each step, but his pace was steady. Behind him were dozens of teachers and students following closely. The neighboring classroom had already barricaded itself with desks and chairs. Seeing the group of teachers and students walking down the corridor, the students inside were shocked. "Hey, are you guys crazy? Running out at a time like this? The white fog is full of monsters. What are you thinking? Hide quickly." Many students whispered urgently. As if to confirm their fears, a lizard monster suddenly lunged out of the white fog. Its speed was incredibly fast, and its gaping, ferocious jaws snapped open. But before they could even scream, a boy outside the window charged forward. His gauntlets glowed with radiant runes, and there seemed to be a faint roar of a bear king that shook all beasts. His punch was ferocious, explosive like fire, and before the lizard monster could pounce, his fist struck its head. Boom! A heavy, thunderous impact echoed. Qinping's Bear King gauntlet smashed into the lizard monster's head, accompanied by a burst of unstoppable force and scorching energy. The students saw the monster's tough skull visibly twist and cave in. The metallic, glimmering fist smashed through, driving the monster's head straight into the wall, and there was even a faint sound of bones shattering. The monster howled in pain. Qinping's punch sent it crashing to the side wall. The impact splattered its black blood from its ears and mouth, staining the wall. As Qinping withdrew his fist, the lizard monster slumped against the wall and slid to the ground, completely lifeless. Some students even noticed tiny cracks appearing on the blood-stained wall. A moment of stunned silence followed. Everything had happened so quickly, so fast that they couldn't even react. Holy shit! One punch killed a Forbidden Zone monster? This guy is a beast. Wait, why does he look so familiar? Isn't he the top student from the class next door? The students from the neighboring class gasped, their voices filled with shock. Even the students from Qinping's own class were stunned. Earlier, when Qinping fought the Forbidden Zone monster, it seemed like an even battle. But now, with the gauntlets on, he suddenly became so fierce it was like he had transformed into someone else. Some girls in the class looked at Qinping's back, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a wonderful boy. Not only was he good at studying, but he could also fight so well. So this is the true strength of our class heartthrob? Somewhere in the crowd, a girl murmured, "Class heartthrob?" The handsome Zhao Liang was left speechless. But most of the students, looking at the figure standing in front of the teachers and students, felt a surge of emotion in their hearts. Yeah, why hadn't they noticed before? Right now, Qinping, he looked so cool. Thick white fog, screams from time to time, and the sounds of students fleeing in panic. A constant sense of danger everywhere. The most distinctive feature of this forbidden zone was the unknown and fear. No one knew what was hiding deep within the white fog. A large group of students, gathering their courage, moved quickly through the school building. Qinping led the way, taking dozens of teachers and students with him as they hurried to the equipment room downstairs. It wasn't far, just 2 floors down. Along the way, Qinping saw bloodstains in the corridor, smelled the thick scent of blood in the air, and even saw scattered body parts. Occasionally, the low growls and chewing sounds of monsters echoed from within the fog. Some students saw this and immediately vomited, but they didn't have the luxury to stop. Even while vomiting, they were dragged along by their classmates. Qinping's vigilance was at its peak. He moved forward cautiously, constantly scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more trouble along the way. Soon, they reached the equipment room door, but it was locked. If they listened carefully, they could hear the sound of people moving things inside. There are already people inside. That's normal. If we thought of hiding in the equipment room, others could too. Hey, open the door. Please, open the door. The students outside grew anxious, knocking on the door urgently. Inside, other students' voices could be heard. There are people outside, and it sounds like a lot. Did they also figure out the equipment room is the safest place? So, are we opening the door? Hurry, move this stuff. I don't think we should. We barely set up a defensive line. Why tear it down just because they arrived? What if we open the door and monsters rush in? Exactly. Can't they find somewhere else to hide? Why should we sacrifice our safety? A fierce argument broke out among the students inside. Unexpectedly, even in such an urgent situation, the people inside were split into 2 groups. Open the door. Hurry, open it. It's an emergency. Stop arguing. Zhao Liang shouted anxiously. He never imagined that in such a dangerous moment, the people inside would still be arguing over whether to open the door. Qinping's expression darkened slightly, just as he was about to do something. A loud, furious voice boomed from inside the room. You bunch of idiots. Is this the time to discuss safety? You're here to save people. Dozens of lives are right outside this door, all your classmates, your teachers, waiting for you to save them. All you need to do is open this door. So tell me, what should you do? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and open the door. The voice of the dean, almost roaring, snapped a large group of students inside back to their senses. The sound of moving items inside resumed quickly. Hearing this, the students outside let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, finally. Once we're inside the equipment room, our safety will be much higher. But just as they were waiting, heavy, eerie footsteps suddenly echoed from the fog. The students' faces changed, and they began urging even more anxiously. Hurry, hurry up. Something's coming. But the more they urged, the slower the movement inside became. What? Something's coming? Should we still open the door? We barely built this defensive line. If we open the door and a monster rushes in, what do we do? Once again, the students inside began to hesitate. At that moment, a monster in the thick fog seemed to catch the scent of living humans and charged toward the crowd. The fog parted. Another terrifying lizard monster appeared. Jinping stomped the ground, cracking the floor beneath his feet, and charged at the monster with even greater speed. This time, the lizard monster didn't use its mouth. Its sharp claws, like blades, slashed at Jinping. Jinping leapt into the air, jumping above the lizard monster to avoid its attack. While in midair, he spun his body rapidly, gathering all his strength into one point. The chi and flame energy of the Nine Suns' true art circulated, concentrating entirely in his fist. The centrifugal force of his spin combined with the explosive force of his punch. The metallic Bear King gauntlet shone with mysterious runes, and with the force of a cannonball, his fist smashed into the back of the lizard monster's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The force of the punch erupted with a shockwave. The lizard monster's head burst with a spray of blood, its skull shattered. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, its forelimbs twitching slightly before falling still. Jinping landed firmly on the monster's corpse. The metal gauntlet on his fist was stained with the monster's black blood, which dripped slowly onto its body. The students stared, wide-eyed, at the boy standing atop the dead lizard monster. Another one-punch kill on a Forbidden Zone monster? Brother Ping is literally one-punch man? So cool. Way too cool. All the students looked at Chen Ping with eyes full of admiration. But what they didn't know was that Chen Ping's breathing had already become slightly heavy. The combat techniques of the Nine Suns' true art were too fierce. Even though he had only thrown 2 punches, each one used his entire body's strength, putting a huge strain on him. He was already feeling a bit of fatigue. Chen Ping walked to the door and knocked hard. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Why did you stop moving the stuff? He shouted. Nervous voices responded from inside. The monster? What happened to the monster? What's your situation now? Hearing this, Jinping shouted impatiently, the monster is gone. What? The monster is gone? The students inside were stunned. They seemed to listen for sounds outside, and realizing there was no more noise from a monster, they started moving the barricade again, much faster this time. With a clang, the iron door swung open. The students hiding in the equipment room peeked out cautiously. The first thing they saw was a young boy with sharp eyes, wearing a pair of imposing, metallic gauntlets that looked incredibly powerful. And right behind the boy lay the corpse of a lizard monster. Looking closer, the boy's gauntlets were stained with black blood. So that's what they meant by the monster being gone? Many students inside were stunned. A classmate this powerful. Was he really here to ask for help? Quick, come in, hurry. The chubby dean waved urgently, beckoning the students outside to enter. The students outside quickly stepped into the equipment room. They were surprised to see that the students inside were all armed, some holding shot puts, some with tennis rackets, some with baseball bats, and even some with javelins. Everyone looked as if they were facing a deadly threat. Are you an awakener too? A tall boy in a sports uniform, arms crossed and wearing a confident expression, looked at Chen Ping and spoke with an arrogant tone. Around him stood several students, seemingly treating him as their leader. I'm a Vajra-type awakener, Chen Ping nodded. What? He's an awakener too? I know that guy. Isn't he Chen Ping, the top student in our grade during the monthly exam? No wonder he killed that monster outside. Wait, but does being smart have anything to do with killing monsters? Many students' eyes turned to Chen Ping. He had unknowingly become the focus of their attention. My name is Shin Chi. I'm also an awakener and elemental type, fire awakener. The tall boy smiled. Welcome to our group. Having an awakener join was always a good thing. In a large school, there were always some awakeners who hadn't joined any awakening factions and continued their studies, just like this Shinchi. He was already well known in school, a popular figure. Chen Ping looked at Shinchi, his expression calm, but he spoke slowly. Since you're already an awakener, why did you hesitate to open the door when we were asking for help? The room fell quiet. Some of the students in the equipment room looked away, avoiding his gaze. The classmates behind Chen Ping realized this but didn't dare to say anything. Humph. Are you questioning me? Shinchi's expression darkened slightly. Yeah. Chen Ping looked directly at him, smiling as he admitted it. Shinchi spread his palm, and a small flame burst forth, dancing in his hand as if to show off his power. Playing with the flame, he sneered. Do you even know how many monsters are in this forbidden zone? Just because you killed one doesn't mean you can ignore the whole zone. Shut up with that nonsense. My brother Ping has killed 3 monsters already, 1 punch for each. Zhao Liang shouted, correcting him. Shinchi's face stiffened, and the flame in his hand flickered slightly, but he still maintained a serious expression. Opening the door means more risks. I am the last line of defense for these students and teachers. I must take responsibility for their safety. Can you understand the burden I bear? Chen Ping understood perfectly, and so did the students in the equipment room. Brother Shen. I knew it. Brother Shen did it for our sake. Alright, Chen Ping, don't ask any more questions. We did let you in, didn't we? Yeah, we need to stay united now. Some students tried to smooth things over, but Chen Ping kept his gaze on Shinchi and asked, you say you'll protect the students, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Shinchi snorted. Good, I hope you do. I'm leaving my classmates to you. With that, Chen Ping turned and walked toward the door. This sudden action startled many students. Chen Ping, where are you going? Where? I'm going out to fight the Forbidden Zone monsters. Chen Ping answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Are you crazy? It's so dangerous out there. So many unknown monsters in the Forbidden Zone. How can you, a D-rank awakener, even think of going out? Shinchi stood up, eyes wide with shock. Yeah. We've found a safe place, why take such a risk? Just stay with us, isn't that better? Many students tried to persuade him. Chen Ping looked at the anxious faces behind him and smiled slightly. You all are safe now, but other students aren't. The equipment room fell silent again. Many students looked at the boy's determined gaze and realized he wasn't joking. You? A D-rank awakener trying to play hero? Even if this is just an ordinary D-rank forbidden zone, you can't handle it alone. Shinchi couldn't understand Chen Ping's actions. It's not about whether I can handle it. Chen Ping shook his head, then pointed to his ear. Don't you hear it? Shinchi froze. Hear what? The cries for help from other students. Chen Ping said, I've never thought I could take on all the monsters in a forbidden zone. But the screams and desperate cries coming from the classrooms, I can't ignore them. Desperate classmates are waiting for rescue, and I have the ability to help. So why shouldn't I? Shinchi. Those who were already safe would never understand how desperate the screams from those classrooms were, and no one knew how long it would take for real rescue to arrive. Chen Ping knew his strength was limited, but he wanted to use this time to save as many people as he could. The equipment room became quiet. Those who wanted to rely on Chen Ping's protection didn't speak anymore. They realized that others needed him more. Chen Ping opened the iron door. A thick, heavy fog lay beyond, filled with a palpable sense of danger. Just then, a girl stepped up beside him. I'm going with you. Her voice was firm. Chen Ping was startled and turned to look at her, a delicate-looking girl who didn't seem to have any combat ability. But faced with his doubtful gaze, the girl smiled confidently, her eyes full of determination. Did you forget? I'm an awakener too. Song Siyao revealing herself as an awakener caused another uproar in the equipment room. Many students stared at the sweet and charming girl, their dream girl, and suddenly felt she seemed even more out of reach. Song Goddess is an awakener too? Oh my god, how come so many awakeners showed up as soon as the Forbidden Zone appeared? Is she planning to follow Chen Ping to save people too? A couple team? Chen Ping looked at Song Siyao's petite figure, feeling a bit hesitant. Are you sure? Following me, it's really dangerous. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm really strong. Song Siyao clenched her delicate fists and swung them around a few times. I'm a soul-type awakener with strong perception. In this fog-filled world, I can sense the locations of the Forbidden Zone monsters. I can be your radar, the girl declared confidently. Chen Ping's eyes lit up slightly, feeling tempted. If what she said was true, Song Siyao could be quite useful. But, aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Ping remembered that Song Siyao once told him she didn't join an awakening organization because she was afraid of dying. But now, she was voluntarily risking her life with him to save others. Wasn't this going against her own beliefs? But, you helped me. I want to help you too. Song Xiao lowered her head, speaking softly. And? She glanced at Chen Ping and added, you'll be protecting me, right? As she spoke, her cheeks turned a rosy red, her face shy and sweet. Chen Ping, sigh. Alright, I'll do my best to protect you. Chen Ping nodded, agreeing. The iron door behind them closed. Chen Ping and Song Xiao stepped back into the school building. This was Building 3 of the senior high section. They planned to clear Building 3 first. Chen Ping's strategy was clear first. They would go to the classrooms where they could hear students screaming. He moved quickly, passing through the thick fog, and soon stopped in front of a classroom on the second floor. Many students were fleeing from the classroom in a panic, rushing to escape. A strong, bloody smell filled the air. A huge hole had been smashed into the window, another monster breaking in through the window. Inside, a massive lizard monster was on a killing spree. Chen Ping saw several students covered in terrible wounds. Some had an arm bitten off, others had their bodies slashed open by claws, and they lay in pools of blood, groaning weakly. One student seemed to have been swallowed. As the lizard monster's belly bulged, its mouth stretched wide. The sickening crunch of chewing echoed through the room, filling it with a terrifying, chilling aura. The entire classroom was consumed by panic. Students were crying, screaming, and running wildly. If not for the lizard monster's limited appetite, even more students would have been devoured. Seeing the bloody scene, Chen Ping's blood boiled. Damn it, you're asking to die. He charged into the classroom. The lizard monster was about to slash a student with its sharp claws. Chen Ping rushed forward, grabbed the student, and pulled them away. The monster's blue-black claws slashed down, but Chen Ping's metal-clad hand caught them. Clang! A sharp collision rang out. Sparks flew where the claw struck the metal gauntlets. Chen Ping's 5 fingers clenched, forcefully bending the lizard monster's claw until it snapped. The monster screeched in pain. Its other claw swept toward him, but before it could land, Chen Ping's iron fist smashed into its face. Boom! The lizard monster flew backward, crashing into a pile of desks and chairs. It struggled, trying to get up, but Chen Ping was already in front of it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his iron fist struck down again. Go to hell! Boom! 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 Chen Ping punched repeatedly, each strike slamming into the monster's head. Finally, its skull burst open, and Chen Ping slowly stood up. The remaining students in the classroom calmed down a bit. Don't just stand there, quickly help the wounded. Song Xiao began giving orders. Her voice carried an inexplicable force, almost like a command, and it seemed to have a calming effect. The students unconsciously followed her instructions, hurrying to help the injured. But just then, chaos erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the roars of monsters and the screams of students. Chen Ping and Song Xiao didn't have time to rest. They immediately rushed upstairs. Not the 3rd floor, it's the 4th. Song Xiao called out. The two of them quickly reached a classroom on the 4th floor. The scene was just as chaotic. Another fierce lizard monster had broken in, but this time, several strong boys were desperately fighting it. Some were clinging to its limbs, some were trying to strangle its neck, and one even grabbed its tail, struggling to restrain it. One boy, aiming for the vital spot, viciously stabbed a fruit knife into the lizard monster's eye. Squish! Blood sprayed, and the monster thrashed even more violently. Run! Everyone, run! The boys shouted urgently. But the lizard monster's strength was immense. It quickly flung off the two boys holding its neck. The monster twisted its head, opening its wide, tooth-filled mouth, ready to bite another boy holding its limbs. At that moment, an iron fist descended from above, slamming the monster's gaping mouth shut. The force was so great that the lizard monster's body was smashed to the ground. Somehow, a figure had appeared, riding on the monster's back, before anyone could react. Boom! 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 Fists rained down. The lizard monster's head was smashed to a bloody pulp. The boys who had been desperately holding onto the monster were stunned. Blood splattered on their faces, but they didn't even have time to wipe it off. When they finally came back to their senses, they saw the deadly monster lying on the ground like a dead fish, completely lifeless. The boy, covered in the monster's blood, slowly stood up. He raised his cold, metal-clad fist, gave a thumbs up, and flashed a bright smile. You guys, well done. Suddenly being praised, the boys felt a bit embarrassed. Well, we're all sports students. It's what we should do. Before they could say anything more to the powerful boy, a beautiful girl's voice suddenly called out from outside the door. Chen Ping! Something else is approaching. Hearing the shout, Chen Ping immediately rushed out and stopped the students who were trying to run away. Everyone, stay calm. Get back in the classroom, and I will protect you. Having witnessed Chen Ping's strength, the students became much more obedient and quickly retreated into the classroom. Chen Ping stood in the middle of the corridor, staring at the thick white fog ahead, quietly waiting. Sure enough, a dark shadow gradually approached. Soon, that shadow broke through the mist. It was another lizard monster charging at him. Chen Ping remained on high alert, his focus locked on the incoming monster, and his body surged with power. Chen Ping, watch out. There's another lizard behind you, and it's faster. Song Xiao's anxious voice warned. Just then, a slender lizard monster, like a blur, shot out of the fog. Hearing her warning, Chen Ping immediately turned around and saw the lizard monster pouncing at him. This one looked completely different from the previous ones. It was just over a meter tall, with a smaller mouth, but its front claws were exceptionally sharp, like black blades, swinging straight for his neck. This was a variant lizard, specialized in assassination. Luckily, Chen Ping reacted in time. He swung his fist back at the lizard's slashing claws. Boom! A violent collision exploded, dispersing the surrounding fog. Chen Ping's strength was superior, and his metal fist was even harder, sending the attacking lizard flying several meters away. Immediately after striking, he turned again, raising both hands to block the wide-open jaws of the larger lizard monster. Careful! Something's climbing down from above, Song Xiao shouted urgently. Above? Chen Ping looked up and saw a lizard's head peeking out from the balcony above. It was a wall-climbing lizard. Its limbs were equipped with suction cups, and with a slick sound, it rapidly crawled along the outer wall, clinging to the ceiling. It moved silently, and suddenly, it opened its mouth, aiming at Chen Ping. Feeling an instinctive sense of danger, Chen Ping shoved the lizard in front of him away and quickly dodged. A split second later, a stream of dark green liquid sprayed from the wall-crawling lizard's mouth, splattering where he had just stood. The liquid sizzled on the ground, eating into the surface. What is this stuff? Chen Ping's expression changed. At this moment, both the front and rear lizards charged at him simultaneously. The one on the ceiling sprayed its strange liquid again. Chen Ping swiftly dodged, then immediately lunged at the smaller, blade-armed lizard. His iron palm caught one of the blade-like claws, gripping it tightly. At the last moment, he spun around, swinging the smaller lizard like a weapon and smashing it into the larger one behind him. Boom! The two lizards crashed together, and the larger one was knocked to the ground. Another spray of green liquid rained down from above. Chen Ping used the smaller lizard in his grasp as a shield. The green liquid splattered on the small lizard, causing its flesh to sizzle and melt away, making it scream in pain. The larger lizard climbed up again, opening its massive mouth in fury. Chen Ping sneered and forcefully shoved the smaller lizard into the larger one's mouth. You want to eat, huh? Eat this. He twisted his waist, and a fiery force surged into his fist, swirling with white-hot energy, before slamming into the smaller lizard's body. Boom! Power can be transferred. The smaller lizard's body caved in, spraying blood. The larger lizard, now with the smaller one crammed in its mouth, suffered the same devastating force. Its jaw cracked, flesh torn apart, and it tumbled backward. Chen Ping dashed forward, delivering another punch. Boom! Both lizards were crushed to death. On the ceiling, the wall-climbing lizard was terrified and began crawling away along the wall. Don't even think of escaping. Chen Ping wanted to give chase, but he couldn't climb walls. Just then, Song Xiao's eyes flashed with a blue glow. Chaos Soul. The wall-climbing lizard's body trembled, its pupils losing focus for a moment. Its limbs weakened, and it lost its grip, falling from the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping leapt high, clasping his hands together into a fist, and smashed it down onto the falling lizard's head. A brutal impact, followed by an eruption of blood from the lizard's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The wall-climbing lizard crashed to the ground, lifeless. Standing among the three dead lizard monsters, Chen Ping panted heavily. Inside the classroom, the students stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. They never expected that this boy would have to face a three-way attack from three lizard monsters. Even less did they expect that this boy actually defeated all three of them. Is that really the top student, Chen Ping? So strong. Chen Ping, are you okay? Song Xiao noticed something was wrong with Chen Ping. He was sweating all over, and his face was pale. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Chen Ping smiled and shook his head. His pale face was because his energy and blood were severely depleted. This crisis required speed, so Chen Ping had been using the Nine Suns True Art the entire time, keeping the fiery energy flowing through his body. This fighting style was powerful but consumed too much energy. After continuous battles, he already felt weak, like the exhaustion after running 2,000 meters. He could still move and fight, but he really didn't want to move. Let's take a break first. If you recover your strength, you can save more people, Song Xiao gently comforted. Chen Ping thought about it and agreed. He sat on the ground to recover his strength. The students in the classroom couldn't hold back anymore. They carefully walked over to Chenping. "Boss, are you tired? Want some water? I have some here. Need bread? I have some in my backpack." The students, gathering their courage, offered help. Hearing this, Chenping did feel hungry, so he nodded at them. Realizing they could help Chenping, they were excited. "Eat mine." "No, my toast is better." "Eat mine. I have a burger, higher in calories." Unexpectedly, some students even argued over who would offer their food. Chenping laughed. "Bring it all over. I'll take everything." They thought he was just trying to avoid conflict. But when they saw Chenping eat more than 10 pieces of bread, drink several bottles of water, and still look unsatisfied, they realized experts were really different. After a quick meal, Chenping felt a bit of his strength returning. Several of the strongest boys in the class eagerly approached him. "Boss, what should we do next?" Chenping remembered them. They were the ones who bravely fought the monsters before, preventing greater casualties. "I'll clear out the monsters in this building. You all stay in the classroom. I can't guarantee the safety of other areas, so waiting here for rescue is the best choice." The boys nodded in understanding. One of them asked excitedly, "Can we help you fight?" Chenping was taken aback by their enthusiasm. "Aren't you afraid of the monsters?" "Of course we're scared," one of them said. "But if you need our help, we'll fight, because it's about saving lives." Chenping was momentarily stunned. It was clear that these boys weren't joking. They had made a serious decision before approaching him. Chenping smiled and refused. "Not for now. I already have a great partner. With her help, I'm fine." He pointed to the girl beside him. Song Xiao's cheeks turned slightly red at his words. "Oh." Light teasing whispers filled the room. This slightly relaxed atmosphere eased some of the students' tension. After a short rest, Chenping, followed by reluctant glances, called Song Xiao to continue. The teaching building had 5 floors. Chenping searched each one, floor by floor. Fortunately, after the previous battles, there were no more remaining lizard monsters. Chenping searched from the 5th floor down to the 1st floor but found nothing. "My soul sense range is around 20 meters. We shouldn't have missed anything along the way," Song Xiao said. Chenping looked at the teaching building behind him and let out a sigh of relief. At least for now, this building was safe. In the thick fog with limited visibility, Song Xiao's soul sense had become his eyes. Chenping turned his gaze to another teaching building. He couldn't stop now, he could still fight. Stretching his muscles, Chenping began walking toward the next building. Song Xiao followed closely, staying by his side and sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, she gripped his arm tightly, her face filled with fear. "Not good. I sense monsters ahead." Chenping clenched his iron fists and smiled. "So what? We'll just take them down." "But..." Song Xiao's face turned pale, staring ahead. "There are a lot of them. A whole group." Chenping froze. "How many?" "At least a dozen. They're coming together." "No, they've noticed us. They're heading this way." Song Xiao gasped. Dark shadows began appearing in the thick fog. Chenping hesitated for a moment, then looked worriedly at Song Xiao. Understanding his concern, Song Xiao quickly spoke. "If you're worried about my safety, you don't need to. I'm a soul type. I can erase my presence, making monsters ignore me." Her eyes glowed with a faint gray light, and her body became slightly translucent, blending with the fog. Seeing this, Chenping was shocked again. Soul-type abilities had so many tricks? Compared to this, his Vajra-type ability seemed pretty basic. At this moment, the shadows in the mist became clear. One by one, lizard monsters emerged, hideous, with wide jaws full of sharp teeth, and thick tails raised high. Their vicious eyes locked onto Chenping, assessing their prey. More and more lizards stepped out of the fog, creating intense pressure. It wasn't rare for monster packs to appear in a forbidden zone, moving together like a small army. When a D-rank awakener encounters a monster pack, the only option is usually to run. Chenping looked back at the teaching building behind him. He took a deep breath but didn't turn to escape. His fiery energy surged within, his blood felt like it was boiling, and streams of scorching heat coiled around his arms. Staring at the approaching lizard pack, he exhaled a breath of hot air, assumed a fighting stance, and laughed loudly. "Come on, whoever's not afraid of dying, come at me." Roar! All the lizard monsters charged at him. None of them feared death, and neither did Chenping. His metal fists, glowing with runes, surged with the power of a spirit weapon. He aimed at the first lizard and struck. Boom! His fist smashed directly into the lizard's skull, shattering it. But this didn't scare the pack. Instead, it made them even fiercer. A second lizard leapt at him from the left, its sharp claws slashing for his neck. Ping's left hand turned into a palm, directly catching the claws, the force pushing him back a few steps. Another lizard leapt over the corpse of the first, attacking from the right. Ping dodged, launching an uppercut, smashing its jaw and sending it flying. At the moment of his punch, a lizard monster charged straight at Ping, its hard skull slamming into his chest with tremendous force. Ping felt an intense impact, accompanied by a searing, tearing pain. His entire body was knocked into the air. I can't fall. I must stay balanced. While airborne, Ping adjusted his center of gravity, rolled to the ground to disperse the impact, then instantly twisted his entire body's strength together. He swung another punch, striking a lizard monster that was lunging at him with its bloodthirsty maw wide open. Boom! Blood splattered. The lizard monster was killed instantly by his sudden punch. Before he could catch his breath, another lizard monster attacked from the side. Ping swung his fist, sending it flying. Ping, watch your back. Song Xiao's voice echoed in his ear. Ping quickly turned around and saw another lizard monster sneaking up behind him. At the last moment, he leaned back, dodging the monster's pounce. Watch the front left. Ping spun around, his leg sweeping out in a roundhouse kick that struck the approaching lizard monster. The creature was sent tumbling to the ground, but a sharp pain shot through his leg. The lizard's hide was too tough. His unprotected foot wasn't strong enough. Careful, front left, back right. Song Xiao's voice warned again. Ping reacted swiftly, dealing with two attacking lizards. He seized an opportunity to smash another lizard's head with his fist. Song Xiao's ability allowed her to sense all the monsters hidden in the mist, constantly providing Ping with information. With her help, Ping could barely handle the monster swarm. Not only that, but the more he fought at his limit, the hotter his body became. His control over his body and his awareness of his surroundings became sharper. He could see them. He could see all the monsters' movements. Ping fought furiously against the lizard monsters. In just 1 minute, he had killed 6 of them, his body soaked in their blood. Above and behind, Ping bent back just in time, slamming his fist into the belly of a lizard monster lunging from above. As he stood up, a thick tail suddenly whipped toward his head. Bang! A wave of dizziness hit him. His head throbbed with searing pain. Ping! Song Xiao cried out in fear. His ears were ringing, and the intense dizziness made it nearly impossible to stand. But at that moment, a refreshing, soothing energy flowed into his mind. Song Xiao's soul healing light. His mind cleared instantly. But now, 3 lizard monsters were attacking him from different directions, blocking all escape routes. Die! Ping roared. Ignoring the other 2, he focused on the one in front of him, smashing it to death with 2 punches. But as he killed it, another monster's claw slashed his waist, and another rammed him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Splash! A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. His internal organs were damaged, and his whole body was racked with pain. While he was down, another lizard lunged at his head, its bloody jaws snapping shut. But suddenly, the monster froze, its eyes losing focus. In the mist, Song Xiao's eyes glowed brightly with spiritual light. Ping seized the opportunity, flipping up and smashing his fist into the monster's head, blowing it apart. He glanced gratefully at Song Xiao, seeing her face pale, her eyes still glowing as she desperately stalled the other monsters. There was no time to rest. 5 more lizard monsters rushed at him. The thick mist hid an unknown number of lurking monsters. This was a true bloodbath. A fight to the death where he could be killed at any moment. Ping roared, as if going all out, and charged into the 5 monsters. It's said that people can unleash their potential in life or death situations. Ping was feeling it now. Every cell in his body seemed to be burning with potential. His speed increased. His punches became even more powerful. One punch after another, he smashed the lizard monsters, leaving them bloodied. But 2 fists couldn't block all their attacks. Wounds multiplied across his body. The monsters seemed to realize his strength came from his fists. 2 lizards lunged forward, biting down on his gauntlets, locking his fists in place. Ping tried to move, but his leg was instantly slashed open by the knife-like arms of an agile lizard. Another lizard lunged at him, jaws wide, rows of sharp teeth slick with blood, giving him no time to react. Ping! Song Xiao screamed in panic. At the edge of death, Ping also opened his mouth wide, his chest surging with energy. Roar! A blast of golden energy erupted from his mouth. The beam shot straight into the lunging lizard's mouth. Energy cannon! Thud! A lizard monster fell to the ground, its forehead scorched black, smoke still rising from its mouth. The frenzied lizard monsters around it suddenly paused, staring blankly at the boy. In their minds, this boy was just someone who fought with his fists. How could he suddenly shoot an energy cannon from his mouth? Song Sia was just as stunned, her mind filled with question marks. Wasn't Chen Ping a body type, Vajra type, awakened? How could he shoot an energy blast from his mouth? Chen Ping himself didn't know why either, but he had indeed mastered this power. Seizing the brief moment of shock when the two lizard monsters biting his fists froze, he lashed out with a sweeping kick, striking the neck of one of them. The impact forced it to release his hand. Freed, his iron fist surged with immense power, smashing the head of the other lizard monster still biting his fist. Boom! The iron fist, carrying overwhelming force, shattered the creature's head in an instant. A few lizard monsters circling him showed a slight hesitation. Their frenzied eyes now carried a hint of fear. They backed away slightly, growling, glaring at him, their bodies low to the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Around them, the ground was littered with the corpses of lizard monsters. 7 or 8 had already been beaten to death by him. Chen Ping knew that these lizard monsters were finally feeling fear. After using his energy cannon, the energy within his body didn't show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, it felt like a furnace was burning inside him. This strange change left Chen Ping slightly surprised. He had a strong feeling that something had changed in his body. Come on. Come at me, you filthy beasts. Keep fighting. Chen Ping waved his massive iron fists, taunting with a wild grin. As soon as he shouted, the entire group of lizard monsters really charged at him again. Chen Ping cursed internally. Why are these monsters so easily provoked? But even now, facing a swarm of lizard monsters, he felt no fear at all. The furnace inside him seemed to burn even hotter. His entire body felt warm, filled with endless strength. His punches grew even more ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce and brutal battle erupted. Chen Ping continued to unleash his full power with each punch. Blood splattered everywhere. His body was torn open. His body was slammed again and again by the raging monsters. The brutal strikes and crushing blows of the monster swarm didn't bring Chen Ping down. Instead, their savagery only made his punches even fiercer and more decisive. Fight, fight, fight. Chen Ping felt the furnace within him blazing at full strength. The longer he fought, the braver he became. His speed increased. His strength surged. His entire body, his blood, and his flesh seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Chen Ping suddenly understood in the midst of the battle. He was breaking through. The iron body stage, refining the body as iron, using inner energy as fire, he had forged a new stage. He reached the late iron body stage. No wonder his body felt like a furnace. No wonder he felt like he had an endless supply of strength. With the breakthrough, his potential was being unleashed, granting him even greater power. Boom! Chen Ping punched a lizard monster, sending it flying 5 to 6 meters into the air. Bang! Bang! His fists smashed down, flattening the head of an agile lizard monster trying to ambush him. Several lizard monsters tried to pin him down, but his strength was simply too great. Like a raging bear, any monster that got close was met with his fists. The light ones suffered concussions. The heavy ones had their heads smashed open. One by one, the lizard monsters fell beneath his fists. Song Xiao stared in disbelief at Chen Ping. She hadn't expected him to last this long. One lizard monster after another fell, but Chen Ping didn't fall. The girl couldn't help but wonder, did this blood-drenched boy have any limits? Boom! A thunderous crash. The last lizard monster's head was crushed by Chen Ping's fist, its body teetering before collapsing. All around him lay the corpses of lizard monsters. 17 of them, an entire monster pack, wiped out. The boy stood at the center of the corpses, his body shrouded in a mist of white steam. Blood dripped steadily from his iron fists. Blood black and red stained his once clean school uniform, leaving it filthy and torn. His face was also covered in blood, but his clear, bright eyes remained sharp and piercing. The girl, so sensitive to souls, seemed to glimpse a blazing phoenix burning fiercely within his eyes, brilliant and untouchable, noble and inviolable. Her heart was stirred once more. But suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and her expression changed. Chen Ping, be careful. More monsters are coming. More monsters? So what? I'll just smash them too. At this moment, Chen Ping's battle spirit was sky-high, and he had no fear of lizard monsters. This time, the monsters are different. Song Xiao warned anxiously, they're much stronger monsters. Chen Ping's heart tightened, and just then, the mist parted. 3 lizard monsters appeared. These 3 lizards were 2 to 3 meters tall. Their skin was covered in blood-red patterns, and their backs were lined with dense, glowing red crystals. A chilling aura engulfed Chen Ping. He instantly knew that these 3 monsters were different from the previous ones. Monsters in forbidden zones were classified by star levels, ranging from 1 star to 9 star. This classification differed from the general threat levels of disaster-class beasts. Theoretically, the most powerful Forbidden Zone monsters in this world were 9-star monsters. The lizard monsters Chen Ping had fought before were just the most common 1-star monsters, but these three, with blood-red crystal spines, were clearly of a higher level. They were definitely 2-star monsters. A 1-star monster roughly equaled an ordinary D-level awakened, but a 2-star monster was at least at the peak of D-level awakened power, a threat that normal D-level awakened ones could only flee from. I just broke through in power, and now they give me an upgraded monster pack? Chen Ping muttered bitterly. But then, one of the three lizards suddenly puffed up its cheeks. His expression changed. He quickly dashed to the side. The lizard's mouth opened wide, spewing a long tongue of fire. Luckily, Chen Ping dodged fast enough. The fire scorched the ground, leaving a long, blackened trail. He felt the searing heat brush past his face. Before he could react, another lizard's red crystals glowed, and it spat another burst of flame. Chen Ping dodged again, but his clothes were still scorched, catching fire. He quickly tore off his burning school uniform, revealing his toned, lean upper body. These monsters don't just eat people raw, now they're roasting them? Chen Ping frowned, feeling even more troubled. Tongues of fire kept spewing out. He used the trees along the path as cover to dodge, but he couldn't even get close. One tree after another caught fire under the scorching flames. The battlefield was engulfed in blazing flames everywhere. The three blood crystal lizard monsters advanced aggressively, spewing fire as they moved. Sun Xiao's voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. I can momentarily control two of the lizard monsters, making them lose their senses. Can you take advantage of that? Hearing this, Chen Ping shouted immediately, I can. He burst out from behind cover, his speed lightning fast. One of the blood crystal lizards saw him and immediately spewed fire at him. Chen Ping narrowly dodged the scorching flames, but the other two lizard monsters also puffed out their cheeks, ready to turn him into charcoal. Hiding in the thick fog, Sun Xiao's eyes widened, and two distorted, ghostly rays shot out from her pupils, striking the two lizard monsters that were charging up their attacks. In that instant, the two blood crystal lizards' eyes went blank, their expressions dazed as if they had suddenly lost their minds. Boom! The ground cracked. Chen Ping stomped hard, launching himself like an arrow. He rushed in front of one of the stunned blood crystal lizards and punched it fiercely. Bang! The blood crystal lizard's head exploded. The built-up flames burst out from the shattered head. Crap! Chen Ping's pupils shrank sharply. Caught off guard, he was blown away by the explosion. The violent impact made him cough up blood, and the scorching burn spread across his body. If not for his body being as tough as iron, this explosion alone would have killed him. Chen Ping! Song Xiao's panicked voice echoed. By now, the other blood crystal lizard had snapped out of its daze, opening its mouth to spray another stream of fire at Chen Ping. Despite the searing pain, Chen Ping gritted his teeth, rolling desperately. The fire just barely missed him. He hadn't expected that blowing up the head of a blood crystal lizard would cause it to explode. He truly understood the chaos of a battlefield now. A single unexpected event could turn the tide and nearly cost him his life. More flames surged toward him. The scorching heat distorted the air. Before he even had a chance to stand, the fire was already upon him. In that split second, Chen Ping opened his mouth wide. Roar! A burst of golden energy erupted from his mouth. The two energy blasts collided in the air, exploding into a scorching whirlwind. He's using that energy beam again? Sun Xiao was shocked. The golden energy was even more powerful than the fiery breath, breaking through the flames and violently crashing into the blood crystal lizard's head, sending it stumbling back, howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping leapt up, dashed forward, and smashed his fist into the blood crystal lizard's head, shattering it. This time, the blood crystal lizard didn't explode. Looks like he guessed right. Blood crystal lizards only explode when their heads are destroyed while charging up a flame attack. The last remaining blood crystal lizard roared furiously, spewing flames at Chen Ping. He ducked behind the corpse of another lizard monster, using it as a shield, panting heavily. His entire body was exhausted, but a grin spread across his face. Because he knew, in this fight, he would be the final victor. 3 blood crystal lizards might have been troublesome, but now, with only one left, watch me smash your head. But suddenly, Song Xiao's anxious voice rang out. Chen Ping, be careful. A whole new group of monsters is coming. Just as her words fell, one lizard monster after another began emerging from the mist. There were the normal lizard monsters, and there were blood crystal lizards too. Just within his line of sight, there were over 20 of them. They sniffed the air, drooling, their crazed, bloodthirsty eyes sweeping over the battlefield. And deeper in the thick fog, more dark silhouettes were shifting, slowly approaching. From this, it was clear, the number of monsters was far more than just 20. Chen Ping's entire body went weak, and for the first time, exhaustion and despair appeared in his eyes. What was going on? Was this never going to end? Had he stirred up a monster nest? Lizard monsters emerged one by one from the white mist. Everywhere Chen Ping looked, they crowded together like a dense swarm. No one could truly understand the despair he felt at that moment. He had fought with everything he had to take down one monster horde, survived a desperate comeback, and finally created an opportunity to turn the tables and kill 3 2-star monsters. But what happened next? His body was covered in wounds, and before he even had a chance to catch his breath, another wave of monsters appeared from the mist. This time, they were even more numerous, a mix of 1-star and 2-star monsters. Chen Ping was overwhelmed with despair, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, suffering torment after torment. How many monsters were hiding in this white mist? The monster horde didn't give him a moment to complain or react. One after another, the lizards roared and charged at him, their jaws lined with sharp teeth, claws flashing, toxic venom and fiery breath spewing forth. Chen Ping felt trapped, caught in an inescapable net, unable to avoid them, unable to resist. Clang! A metallic ring pierced the sky. A black gold flag suddenly stabbed into the ground in front of Chen Ping, piercing the concrete floor. Chen Ping's eyes widened, staring at the flag covered in dense runes. He shouted in shock, "Formation flag?" Boom! The runes on the flag lit up, releasing a terrifying energy. A blue barrier with a 10-meter radius shot up toward the sky. One by one, the lizard monsters crashed into the blue barrier, as if slamming into an indestructible wall, falling helplessly to the ground. Even the fiery breaths and venomous attacks scattered harmlessly against the barrier. A man in green robes descended gracefully from the sky, landing atop the flag. With one hand, he formed a seal, and in the other, he held a talisman glowing with spiritual light. Mere beasts, how dare you cause trouble? Lock! With his command, dozens of glowing chains shot out from the talisman, spreading like a massive net, wrapping around and binding all the lizard monsters on the battlefield. They struggled but couldn't break free. At that moment, several massive lizard monsters burst out of the mist, charging like raging bulls toward the barrier. Their powerful impacts made the blue barrier tremble violently. These were giant lizards covered in black armor, 4 to 5 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura, definitely 2-star monsters. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle echoed. A woman in a leather jacket and pants, riding a blazing red motorcycle that looked like a beast, burst out of the mist, skidding to a halt with a sharp turn. The exhaust pipe of her motorcycle spewed a fan-shaped wave of fierce flames, slamming into one of the armored lizards. Whatever her motorcycle was made of, it shattered the black armor of the lizard. The massive beast was sent flying, its body igniting and burning into charcoal mid-air. Behind you! Chen Ping saw another armored lizard lunging at the woman from behind. But before it could reach her, a tall figure appeared behind the biker woman. She wore a simple white t-shirt, and her long, perfectly toned legs, exposed beneath her shorts, snapped upwards with a powerful kick. Her kick struck the charging armored lizard. No one knew how much strength was behind that kick, but it sent the several-ton lizard flying more than 10 meters. Her high-kicking leg, glowing with a jade-like luster in the mist, was flawless, so long, so straight, so perfect. Chen Ping was momentarily stunned. Nice legs! The woman moved with incredible agility. Her long legs seemed like the most powerful weapons, shattering the armor of the armored lizards, sending blood and flesh flying, kicking several of them to death. Roar! The lizard monsters struggled wildly, trying to break free of the glowing chains. Suddenly, a heavy blade dragged across the ground. A young man, though slender, was wielding an enormous broadsword larger than himself. He exuded a fierce aura as he slashed through the armored lizards, his blade flashing with deadly precision. Slash, slash, slash. Wherever the blade passed, blood and flesh splattered. The tough skin of the lizards was effortlessly sliced open, their bones shattered, and their bodies were either severed in half or beheaded in an instant. So cool! Chen Ping looked on, full of admiration. The young man's swordsmanship was clean, sharp, and precise. In just a few breaths, all the lizard monsters on the battlefield were annihilated. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. The corpses of dozens of lizard monsters were scattered across the area, creating a gruesome scene. Chen Ping knew these people were powerful, far stronger than he was at the moment. All right, the monsters are all dealt with. The man with the flag retracted it, walking toward Chen Ping with a friendly smile. Hello, classmate. We're members of the SSS-RANK Awaken Task Force from Nantang City's Special Incident Management Bureau. Could I ask which major Awaken faction you belong to? The man asked with a smile. Me? I haven't joined any major Awaken factions. I'm just an ordinary high school student from Nantang City. Chen Ping hesitated, then explained. An ordinary high school student? The young man with the massive broadsword walked over, glancing at the scattered lizard monster corpses around them. His face showed disbelief. An ordinary high school student who killed so many lizard monsters? And all the lizard monsters have head injuries. Not a single one has an intact brain. Is that some kind of special hobby? The biker woman joked, removing her helmet to reveal a beautiful face. Shin Ping felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't know where the lizard's weak points were, but hitting the head usually wasn't a bad idea. I checked. This young man is a peak D-rank awakened. The woman with the long legs walked over, her eyes flashing with a golden light. Just D-rank? Oh my. Can a D-rank awakened kill so many monsters? There were even a few 2-star monsters. The team members seemed genuinely shocked, all staring at Chen Ping. A real talent. Look at that powerful physique, amazing. Chen Ping suddenly felt self-conscious under their intense gaze, especially since he wasn't even wearing a shirt, his upper body exposed. Was it really polite for these women to stare at him like that? But he quickly collected himself, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would probably be dead by now. The long-legged woman shook her head. No need to thank us. In fact, we should thank you. As a D-rank awakened, you managed to kill so many monsters before we arrived. You must have saved quite a few people. Well done. She gave Chen Ping a thumbs up, a sign of recognition. That girl is also an awakened one, right? Is she your teammate? The woman on the motorcycle noticed Song Xiao hiding in the mist. Chen Ping nodded. Yes, her name is Song Xiao. Nervous, Song Xiao stepped out of the mist. Hello, brothers and sisters. I'm a soul type awakened. The long-legged woman's eyes lit up. Soul type? That's rare. Our team is missing a soul type member. Song Xiao shrank back, hiding behind Chen Ping. Oh, right. I'm the team leader, Long Chaner. That guy with the big sword is Chiu Wushuang, the one who's good at formations is Chi Wenho, and the woman on the motorcycle is Chao Yi. The long-legged woman enthusiastically introduced her teammates. We just broke through the barrier of this area. Our initial assessment is that this is a D-rank coverage type forbidden zone. So, do you have any information you can share with us? Long Chaner asked. I can only say that the teaching building behind me is relatively safe. We just cleared out the monsters there. As for other areas, Chen Ping looked a bit embarrassed. I know nothing. Right. I almost forgot you're just a D-rank awakened. Long Chaner also looked a bit awkward, but she quickly continued. Still, being able to protect an entire teaching building is already impressive. As for the other building, we've just cleared it. Leave the rest to us. We're going to find and destroy the Forbidden Zone core. The Forbidden Zone core is the heart of any Forbidden Zone. It could be a lord monster, a mysterious artifact, or some strange energy. It's the key to the Forbidden Zone's existence. If the core is destroyed, all the strange phenomena within the zone will vanish, and the monsters will become much weaker. After that, they can be easily wiped out, and the Forbidden Zone will disappear. In short, finding the core and destroying or containing it is the best way to resolve the Forbidden Zone disaster. I found it. Chi Wenho held a talisman radiating strong spiritual energy, his eyes closed as if sensing something. Then, he pointed into the mist. Over there. The energy is strongest in that direction. The Forbidden Zone core is most likely there. Good, let's go right away. Long Chaner nodded. Hearing they were going to destroy the core, Chen Ping's heart raced with excitement. He hesitated but then spoke up. Can I come with you? The awakened team members were slightly stunned. Long Chaner looked at the boy, bloodied, wounded, but with eyes that shone brightly. After a moment of thought, she nodded. All right, you can ride with Chao Yi. Chen Ping. A soft voice called from behind. Song Xiao stood there, hesitating as she looked at Chen Ping. The core is really dangerous. Can I stay here? Long Chaner looked at Song Xiao with interest. Even a D-rank awakened isn't afraid, but you, a C-rank, are scared? Chen Ping turned, shocked. What? A C-rank awakened? Oh no. How did you know? Song Xiao stepped back, nervously looking at Long Chaner. Long Chaner pointed to her eyes, smiling. I saw it. Your little trick to hide your aura doesn't fool me. Song Xiao pursed her lips. I'm not good at fighting. I won't be useful over there. And every time I see a Forbidden Zone core, I have nightmares. I really don't want to go. Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat. Every time she sees a core? Has this girl seen other Forbidden Zone cores before? But time was short. Since Song Xiao refused to go, they left her in the teaching building. Chen Ping climbed onto Chao Yi's fiery red motorcycle. Hold on tight, little boy, she teased. If you fall off, big sister won't take responsibility. The motorcycle engine roared. Xiao Yi gave a wild grin. Feeling a bit nervous, Qin awkwardly wrapped his arms around Xiao Yi's slim waist. Motorcycle girls always had a flexible, slender waist. With the engine's thunderous roar, the bike transformed into a streak of blazing red light, slicing through the mist. The powerful momentum almost threw Qin off. No longer caring about modesty, he tightened his grip, clinging desperately to the snake-like waist in front of him as they sped wildly through the mist. Rumble. The motorcycle roared through the campus. Ah! The high-speed ride was so thrilling that Qin couldn't help but scream. Ha ha ha! Why are you so scared? Acting like a little girl. Xiao Yi laughed loudly, twisting the throttle even more. The motorcycle seemed like it was about to take off. Qin had never experienced this kind of high-speed racing before. The intense acceleration and centrifugal force made him feel like he could be thrown off at any moment. He had no choice but to cling tightly to the woman's slender waist in front of him. Being so close, he could even feel the softness and warmth of her body. The speed wasn't the scariest part. What terrified him was the thick fog ahead, where he couldn't see the road. Racing at this speed through thick fog felt like a death wish to Qin. But this woman seemed to love it. It's too fast, way too fast. Qin hugged Xiao Yi tighter in fear. Aren't you afraid of crashing into something? Not at all. Xiao Yi laughed even louder, revving the engine. Do you have some special way to see through the fog? Qin suddenly realized. Nope, my motorcycle is just durable enough to crash through anything. Xiao Yi shouted excitedly. Qin? Is this really about the motorcycle? As they spoke, Xiao Yi suddenly tilted the bike, making a huge arc as it drifted like a dragon's tail, smashing into a lizard monster that suddenly appeared in front of them. Boom! A violent impact. The lizard monster's flesh burst apart. Its body was flung dozens of meters away, landing dead. Xiao Yi was like a hit-and-run rogue, twisting the throttle again and speeding off. She rode so fast that she left her teammates far behind. Only when Shi Wenho, who was responsible for guiding them, couldn't keep up did she slow down. It's just ahead. There are strong energy fluctuations there. Shi Wenho, his feet wrapped in wind, caught up quickly. He was an awakened one of the feng shui type, not good at fighting, but he had a special ability to sense the flow of energy in the world and the terrain structure. Xiao Yi suddenly slammed the brakes. Qin was thrown forward, accidentally bumping into her soft but firm body. Embarrassed, he looked up and saw the tall white steel structures in the mist. The school stadium, he blurted out. Oh, so it's a stadium? It makes sense for such a place to be the lair of the Forbidden Zone monsters. Behind them, Long Chana emerged from the mist with her long, striking legs. Qin didn't think she was moving fast, but each step seemed to cover over 10 meters, almost like she was walking on air. She was nearly as fast as the motorcycle. The stadium was huge and open air, with rows of steel stands rising high. It could hold thousands of teachers and students at once. But Long Chana didn't rush in. She had Shi Wenho set up a formation first. Shi Wenho's way of setting up the formation was bizarre. He crawled on the ground like a puppy, sniffing, closing his eyes, pressing his ear to the ground, even rolling around a few times. Finally, his eyes sparkled. I found it. Qin was stunned. What did you sense? The flow of Forbidden Zone energy, and the structure of the earth veins. Shi Wenho replied briefly, then looked at Xiao Wushuang. I need to get to the top of the stadium. Xiao Wushuang nodded, grabbed his massive blade in one hand, wrapped an arm around Shi Wenho's waist with the other, and jumped. They leapt along the steel frames, reaching the very top of the stadium. Hold on tight, Xiao Yi suddenly warned. Ha! Qin was confused. Before he could react, the motorcycle roared, spewing fiery flames. The strong thrust made Qin scream, clinging tightly to the woman's waist in front of him. No, we're gonna crash, Qin shouted, seeing the wall rushing toward them. But Xiao Yi suddenly lifted the front wheel. The tires gripped the wall, spinning rapidly, creating intense friction and suction. The motorcycle climbed the wall at a 90-degree angle, racing up the stadium. Qin felt like he was flying, soaring upward on a blazing motorcycle. Long Chana smiled slightly, her feet stomping the ground, and her body shot up like a cannonball, landing steadily at the stadium's top. They say the higher you stand, the farther you see. But standing atop the stadium's steel frame, all Qin saw was a vast, hazy mist, as if standing on a cloud. Only the ground below was visible. Everything else was shrouded. In the mist, faint monster roars and eerie creaking sounds echoed. Shi Wenho spread his arms as if sensing something. Soon, he pulled out several white formation flags from his backpack. Each flag was tied with several star source stones. Using his hands, he carved strange symbols on the flags, then activated the star source stones and tossed the flags into the mist. No one knew where they went. It's time to see what this forbidden zone core is. Gentle breeze, clear moon, dispel all evils. Break! Suddenly, fierce winds howled through the sky. Chen Ping watched as the thick mist in front of them was blown away. Beams of light erupted from different parts of the stadium, shooting into the sky. Those were the formation flags Chi Wonho had thrown, forming a grand array that summoned the wind, blowing the mist away. The thick mist over the entire stadium was quickly swept clean. Chen Ping felt as if his blindness was cured. Everything became clear and open before him, and he saw the true scene inside the school stadium. Hiss! Chen Ping couldn't help but gasp. He saw that the stadium was packed with lizard monsters. All kinds of lizard monsters. There were ordinary big-mouthed lizards, blood crystal lizards, venomous lizards, black-armored lizards, dual-bladed lizards, and even a massive, bloated two-headed lizard. They were everywhere. There were at least 200 or 300 of them. 200 or 300 monsters appeared right before his eyes, forming a dense, suffocating sea of monsters. Only now did Chen Ping finally understand how lucky the students in the teaching building were. Because the core of the forbidden zone was here, the other lizard monsters were just scattered around. The few lizard monsters in the teaching building were just strays. The real terror of the forbidden zone was here. In the center of this sea of monsters, Chen Ping saw an enormous lizard monster. Its legs were thick like pillars, and it stood upright. Even crouching, it was over 10 meters tall. On its back were small bat-like wings, and its entire body was surrounded by a blood-red energy. Blood-red veins, like pulsing vessels, crawled over its body. And its aura was growing stronger by the second. Chen Ping didn't even need to get closer. Just watching from a distance, he could feel the terrifying pressure coming from that lizard monster. "This is the lizard dragon," Xiao Wushuang said in a deep voice. "A 4-star forbidden zone monster. Lizard dragon." Xiao Yi's expression also turned serious. Long Chaner crossed her arms and sneered. "Looks like the intel was wrong. This misty forbidden zone has clearly reached the threshold of a S-rank zone. The lizard dragon is still in its growth stage. If it fully matures, this misty forbidden zone will become a complete S-rank zone." Chen Ping was stunned, realizing the severity of the situation. "Then what should we do now?" The other 4 teammates silently glanced at Chen Ping. "What else can we do? Of course, we take it down." Long Chaner's lips curled into a slight smile, and a terrifying aura surged from her body. "The core of this forbidden zone is simple. It's that lizard dragon in the center, constantly getting stronger. As long as we kill it, this forbidden zone will collapse. Simple?" Chen Ping looked at the densely packed horde of monsters in the stadium below and couldn't help but swallow nervously. So many monsters. Can a few of them really handle this? Just as he had this thought, there was a sudden movement beside him. Long Chaner directly jumped toward the stadium below. In the sunlight, her figure was graceful yet powerful, diving straight into the horde without a hint of fear. "Dragon Fawn Squad, all members listen up. Attack!" Xiao Wushuan laughed loudly, dragging his massive blade and jumping down after the captain. The roaring red motorcycle echoed through the stadium, plunging straight down into the monster horde. "Hey, hey, hey! I haven't gotten on yet." Chen Ping anxiously watched the motorcycle race off without him. Below, hundreds of lizard monsters noticed the intruders and erupted in furious roars, charging at them. Boom! 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 Explosive collisions rang out one after another. Long Chaner charged directly into the monster horde. Her combat skills were precise, and every punch and kick carried terrifying power. Any lizard monster, whether 1-star or 2-star, exploded into pieces the moment she struck. One punch, one monster. Xiao Wushuang's massive blade danced in his hands, sending out flashes of sharp, unstoppable light across the battlefield. Chen Ping could barely keep up with his movements. All he saw were flashes of blinding light, followed by lizard monsters being sliced into 2, without exception. Xiao Yi rode her motorcycle, which was engulfed in blazing flames, like a wild, fiery steed. Wherever she drove, the lizard monsters were crushed into dust, shattering their formation with ease. She was like a wild horse galloping across the plains, unstoppable by any monster. Despite the presence of 200 or 300 monsters, the 3 of them had turned the battlefield upside down. The 3 S-rank awakened squad members fought with an almost artistic precision, leaving Chen Ping in awe. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Chen Ping felt a chill run down his spine. He saw Long Chaner's figure, like a swimming dragon, rushing straight toward the core, the lizard dragon. A dragon-shaped energy wave swept across the battlefield, shattering dozens of lizard monsters in front of her. The violent energy even turned into a whirlwind, making Chen Ping's cheeks sting. A dragon-shaped crack tore through the ground along her path. Chen Ping stared in shock at her figure. A S-rank awakened of the metal body type, that powerful? Who told you our captain is a S-rank metal body type? Shi-won-ho, who was also watching the battle, smirked proudly. Our captain is an awakened of the divine descent type. A B-rank divine descent emerald sky divine dragon. A B-rank divine descent awakened? Shen Ping's pupils slightly contracted, and his face showed shock once again. No wonder Long Chaner seemed so strong, she was a B-rank awakened. Wasn't that the same rank as his sister? Divine Descent Awakened had 6 realms: sensing the divine, invoking the divine, commanding the divine, perfecting the divine, transforming into the divine, and the legendary heavenly divine. Every Divine Descent Awakened could be considered a messenger of a god, capable of borrowing divine power. And the gods behind each Divine Descent Awakened could be different. The Divine Azure Sky Dragon, Shen Ping had heard of it. It was considered one of the top 10 divine beings for Divine Descent Awakened. Once someone reached the commanding the divine realm, they would be among the best of B-rank awakened. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chana rampaged across the battlefield like a tyrannosaurus, the ground of the stadium crumbling in pieces. There were many lizard monsters around her, vicious and fierce, but none of them could even get close to her. Shen Ping watched those incredible long legs, filled with boundless power, casually sending lizard monsters weighing several tons flying with a single kick. Beautiful legs. But Shen Ping imagined for a moment, if he took a direct hit from those legs, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or even half a month. B-rank awakened, terrifying. Wait, that's not right. Long Chaner is a B-rank awakened, but you guys are a C-rank awakened squad? Shen Ping looked at Chi-won-ho beside him, puzzled. What are you thinking? A team can only be classified as a B-rank awakened squad if all its members are B-rank. In a city like Nantang with a population of several million, there are only 3 B-rank awakened squads, Chi-won-ho explained with a smile. But, although we're a C-rank awakened squad, we're actually the strongest of the 15 C-rank squads in Nantang City. Down in the stadium, a wild laugh echoed. Second form, Crimson Lotus Hellfire. Riding her motorcycle, Xiao Yi suddenly soared into the air. Red patterns appeared on her motorcycle, glowing brightly. Then the bike shattered, transforming into various metallic components that flew into the air, wrapping around her fiery figure. Clank, clank, clank. With the clashing of metal, Xiao Yi turned into a warrior clad in blazing red armor. Over a dozen gun barrels appeared on her palms, shoulders, knees, and chest. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted, and a storm of bullets swept across the battlefield. Lizard monsters were riddled with holes, their flesh exploding under the hail of bullets. The armored warrior's chest launched missiles and energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Destructive explosions erupted throughout the stadium. The concrete floor shattered, and dust filled the air. One group of lizard monsters after another was blown apart, screaming in agony. Holy crap! Shen Ping's eyes went wide, glowing with excitement. What is that? Iron Man? Chi-won-ho laughed and explained, Xiao Yi is a B-rank awakened of the artifact control type, a famous master artificer in Nantang City. That motorcycle is her lifebound artifact, Crimson Lotus. Shen Ping took a deep breath. Another B-rank awakened? He realized he had underestimated this team. The blazing red armored warrior swept across the battlefield. Her eyes emitted scorching energy beams, slicing through several lizard monsters. Where the beams passed, the monsters' bodies were melted in half, with glowing molten gold dripping from the wounds, instantly scorching the edges. Shen Ping then looked expectantly at Xiao Wushuang and Chi-won-ho. Are you two also B-rank? Chi-won-ho shook his head. Of course not. If we were, this squad would be a B-rank awakened squad too. Xiao Wushuang is a C-rank peak awakened of the elemental type. I'm a C-rank peak awakened of the feng shui type. Oh. Shen Ping nodded in understanding. Your team seems a bit heavy on the female side. Chi-won-ho's face instantly fell. He glanced at Shen Ping with a hint of resentment, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He wanted to refute but didn't know how. In the stadium's center, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted. The lizard dragon was enraged. Its wings unfolded, and an immensely powerful energy surged out, forming a deep crimson shockwave. Xiao Wushuang, who was charging forward, was swept away by the wave. But Long Chaner shattered the shockwave with a single punch, letting out a dragon's roar in return, facing the lizard dragon. The dragon's roar was shockingly powerful, completely suppressing the lizard dragon's own roar. The lizard dragon's voice was utterly drowned out by the roar of a delicate, beautiful woman. Red energy around the lizard dragon rapidly condensed, gathering in its mouth, then blasted toward Long Chaner. Blazing crimson energy erupted, lighting up the entire stadium. Long Chaner didn't dodge. Her delicate fist clenched, her long leg bent back, A faint white phantom dragon seemed to coil around her body. As she spun, she punched straight at the lizard dragon. A massive force burst from her fist, transforming into a powerful white dragon shadow that tore through the crimson energy ahead and struck the lizard dragon's head. Boom! The impact exploded. The lizard dragon's head was struck, blood splattered, and it let out a pained roar, its massive body staggering backward. Long Chonner closed in, her smooth, straight, long leg suddenly kicked into the lizard dragon's belly. Her raised leg delivered a side kick, and the overwhelming force caused a ring-shaped shockwave. The lizard dragon's thick, tough belly caved in, sending ripples of impact across its body. With a miserable howl, the lizard dragon, over 10 meters tall, was sent flying into the sky by that single kick. Long Chonner, wrapped in the phantom dragon's aura, rose after it like a dragon soaring into the heavens. Then she unleashed a dazzling combo: Dragon Claw, Dragon Elbow Strike, Dragon Head Smash, Dragon Tail Whip. One twisting white flash after another exploded. The lizard dragon's entire body was mercilessly assaulted by Long Chonner's overwhelming attacks. Finally, Long Chonner soared above the lizard dragon, her body spinning. Her long, flawless white leg lifted high, the dragon's phantom around her leg transformed into a majestic dragon's head overlooking the world. Commanding the divine, dragon splits earth. Her long leg slammed down, like a divine white dragon descending from the heavens, crashing straight onto the lizard dragon's head. Boom! Shenping saw a white dragon crashing down to earth. The ground shattered into pieces. The lizard dragon's head exploded, its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. He saw that incredibly powerful lizard dragon, killed just like that by a series of kicks. His eyes were filled with amazement. That kick even summoned a dragon? So cool. So this is the power of a divine descent awakened? Shenping couldn't help but feel a bit envious. When he used to borrow the power of the gods, he thought B-rank awakened were nothing special. But now, facing a true B-rank awakened with his own strength, he could clearly feel the tangible sense of pressure and the enormous gap in power. Thinking of this, the slight arrogance that had arisen in him due to his rapid strength improvement quickly faded away. If he wanted to break free from the god's control using his own strength, he still had a long way to go. He needed to work even harder. Work harder to use his own power to solve the crisis of possession by the 7 gods. The lizard dragon fell. Shenping noticed that the entire forbidden area seemed to have lost some kind of support. The thick white mist that enveloped the space between heaven and earth began to dissipate. All the lizard monsters active within the forbidden area were in chaos, crying out in panic. Shenping could even sense that the strength of all the lizard monsters in the stadium had significantly weakened, likely reduced to only 60 to 70% of their original power. The members of the Dragon Fong Awakening Squad swept across the battlefield with even greater ferocity. Whether it was Chow-Yi's Crimson Lotus Flames or Long Chonner's dragon-like attacks, they left Shenping deeply shocked. They were like battle goddesses blooming on the battlefield, their attacks dazzling and powerful. Lizard monsters that appeared terrifying to Shenping felt like grass being cut down. Shenping suddenly felt envious of other types of awakened beings. Their combat style was so much more impressive than his own, which was purely close combat as a Vajra-type awakener. Soon, the monsters in the entire stadium were completely cleared out. Long Chonner extracted a glowing red orb from the heart of the lizard dragon. Wow, we've found something good. This is an extremely rare dragon pearl. It's not only a 4-star dragon monster's energy crystal but also contains the power of the Forbidden Zone's core. Long Chonner held the red pearl with great excitement, examining it under the sunlight, her face full of joy. Shenping also looked at the pearl with great curiosity. In the Forbidden Zone, all sorts of miraculous items could appear. Some of these were known as spiritual objects, while others were called natural treasures. These were all excellent materials for crafting, alchemy, or even cultivation, and treasures related to the Forbidden Zone's core were of immeasurable value. Moreover, the higher the level of the Forbidden Zone, the more valuable the treasures related to its core. A year ago, Wei Donghai from the Xia Kingdom had accidentally obtained the Sumeru Divine Pearl, the core of an A-level Forbidden Zone, which allowed him to break through to the over-limit level of an S-class Awakener, causing a global sensation. Now this blood-red dragon pearl was merely a product of a C-level Forbidden Zone's core. Its value couldn't compare to the Sumeru Divine Pearl, but treasures related to the Forbidden Zone's core were inherently extraordinary, far superior to ordinary natural treasures, which was why Long Chonner was so excited. Ha, what's so great about a lousy pearl? Heh, the joy of mortals. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Shenping's mind. The gods had appeared again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shenping's mouth, and he probed, "Oh, so you bunch of cowards finally decided to show up? You're driving me mad. Who are you calling cowards? I am the future king of the world, unafraid of anything. Exactly, Brother Qinping, I don't like hearing you say that. Xiaoping, who are you insulting? Sure enough, the gods were provoked. Qinping narrowed his eyes and asked, then tell me, why was there no sound from you as soon as I entered the forbidden zone? Was it because you were afraid? Of course, it was due to special reasons. Yes, because of special reasons, we couldn't speak. Qinping pressed further, what special reasons? Cannot be said, cannot be said. Speaking of such things involves heavy karma. I fear you can't bear it. Ping, listen to mom, give up that thought. Knowing such things will do you no good. When the gods touched on this topic, they became surprisingly consistent, turning into mysterious riddle speakers. Qinping appeared very angry. You keep saying you treat me like family, yet I nearly died in the forbidden zone, and you didn't even make a sound. Is this what you call family? What? You almost died? Ah, brother, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. But please don't misunderstand. It's not that we didn't care, we really couldn't do anything. Yes, even though we knew you were in danger, the forbidden zone is just too special. We couldn't lend you power. Anyway, it's great that you're safe. The gods each expressed their concern for Qinping. But Qinping keenly noticed a new piece of information. Analyzing their words carefully, he realized that not only could the gods not intervene in the forbidden zone due to some reason, but they also knew nothing about what he experienced there. They weren't just unable to speak, they were completely unaware of anything. This was the crucial point, the forbidden zone could sever his connection with the gods. Qinping quietly noted down this significant discovery. By the way, Ping, we should congratulate you. Congratulations on becoming stronger again. As expected of my chosen master, your potential is extraordinary. Woof! These gods suddenly seemed to change their attitude, now showering Qinping with praise. They were likely trying to divert his attention. But little did they know, Qinping took every word from them very seriously, never missing a single detail. The forbidden zone was broken, the mist dissipated. What remained was to clear out the scattered forbidden zone monsters. Armed personnel with loaded guns flooded into the campus. Gunshots rang out. One monster after another was struck by bullets, letting out wretched howls as they fell. Low-level forbidden zone monsters had little resistance to modern firearms and were quickly shot down, collapsing helplessly in pools of blood. From here on, the cleanup could be handled by ordinary armed forces. Watching the rescued teachers and students being evacuated, Qinping finally breathed a sigh of relief. He began to leave the stadium with the Dragon Fang squad members. Qinping, your performance was excellent. Our Dragon Fang squad believes in clear rewards and punishments. This dragon crystal and these 10 star source stones are your reward for this mission. With a flash of light from her bracelet, Long Channer produced a blood-red dragon crystal and 10 star source stones. Thank you very much. Qinping accepted the dragon crystal and star source stones with delight. Although 10 star source stones were far fewer than the hundreds given by his sister, this was still his first salary earned with his own strength, and the sense of accomplishment was entirely different. As for the blood-red dragon crystal, it was the second treasure extracted from the lizard dragon's body, out of 10 in total, and Long Channer generously gave him one. The dragon crystal contained a special essence of dragon blood and could be considered a spiritual object, highly beneficial for cultivation. A 4-star forbidden zone leader was a treasure in itself. The same was true for awakened monsters. What a pity! When Qinping previously borrowed the god's power to eliminate powerful awakened monsters, he never thought of taking anything. With just a bit of force, the monsters would be killed without leaving a trace. Thinking back now, it felt like a missed opportunity. Alright, Qinping, the mission is over. We will take our leave now. Long Channer smiled and said goodbye to Qinping. Rumble. Xiaoyi rode her motorcycle to Qinping's side, blinking her bright eyes with a smile. Little brother Qinping, do you still want to ride on sister's motorcycle? Qinping was stunned for a moment. Looking at Xiaoyi leaning forward slightly on the motorcycle, her hips slightly raised, his face couldn't help but turn red. Her sexy, curvy figure, slim waist, long legs, and slightly plump, youthful oval face with a charming smile and her peach blossom eyes were incredibly seductive. As a shy young student, Qinping was completely unprepared for such teasing from an older sister. Seeing Qinping's slightly flustered expression, Xiaoyi laughed even more happily. Her gaze swept over Qinping's strong upper body, and she said, "If you want to ride sister's motorcycle, then work hard on your training. If you are lucky enough to become a sea-level awakener, you will have a chance to join our Dragon Fang squad. We just happen to be short one member." Only then did Qinping remember that most awakened squads were made up of 5 members. You are the strongest among the sea-level awakened squads, so why are there only 4 of you now? Chen Ping's curiosity was piqued. But for some reason, as soon as he mentioned this, the entire team's atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Even Xiaoyi stopped smiling and exchanged an awkward glance with Long Chaner. Chen Ping instantly realized he might have touched a nerve. It's fine, it's not something we can't talk about. Long Chaner began to explain. We had a team member, Fang Ziming, who died during a mission 2 months ago. I'm sorry. Chen Ping looked at Long Chaner and the others apologetically. Long Chaner smiled and waved it off. It's nothing. It's all in the past. The work we do is always full of danger, isn't it? We've seen too much of death. Chen Ping felt a heaviness in his heart. When he saw the Dragon Fang squad's perfect teamwork and impressive combat power before, he had almost forgotten one thing: battles for awakened squads were deadly, and death was an all too common occurrence. Unknown awakened monsters, terrifying forbidden zones that appeared out of nowhere. Sometimes, to prevent greater casualties among innocent civilians, the awakened agents of the Special Event Handling Bureau often had to race against time to rescue and fight. Many times, they were not fully prepared and often underestimated just how terrifying their enemies could be. The combat personnel of the Special Event Handling Bureau in Nantang City were undoubtedly in a high-risk profession. Yet, in this turbulent era of the Great Awakening, there were still many awakened beings who chose this path. Alright, even though it was really painful back then, people must look forward. Long Chaner turned to comfort Chen Ping instead, smiling. Look, haven't I already found a suitable new recruit now? You, a D-level peak awakener, managed to fight desperately and kill over 20 lizard monsters when danger struck. You have strength and courage, and your future is limitless. If you are interested in protecting Nantang City, then once you truly become a C-level awakener, we will definitely come looking for you. Long Chaner looked at Chen Ping with admiration and made a promise. It was the first time Chen Ping was recognized and praised by other powerful awakeners based on his own strength, and his heart surged with excitement. But at this moment, Chi Wenho leaned closer to Chen Ping and whispered, Chen Ping, calm down for a bit. Don't get too swayed by our captain's speech. You should know that our fallen member Fang Ziming was also a Vajra-type awakener with a tough body. Ah? Chen Ping's eyes widened, and his face twitched slightly, suddenly feeling much calmer. Chi Wenho, whose side are you on? Long Chaner clenched her fist and immediately punched him. Ouch. I just think our future teammate has the right to know. Is that wrong? I don't care, you did that on purpose. Don't you believe in reason? My fist is the reason. Thud, thud, thud. Ah. Chi Wenho was beaten into a pig's head in no time. Even as a swollen-faced pig head, Chi Wenho didn't forget to extend a trembling finger, pointing at the furious woman, and said to Chen Ping, see, this is our captain. You? Long Chaner's chest heaved with anger, her fury clearly visible. Watching the Dragon Fang squad members interact, Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh. This feeling, it wasn't so bad, was it? Nantang City High School coverage type: Forbidden Zone Disaster. Codename: Mist Lizard. Level: C-level, 3-star, top. Core: 4-star monster, lizard dragon. Casualties: 65 dead, 267 injured. Handling personnel: Special Event Handling Bureau, Dragon Fang Squad. Result: successfully destroyed the Forbidden Zone core. All lizard monsters were exterminated, and the Forbidden Zone disaster was cleared. In the command center of the Special Event Handling Bureau, Xiang Jiqiu, tall and covered in golden brilliance, was silently looking at the first-hand report. Captain Xiang, have you discovered something important? A middle-aged man with a refined appearance walked over. Director Wang. Xiang Jiqiu greeted the newcomer with respect, then continued looking at the report, speaking in a sullen tone. For some reason, the number of awakening disasters in Nantang City is increasing year by year. It's not just Nantang City, the awakening disasters in our Ji province are also increasing every year. Director Wang shook his head. This time, the Forbidden Zone disaster, though not of high level, occurred in a school, a densely populated area, and the casualties are still terrifying. Sigh. We must do a good job in the follow-up cleanup and comforting work. Xiang Jiqiu nodded and took out a photo. This is? Director Wang looked at the young man in the photo, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is the student I mentioned before, Chen Ping. He is a Vajra-type awakener. It was because of his timely action during the Forbidden Zone disaster, killing more than 20 lizard monsters, that greater casualties were avoided. Xiang Jiqiu explained. Director Wang suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Just a D-level awakener, but he played such an important role. Truly, heroes emerge among the young. He's the student you previously suspected might be the guardian god of Nantang City, right? It seems now that suspicion can be dismissed. After all, if he were the guardian god, there would be no need for the Dragon Fang squad, and the high school wouldn't have suffered such casualties. It was a very simple logical deduction, the most straightforward judgment, based on the strength and character of the seven gods. Xiang Jiqiu continued to look at the photo, a young figure, his school uniform stained with monster blood, his metallic fists cold and hard, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. This was a photo secretly taken by a student. That gaze shows no trace of hesitation or retreat. As an extreme awakener of the Vajra type, Xiang Jiqiu's face unexpectedly showed a hint of admiration. Director Wang, did you know? Director Wang looked at Xiang Jiqiu with curiosity, only to find a stronger sense of curiosity and a desire for exploration on his face. The Awakener Management Bureau just investigated Chunping's awakening ability yesterday. This student, Chunping. A few days ago, he was still at the early stage of D-level awakening. As soon as the words fell, Director Wang was stunned on the spot. The entire command center fell completely silent. The night sky was clear. Stars filled the sky like an ocean. Exhausted all over, Chunping returned to his warm home. His body was covered in wounds, and his inner strength was almost completely drained. Every muscle ached terribly. These were the aftereffects of high-intensity combat. But it didn't matter. Chunping discovered that his physique was somewhat special. He could recover just by eating. To reward himself, he ordered 20 roasted chickens and 200 hamburgers this time. The delivery boy, with a face full of terror, used a small cart to place the 20 roasted chickens and 200 hamburgers outside Chunping's door. Through the gap in the door, he could still see a man with a bare upper body, covered in wounds, smiling and looking at him with a kind expression. "Ah, your delivery has arrived. I'm leaving." The delivery boy shivered all over, turned around, and fled in panic. Chunping shrugged, moved all the food inside, and happily started his dinner. He had to admit, after exhausting himself, his appetite was much larger than before. Even after devouring 200 hamburgers and 20 roasted chickens, he only felt about 70% full. A warm flow surged within his body, quickly helping him recover energy and heal his wounds. Some of the wounds torn open by Forbidden Zone monsters sizzled as they rapidly scabbed over under the warm current. For lighter wounds, even the scabs began to peel off, revealing the smooth, white skin beneath. The recovery speed is so fast. Is my physique really a Vajra type? Chunping felt a bit surprised and curious in his heart, but he didn't dwell too much on this question. Instead, he took out 10 Star Source stones and 1 dragon crystal, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. These were his spoils of war. Chunping skillfully devoured the 10 Star Source stones. His cultivation level significantly increased, but it was still at the D-level peak. Crossing from D-level to C-level was not something that could be achieved just by consuming Star Source stones. This was a major boundary, a great divide. No matter how many Star Source stones some people consumed, they would remain stuck at the D-level peak, just like how some people could awaken, while others could not. It was a matter of personal talent limits. To step from D-level to C-level, awakeners with extraordinary talent could rely on personal insights and training, breaking through with their own efforts. Those with strong backgrounds could break through using realm-breaking pills or cultivating powerful secret techniques. Those with extraordinary luck could receive a legacy, enter a secret realm, and gain a unique opportunity for a breakthrough. In the Great Awakening era, there were many ways to advance. There were always more solutions than problems. Whether through hard work or by seeking a powerful mentor in the awakening world, there was always hope of becoming a C-level awakener. Chunping calmed his thoughts and shifted his focus to the dragon crystal in front of him. The dragon crystal was a spiritual item for cultivation, extremely valuable in the awakening world, with remarkable effects when used for training. This was Chunping's first time encountering such a spiritual item, so he couldn't help but play with it in his hand. The crystal wasn't hard. Touching it felt like touching a monster's skin, soft and elastic. He searched online for how to absorb dragon crystals, and following the method instructions, he began to devour the dragon crystal. Very soon, an extremely powerful energy began to surge into his body. This energy was very different. If the energy of the Star Source stones was like a warm current nourishing his entire body, then the energy inside the dragon crystal was like an unruly little dragon, violently rampaging through his body, striking his flesh again and again, making his muscles tougher and his internal organs more resilient. Chunping experienced an incredibly strange sensation, even letting out a soft moan involuntarily. When the energy inside his body was completely absorbed, Chunping felt a bit of pain all over, but at the same time, his entire body felt clear and refreshed, with his blood flowing smoothly and powerfully, leaving him feeling relaxed and full of energy. Absorbing a dragon crystal once. was like experiencing a perfect full-body treatment. Is this the joy of being an awakener? The corners of Chen Ping's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This batch of spoils allowed him to solidify his D-level peak cultivation, but taking one more step forward was still very difficult. Chen Ping wasn't in a hurry. Cultivation was always a long process. He picked up the small knife on the table and forcefully slashed it against his skin, but only a faint white mark appeared, not even breaking his skin. It wasn't that the knife wasn't sharp, his skin was just too tough. Chen Ping knew that his skin now possessed the hardness of iron. Peak of the iron refinement stage, a body like iron. In a martial arts world, that would definitely be the realm of being invulnerable to swords and spears. Thinking of this, the curve of Chen Ping's smile grew wider. He felt very happy, put on his boxing gloves, and excitedly practiced his punches. He ended up punching continuously for 3 whole hours. Even the gods in his mind got annoyed. Punching for so long, aren't you bored? Brother Chen Ping, can you turn on the TV and let us watch something? Ha! The efforts of mortals. This kind of punching won't make you stronger. Chen Ping's face darkened. Then tell me, how can I become stronger? Give your body to me, and you will taste the power that surpasses all living beings. Chen Ping chuckled, forget it. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to be a god. With that, he continued punching. However, feeling in a good mood, he turned on the TV for that big brother god who kept calling him little brother, playing the anime One Piece. That big brother god loved watching One Piece. After watching it, he would often dream of becoming a king. Chen Ping liked it too, but what he liked was the core spirit of One Piece. An ordinary rubber boy who yearned for freedom, endured countless hardships, and used his simple rubber ability to defeat one powerful enemy after another, rising from a weak mortal to become a king. Every time he saw the rubber boy fighting against powerful foes, Chen Ping would feel his blood boil and be deeply inspired. Look, such an ordinary boy, with such an ordinary fruit power, could still defeat monsters that seem like gods, right? If the rubber boy could do it, so could he. He also wanted the gods in his mind to feel the charm of the rubber boy. Chen Ping continued to punch while watching. He was already at the latest episode. A big title appeared on the screen. Fruit Awakening, Human Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Nika Form. Chen Ping's face suddenly froze. He kept punching while watching, and the plot reached its climax. The mystery was revealed. The adventurer who rose from an ordinary boy to a big shot didn't need a simple rubber fruit. Its real power was actually that of the sun god Nika. The rubber boy wasn't a mortal, he was a god all along. Chen Ping fell silent. The gods in his mind also fell silent. At that moment, Chen Ping felt an urge to smash the TV with his iron fist, but he held back. Brother Chen Ping, did you see that? Your favorite anime has revealed the truth of the world. Only gods can stand at the pinnacle of the world. The big brother god in his mind was completely thrilled. Brother Chen Ping, do you want to become the rubber boy? Bang! The TV suddenly exploded. Chen Ping's iron fist punched through the TV, sending out sparks. Early the next morning, Nantang City High School resumed normal classes. However, there were now many armed soldiers with live ammunition on campus. The buildings damaged by the Forbidden Zone monsters were also repaired at an extremely fast speed. The morning sunlight spread across the campus, making it bright and clean, as if nothing had ever happened. In this era of frequent disasters, one terrifying awakening disaster after another had long numbed most people's nerves. People's acceptance and tolerance of disasters had reached their highest level. When disasters struck the students, they only felt unlucky, thinking they had bad luck. But they wouldn't dwell on it too much, nor would they be too scared to live a normal life. Of course, necessary psychological counseling was still needed. Today's classes were all led by psychology teachers and experts, responsible for counseling the students. As Chen Ping walked onto the campus, he noticed that many students were looking at him with admiration. Some female students even had a shy glow in their eyes, whispering among themselves. When they saw him looking over, they would quickly avert their gaze, their faces blushing. Is that Senior Chen Ping? I heard he can defeat a lizard monster with one punch, as powerful as a war god? That's right. I heard he not only wiped out all the lizard monsters in our teaching building but also stood alone in front of the building, blocking the terrifying wave of monsters. They say when the Dragon Fang squad arrived, the monsters at his feet were piled up like a mountain. Wow, is he really that strong? I also heard that Shinchi is an awakener too, but he only dared to hide in the equipment room without coming out. Even Song Xiao, such a gentle girl, dared to fight alongside Chen Ping. How can there be such a huge difference between awakeners? From now on, Chen Ping is my male god. All the way, students were quietly discussing Chen Ping's heroic deeds. Chen Ping felt like he had become a big name at the school. Excellent in both character and academics, skilled in both literature and martial arts. He seemed to have no flaws. Chen Ping wasn't quite used to this atmosphere yet. No matter where he went, he was the center of attention. When he walked into the classroom, someone, he didn't know which smart person started it, suddenly began clapping. Then, the entire classroom burst into thunderous applause. Chen Ping was completely embarrassed, forcing a smile as he greeted all his classmates. "Brother Ping, from now on, you are my idol." Back at his seat, his deskmate Zhao Liang spoke excitedly. Chen Ping could even see the light in Zhao Liang's eyes. It was a look of admiration. "Idol? That's too much, way too much. I'm just your competitor." Chen Ping spoke seriously. He didn't want to be an idol. Being an idol didn't make money. Chen Ping spent the entire day feeling uncomfortable. In just one day, he received over 100 friend requests, dozens of carefully prepared small gifts, secret glances from various female classmates, and male classmates treating him like a big brother. Now, he had become the most popular student at Nantang City High School. Some students even called Chen Ping the #1 of Nantang City. Chen Ping really didn't want to be this famous. He felt he couldn't even walk around holding hands with Song Xiao properly. Along the way, there were always classmates excitedly whispering and gossiping. After school, Chen Ping held a soft little hand and walked forward. Song Xiao looked a bit embarrassed, mainly because she didn't know how to face Chen Ping. "About me being a sea-level awakener. I didn't mean to hide it. I was just afraid you might see me differently because of it." Song Xiao spoke softly, her pretty little face showing guilt and unease. Chen Ping smiled gently. "It's okay. Everyone has their secrets. I can understand. In fact, when the Forbidden Zone disaster happened, you still decided to stand by me and fight, even at great risk. Nothing else really matters." Song Xiao's eyes sparkled with emotion as she looked at Chen Ping. "But I do feel a bit puzzled. A sea-level soul-type awakener is a hot commodity. Major awakening organizations should all value you. If nothing else, joining any large awakening organization would bring you fame, wealth, and power far beyond that of an ordinary top student." Chen Ping voiced his doubts. Hearing this, the girl perked up, raised a crystal-like jade finger, and spoke seriously. "Do you know? The 10-year survival rate of a soul-type awakener is only 75%. But that's just on the surface. For a sea-level soul-type awakener, the danger level is the highest among all awakening types. Their 10-year survival rate is only 60%. Because sea-level awakeners have basic soul power, they are strong at dealing with many strange abilities. That's why most large awakening organizations assign the most dangerous and unpredictable tasks to sea-level soul awakeners. So, they die the fastest." Song Xiao explained seriously to Chen Ping. Chen Ping's mouth opened slightly. He found he had no reason to refute her. Song Xiao was still so afraid of death. Or rather, as a sea-level awakener, she seemed to have become even more afraid of dying. Returning to his warm home, Chen Ping glanced at his phone and found that his sister still hadn't replied to his message. It had already been 3 days. It was as if his sister had completely lost contact. But Chen Ping didn't find it particularly strange. After all, at his sister's level of strength, it was normal for her to enter a high-level forbidden zone without a signal from time to time or to go into seclusion for a few days whenever she gained some insight. Chen Ping was already used to it. He adjusted his thoughts and continued sweating profusely while practicing his punches. As he practiced, his proficiency in the 9 Suns True technique kept increasing. He found that he actually had a natural talent for punching. The profound and complex principles in the 9 Suns True technique were clear to him at a glance, and he could quickly grasp them. His mastery of the technique gradually progressed from the beginner level to the proficient level. Chen Ping could feel the fiery energy inside him rushing through his meridians endlessly. He could feel the energy rapidly accumulating in his chest, ready to be released as a powerful energy blast at any moment. The 9 Suns True technique was a mid-grade Shen-level combat technique, perfectly compatible with Vajra-type awakeners, allowing Chen Ping to rapidly enhance his combat power. To put it simply, Chen Ping felt that he was definitely strong among awakeners of the same level. D-level peak awakening ability, 9 Suns True technique, mysterious energy blast, plus the second-grade spiritual weapon, the Xiangba gauntlets. With all these high-quality enhancements, Chen Ping felt he could at least touch the threshold of a sea-level awakener, right? Anyway, his combat power was definitely much stronger than that of Song Xiao, a sea-level awakener. There was no doubt about that, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ping confidently practiced a few more sets of punches. He practiced for an entire night. The next day, Chen Ping took a shower and went out. One advantage of being a Vajra type was having an abundance of energy. Arriving at school, Chen Ping took the opportunity during class to take a good nap. In the afternoon, the school held a teacher-student assembly. A large group of students gathered at the flag-raising platform. The principal delivered a passionate speech about how the school would rise from adversity after the disaster. Finally, an award ceremony was held. Student Chen Ping has been named one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Nantang City, awarded as an excellent league leader of Ji Province, and recognized as a 3-good student of Ji Province. Let's congratulate student Chen Ping. Let's give the warmest applause to welcome our hero of Nantang City High School to the stage to receive his award. In an instant, the entire school was filled with thunderous applause. All the students sincerely clapped and cheered for Chen Ping. The applause woke Chen Ping up, making him briefly wonder if he was still dreaming. How did he suddenly gain so many titles? Would this add bonus points to his college entrance exam? Chen Ping was a bit confused, but with everyone congratulating him and pushing him forward, he walked to the stage under the red flag. I don't think I filled out any application form? Chen Ping muttered to himself. It's okay. The teachers filled it out for you. The dean looked at Chen Ping with a kind smile, his eyes full of fatherly love and appreciation. So this is what it feels like to be the number 1 of Nantang City High School? Not bad at all. Chen Ping unexpectedly received a series of awards, making him a well-known figure at Nantang City High School. Even when he slept in class, the teachers would look at him with kindness and understanding instead of being strict. After school on Friday, he had 2 days of free time. But Chen Ping didn't want to spend it doing practice questions to improve himself as usual, because if he continued like this, his only option would be getting into the top university of Xia Kingdom, Beijing University. But now, that goal was no longer his only one. He had a higher pursuit. After awakening, what he desired even more was the world of awakeners. His current goal was the highest supernatural academy in Xia Kingdom, Kun Academy. In the Great Awakening era, with 100 million people awakening worldwide, just in Xia Kingdom, the number of awakened exceeded tens of millions. Because of this, countless awakening forces sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Some were mysterious and unpredictable, some dominated entire regions, and some stirred up waves in the mundane world, becoming famous. But no matter how powerful an awakening force was, when facing Kun Academy, they had to bow their heads and obey, acting according to the laws set by Kun Academy. Kun Academy was the national pillar of Xia Kingdom. Most awakeners dreamed of joining Kun Academy. Just like how students aspired to get into Beijing University, Kun Academy, as a vast platform, possessed incredibly rich cultivation resources, an unfathomable heritage, and countless advanced cultivation techniques. It was even said to have many mysterious cultivation secret realms. Every student who joined the academy would have the chance to infinitely raise their awakening potential. So anyone who could join the academy was guaranteed to have an infinitely bright awakening future. This was why Zhang Wenxiang had been so arrogant when he had the chance to join Kun Academy. After all, it was truly something worth bragging about. Chen Ping logged onto the official website of Kun Academy, filled out some basic information about himself in the introduction section, including the honors he received today, and then submitted it. There were many ways to join Kun Academy. Some were recruited by academy teachers themselves, some were selected through resume screening, some were specially recommended by internal members, some were referred by large awakening forces, and some simply applied on their own. But regardless of the method, everyone had to go through a series of tests to finally be admitted. Chen Ping wasn't in a hurry. He just submitted a resume to give it a try. As soon as he finished submitting his resume, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Liang calling. Hello, Liang, what's up? Chen Ping's tone was relaxed. Brother Ping, it's like this, there's an event tonight, and I want to invite you to come along. Zhao Liang's nervous voice came through the phone. Chen Ping frowned slightly. An event? Is it something important? Let me say this first, I'm not interested in those wild parties you rich kids love, so don't interrupt my training. Come on, it's definitely not one of those drinking and girl-chasing parties. Don't I know your standards, Brother Ping? Zhao Liang sounded excited on the phone. It's like this, a big shot from the awakening world is coming to our circle tonight. I thought, Brother Ping, you're also an awakener, right? Maybe you could chat with them, get to know each other. Who knows, it might help you in the future. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. A big shot? How big? I can't say for sure, but you'll know when you meet them. Zhao Liang replied. Chen Ping thought seriously for a moment. Given that he was currently facing a bottleneck in his cultivation, going out for some exchange might help. Who knows? He might even find a chance to break through to sea-level awakening. After carefully considering it, he nodded. All right. I'll go with you then. Great, brother. I'm coming to pick you up right now. Zhao Liang sounded extremely excited. Soon, the roar of a sports car echoed outside the gates of Tangcheniping community. When Chen Ping walked to the gate, he saw an eye-catching sports car, a Koenigsegg. Its sleek black and white lines and streamlined design made it look like a noble and elegant beast, crouching on the ground, ready to transform into lightning at any moment. So cool. Is this the joy of being a rich kid? Chen Ping saw Zhao Liang step out of the sports car, dressed in a stylish and handsome outfit, looking like a trendy young man. He waved excitedly, "Brother Ping." Passers-by turned their heads, looking at Chen Ping with surprise. For a rich kid like Zhao Liang to call him brother, could this seemingly ordinary young man also be a low-key big shot? Chen Ping smiled at Zhao Liang, his smile becoming a bit more genuine and warm. Old Zhao, not bad. This big toy must be worth millions, right? Zhao Liang's happy expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong? Chen Ping looked at Zhao Liang with a puzzled face. Nothing, get in the car. Zhao Liang quickly recovered his smile, eagerly inviting Chen Ping. Today, Chen Ping was wearing a cool black and white sports outfit, which showed his respect for Zhao Liang's event. It also matched the sports car perfectly, making him look like the coolest guy at any party they were going to. The sports car roared to life and sped off. The sun gradually set. Soon, they drove to the riverside. This was the largest river in Nantang City, called Yong River. The river was wide, and with the arrival of the Great Awakening era, its water volume had become even fuller, stretching out like a vast, silver ribbon reflecting the starry sky. By the riverside, a massive white cruise ship was quietly docked. In the open-air parking lot beside it, luxury cars were parked everywhere, clearly indicating a major event was taking place. Zhao Liang parked his sports car in the parking lot. He seemed to be quite popular in this circle. As soon as he got out, several well-dressed people approached him to greet him. "Young Master Zhao. Brother Zhao, you're here." A few young men dressed casually and flamboyantly walked over. Each of them had a beautiful, sexy woman by their side, with somewhat polite, friendly smiles on their faces, though their looks were all rather typical of social media influencers. Zhao Liang enthusiastically greeted the group. "Oh, Brother Zhao, who is this beside you?" "Oh, he's my brother, Chen Ping." Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. He's one of Nantang City's top 10 outstanding youths, the guy who, during the Mist Lizard Forbidden Zone incident, killed a horde of Forbidden Zone monsters with just his fists. Zhao Liang introduced him with excitement. Everyone looked surprised. "So, you're the hero of Nantang City High School? Ah, the one who single-handedly killed hundreds of Forbidden Zone monsters? Oh my god, a pleasure to meet you." Everyone immediately became enthusiastic, especially the beautiful influencer-like girls. Their bright eyes scanned Chen Ping from head to toe, their gazes practically sparkling. Chen Ping hadn't expected that he had apparently single-handedly killed hundreds of monsters, but he still maintained a polite smile and warmly greeted the group. "Haha, killed hundreds of Forbidden Zone monsters all by himself? Zhao Liang, I can't believe you said that with a straight face." A woman with flowing long hair, dressed in a black trench coat and marten boots, strode over. Her face had a touch of sharp beauty, her eyes were fierce with a hint of mockery, and she sneered, "A D-level awakener can barely handle a few Forbidden Zone monsters at best. Who are you trying to impress here? Tan Mengxiu, you weren't there, so what are you even talking about?" Zhao Liang retorted, unconvinced. "Heh, I wasn't there, but I've never seen a pig fly either," the woman sneered. She waved her hand, and a burly man in a suit with sunglasses stepped forward beside her, looking imposing. "My bodyguard here is also a D-level Vajra-type awakener. Don't tell me I don't know what a Vajra-type awakener is capable of? If your brother Chen has the guts, let him spar with my bodyguard." Chen Ping was stunned. He hadn't expected someone to target him so quickly, especially since he hadn't even said anything. Zhao Liang stepped forward, shielding Chen Ping, and said coldly, "Tan Mengxiu, are you doing this on purpose? I brought my brother to attend the banquet, not to fight your bodyguard." Then he leaned over slightly, whispering, "Brother Ping, be careful. That Tan Mengxiu is from the Tang family, which has close ties with the Heavenly Soldiers group. She's being so aggressive right away, this is probably connected to the Heavenly Soldiers group." Tan Mengxiu looked at Chen Ping with a mocking smile. "Oh my, the great hero of Nantang City High School needs to hide behind a mere mortal? Truly worthy of being the mighty warrior who killed hundreds of Forbidden Zone monsters. Ha ha ha, can't keep boasting, huh? A freshly awakened D-level weakling, thinking he can show off at a banquet? Our brother sure could slap him so hard his own mother wouldn't recognize him." The people around Tan Mingxiu, including the tall bodyguard, all began laughing in sync. Zhao Liang sneered, "Such a clumsy provocation. Do you really think we'll fall for it?" But as soon as he said that, he heard the sound of metal clinking behind him. He turned around and saw that Chen Ping had already silently put on his Xianba gauntlets. "Fine. I'll spar with your bodyguard." Chen Ping agreed cheerfully. "Zhao Liang?" Chen Ping stepped out from behind Zhao Liang, still wearing a gentle smile. He looked at the bodyguard, whose smile had become a bit stiff, and eagerly asked, "Shall we stop at first contact? Or go all the way to life and death?" The noisy, laughing crowd around them suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the young man who had silently put on his gauntlets and accepted the challenge with a smile. Tan Mingqiu was stunned. She had intended to provoke Chen Ping, but it was just a mocking remark from a superior position. She never expected Chen Ping to agree so readily and so quickly that she didn't even have time to hesitate. To stop at the first strike. Or to fight to the death. What a heavy statement. But Tan Mingqiu saw that the boy's expression was extremely serious, not joking at all. "Brother Ping, are you serious?" That bodyguard next to Tan Mingqiu, Shi Jintao, is said to be a D-level peak Vajra type. And he's extremely skilled at combat. He's even the chief instructor at a martial arts gym. Zhao Liang looked at Chen Ping with worry. "A martial arts instructor? Even better." Chen Ping's eyes shone brightly. "Oomph, ignorant brat. Just because you killed a few Forbidden Zone monsters, you think you're unstoppable? I've beaten more Awakeners than you've ever seen. Now let me teach you how to behave." The tall bodyguard beside Tan Mingqiu couldn't hold back any longer. He strode forward angrily, his joints cracking as he moved. Muscles bulged under his bronze skin, exuding a sense of raw power, and a terrifying aura burst forth. The young men nearby stepped back in fear. Chen Ping turned to Zhao Liang. "Old Zhao, you should step back." "Brother Ping, calm down. There's no need for this fight at all." Zhao Liang was anxious. He hadn't brought Chen Ping here to start a conflict. "No, this fight is necessary." Chen Ping's expression was serious. Zhao Liang didn't know why, but he saw a hint of eagerness in Chen Ping's eyes. Could it be his brother actually wanted to fight? Zhao Liang fell silent and wisely stepped back. At this moment, many people around them focused nervously on Chen Ping and Shi Jintao. They're really going to fight? This is too sudden. What's so sudden about it? Wasn't it Tan Mingqiu who came looking for trouble? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it either. The hero of Nantang City High School versus the chief instructor of Tianjin Martial Arts Gym? This is going to be interesting. Ha? Hero of Nantang City High School? That title means nothing in the awakening world. A mocking voice came from the crowd. Some people turned in displeasure to see who had spoken, only to find it was a young man in a Taoist robe. Next to him stood Su Xiao, a well-known figure in Nantang City, who was following him respectfully. Who is that guy, acting so arrogant? He's Li Han, a core disciple of the longevity sect. Hiss, better not mess with him. Many people looked at the young man with a mix of respect and fear. The longevity sect was a renowned awakening force in Nantang City, the strongest Qi cultivation sect in Ji province. Sigh, that young brother Chen Ping's willpower is still lacking. He fell for the provocation so easily. If he were just an ordinary Vajra-type awakener, that would be fine, but his opponent is Shi Jintao. Shi Jintao not only has the strength of a D-level peak awakener, but he also has extremely rich combat experience. And as far as I know, that Chen Ping has only recently awakened. He hasn't joined any major awakening force, has no cultivation techniques, and has little combat experience. How could such a naive, inexperienced awakener possibly win? Some experienced observers also began commenting on the situation. Those who had been impressed by Chen Ping began to feel uncertain. Many of the young men looked at the confident young boy with doubt, and the same question popped into their minds. Where does this Chen Ping get his confidence from? On the field, the boy was still smiling, and his eagerness to fight was clear. "You still haven't answered me. Do we stop at first contact, or go until one of us is dead?" Chen Ping smiled, his bright eyes fixed on Shi Jintao. Disputes between awakeners often ended in deadly battles. Shi Jintao had originally wanted to sneer and say, "I'll kill you with one punch, you brat." But when he saw the boy's gaze, for some reason, a chill ran through his heart. Almost reflexively, he muttered, "Oomph, it's a nice evening banquet. I'd rather not kill anyone." "Good." Chen Ping nodded and assumed a combat stance. Shi Jintao's aura suddenly sank. The concrete beneath his feet cracked, and he shot toward Chen Ping like a cannonball. "Ha!" He roared like a tiger. Before his body reached Chen Ping, his voice did. It was fierce and intimidating. Many of the rich young men around were so shocked that they instinctively backed away, some feeling a ringing in their ears, others feeling their legs go weak. This was Shi Jintao's signature technique, Tiger Roar Soul Shaker. As he roared, his figure lunged forward like a fierce tiger, his fist crashing down toward Chen Ping's head, accompanied by a sharp, explosive sound of air being torn apart. In that instant, Chen Ping didn't show any fear. His expression was unexpectedly calm, his dark eyes reflecting the incoming fist, his pupils tracking its trajectory. A punch so fast that ordinary people could barely see it, but Chen Ping saw it clearly. With a subtle shift of his body, he avoided the terrifying punch. The sharp sensation of the air being split by the punch brushed painfully against his face. Chen Ping's aura suddenly sank as well. The Nine Suns' true technique surged wildly, and the fiery energy within his body had already condensed in his fist. The black gold gauntlet resonated with this energy, creating an intense wave of power. His waist twisted slightly, and the force spread through his entire body. His fist shot out with explosive speed. So fast. Shi Jintao had no time to block. The fist, like a falling meteor, crashed toward his body. The surface of the metal gauntlet emitted ripples of energy, instantly piercing through his defensive gap and struck his face directly. Boom! A blast of air erupted. Shi Jintao's hardened face twisted under the impact of the metal gauntlet, his iron-like face dented inwards. But blood sprayed from his facial features. Shi Jintao's massive body was sent flying backward by the terrifying force, hurtling over 10 meters away. With a loud crash, he smashed into a sports car, and the carbon fiber exterior of the car caved in. His body was deeply embedded in the car, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. His eyes rolled back, his body twitched once, then went completely still. The entire scene fell silent. The so-called experts who had been speaking confidently earlier were stunned. Zhao Liang and the others, who were about to cheer, were left speechless. Even Tan Mingxiu, who had been so confident and eager, stood frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock. Is it over? They said Shi Jintao would definitely beat Chen Ping, but he was knocked out with one punch? How is this possible? He's the chief instructor of Tianjin Martial Arts Gym. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Some of them turned their gazes to the core disciple of the longevity sect, Li Han, the one who had confidently declared that Chen Ping would lose and had even given an in-depth analysis. Now, this scene was a complete slap in the face. I see, this Chen Ping is not inexperienced in combat at all. His awakening ability is strong, his physical quality is on par with Shi Jintao, and he possesses a high-level combat technique, Li Han commented, his face calm and thoughtful, as if he wasn't the one who had predicted Chen Ping's loss. The crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Even after being humiliated, he could still analyze the situation so calmly, truly worthy of being a disciple of a major sect. Oops, did I use too much force? Standing in the center, Chen Ping awkwardly looked toward Shi Jintao and saw that he was completely unconscious. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Is Shi Jintao okay? Tan Mingxiu. Go see if he's dead. Two other men in suits stepped forward from behind her and checked on Shi Jintao. Chen Ping stood there, feeling slightly embarrassed. Actually, after his strength had increased so quickly, he had been wanting to find another Vajra-type awakener as a reference to see how his strength compared to other Vajra-type experts. And here was the perfect opportunity. How could he pass it up? Since they were both D-level peak Vajra-type awakeners, Chen Ping had chosen to fight with full force out of respect. He hadn't expected the other guy to be so weak, getting knocked out with a single punch. He's fine. He just fainted. The two bodyguards finished checking the injuries and reported. Chen Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at Tan Mingxiu with some confusion, he asked, Sister Tang, are you sure your bodyguard is really a D-level peak Vajra type? You didn't just make that up to fool me, did you? Veins bulged on Tan Mingxiu's forehead, and her chest heaved with anger. This damn Chen Ping. Chen Ping's words were brutal. Tan Mingxiu's face flushed red with anger. She glared at Chen Ping, clenching her fists involuntarily. Ha ha ha, Sister Tang, calm down. Calm down. Zhao Liang cheerfully stepped forward to mediate. That was truly an amazing match. My brother Ping just got lucky and won. Sister Tang, you're not really angry, are you? Are you planning to interfere in a fair battle between awakeners? Zhao Liang spoke with a joyful tone, clearly feeling smug. Tan Mingxiu was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she couldn't find any sharp words to counter him. A fight between awakeners is won or lost. I admit your friend has some skill. At this point, if she didn't acknowledge Chen Ping's strength, it would be slapping her own face. Ah, my car. One of the young men covered his head in agony, staring at his sports car with a large dent from the crash. It's just a sports car. What's the big deal? Since Sister Tang's bodyguard initiated the fight, she will naturally handle the damage. Don't you think so, Sister Tang? Zhao Liang said loudly, smiling at Tan Mingqiu. Tan Mingqiu's face turned pale with anger. Humph, of course, I will handle this little matter. She waved her hand. One of her bodyguards went to carry away the unconscious Shi Jintao, while another began arranging compensation for the damaged sports car. Behind her, several more burly bodyguards stood silently, giving her the air of a pampered young lady. All right, it's over. Everyone, disperse. It's all done. Sigh, I thought we were going to see a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided beatdown. The hero of Nantang City High School lives up to his name. I almost got swayed by some people here. The young rich kids started to disperse, but some walked up to Zhao Liang and Chen Ping, eager to make friends. Brother Ping, your performance just now was amazing. Yeah, as a fellow Vajra-type awakener, you're on a completely different level from that martial arts gym instructor. From now on, you're my idol. Brother Ping, my name is Zhang Yan. Can I add you on WeChat? Many people warmly greeted Chen Ping. At first, they had been polite but somewhat indifferent. But after this battle, their attitude toward Chen Ping had changed drastically. They went from being casually friendly to sincerely wanting to befriend him, with even a hint of admiration in their eyes. To them, awakeners weren't rare. But a young awakener who could knock out a trained D-level peak awakener with one punch was almost unheard of, a true genius. Zhao Liang was naturally delighted by this change and eagerly acted as the introducer, helping both sides get acquainted. Chen Ping followed Zhao Liang and the others onto the massive luxury yacht docked by the shore. On the yacht's open-air stage, small star-like lights were strung up, making the decorations especially delicate and beautiful. This is Zheng Guofu. This yacht belongs to his family. Zhao Liang introduced. Hello. Chen Ping showed a polite, professional smile. Young heroes truly emerge early. I saw your match just now from the ship, and it was truly impressive, said a middle-aged man in a burgundy suit, smiling brightly. Oh, it was just luck, Chen Ping replied modestly. He looked around and saw many young men and women dressed elegantly, mingling and chatting. Many young women wore gorgeous evening gowns and delicate makeup, like beautiful butterflies fluttering among the crowd, conversing and smiling gracefully. Some of the women even focused their attention on Chen Ping and Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was one of the most prominent figures here, the son of the richest man in Ji province. A group of younger followers surrounded him, and girls constantly came over to flirt and show their interest. Chen Ping also felt like he had become more attractive tonight, with an endless stream of girls trying to invite him. But he wasn't interested in any of them. He only cared about the person Zhao Liang had mentioned. Who exactly is the big shot from the awakening world you mentioned? It's not Tan Mengqiu, is it? Chen Ping asked curiously. How could it be her? Zhao Liang rolled his eyes. My family may not be in the awakening world, but we have a team of awakeners who don't fear the Tang family at all. Oh? Chen Ping's eyes lit up slightly. So who is it? Master Zhao, young Master Chen. At that moment, a young man in a black Taoist robe walked over. He was quite handsome, followed by a few other men in similar robes. Their attire was completely different from the evening wear of the banquet, making them stand out. Hello, and you are? Chen Ping looked at the newcomer curiously. He is Li Han, a core disciple of the longevity sect, Zhao Liang said excitedly. Longevity sect? Chen Ping quickly remembered it was the top Qi cultivation sect in Ji province, also very famous in Nantang City. So it's Taoist Li. A pleasure to meet you. Chen Ping greeted with a hint of surprise. Perhaps because his sister was also a Qi cultivator, he had a natural fondness for cultivators. Your performance just now outside the ship was impressive. Li Han spoke slowly. You've probably heard of our longevity sect, right? Although we focus on Qi cultivation, we also have many high-level body refinement techniques. I can use my authority to give you a chance to join the longevity sect directly, making you one of our disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir spread around them. Chen Ping can directly become a disciple of the longevity sect? That's an amazing opportunity. I'm so jealous. Hearing this, Zhao Liang and Chen Ping were both stunned. Chen Ping's face showed a kind smile, but he politely shook his head. Sorry, Taoist Li. I already have somewhere else I want to go. Li Han's expression darkened slightly. You're rejecting me? Chen Ping was surprised. Am I not allowed to refuse? Li Han's voice turned cold. Do you know how many people would fight desperately for a chance to join our longevity sect? You will regret this in the future if you miss this opportunity. Chen Ping couldn't stand Li Han's arrogant attitude, but he held back his anger and shook his head again. I really have somewhere else I want to go. Sorry. Then tell me, where do you want to go? Li Han asked unhappily. I want to go to Kun Academy, Qin Ping replied. The crowd fell silent again, and many people looked at Qin Ping with surprise. Ha ha ha, Kun Academy? Li Han laughed. Do you even know how hard it is to get into Kun Academy? Forget about you, even a sea-level awakener would find it nearly impossible to enter. What are you thinking? I just want to get in. I will work hard for it. Qin Ping wasn't angry. Instead, he spoke very seriously. Many people looked at him with astonishment. Some were surprised, while others couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fine, then keep dreaming. I already gave you a chance. Li Han shook his head with disappointment. I thought you were someone with potential. What a pity. He turned and walked away. Qin Ping glanced silently at Zhao Liang. This is the big shot you mentioned? Zhao Liang stiffly shook his head. Qin Ping nodded, feeling that Zhao Liang wasn't completely out of his mind. Not far away, Tan Mingqiu, who had been silently watching Qin Ping, sneered. Just a little bit of success, and he's already so arrogant. If he had ever met real Kun Academy students, seen how monstrous and powerful they are, he wouldn't set such a ridiculous and laughable goal. An elderly man beside her nodded and added, everyone knows Kun Academy is the top supernatural academy in Xia Kingdom. But without climbing its mountain, you cannot see its peak. Only those who genuinely try to join Kun Academy truly understand how terrifying that place is. Tan Mingqiu scoffed. Simply put, he's like those naive elementary school kids who keep saying they will go to Beijing University one day. The old man shook his head. It's probably even harder than an ordinary person getting into Beijing University. As they spoke, a beastly roar came from the riverbank. A golden-maned, one-horned lion slowly walked over, ridden by a young man who looked carefree and arrogant. Behind him, several others wearing similar attire also rode fierce, intimidating exotic beasts. The beast-taming sect people have arrived. That's the genius of the beast-taming sect, Ning Beiyan? He looks so young. I'm more envious of his mount, that's a 4-star exotic beast, the golden-maned unicorn lion. So cool. On the yacht, many people turned to look at the newcomers. Riding a 4-star exotic beast was far more impressive than arriving in a sports car. Even some of the awakeners on the yacht looked at them with envy. Not every awakener could own an exotic beast as a mount. Exotic beasts were naturally fierce and rebellious, extremely difficult to tame. Only soul-type awakeners who specialized as beast tamers could train them to become mounts. Therefore, those who owned exotic beasts as mounts were usually beast tamers. The beast-taming sect was the top sect in Xia Kingdom for soul-type awakeners, known for producing powerful and even legendary beast tamers who could command terrifying exotic beasts in battle. Boom! 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 The golden-maned unicorn lion walked toward the yacht, its heavy steps making the yacht's metal deck tremble, showing its massive weight. Excuse me, but exotic beasts are not allowed on the yacht. Please leave your beast in the designated holding area. A well-dressed female attendant approached respectfully. The young man looked at her and smirked. Ha! My little gold never leaves my side. Are you saying you don't want Ning Beiyan to board this yacht? Roar! The golden-maned unicorn lion beneath him suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The female attendant's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Ha! The young man looked up at the terrace above. As if understanding his thoughts, the golden-maned unicorn lion leaped more than 10 meters into the air. Its body soared several stories high, its golden fur shimmering under the moonlight, like a massive golden ball landing directly on the upper deck of the yacht. Boom! The heavy weight of the exotic beast landed, making the entire yacht tremble. Oomph! There's nowhere in Nantang City that Ning Beiyan can't go. The young man sat atop the golden-maned unicorn lion, facing the shocked guests on the yacht, speaking arrogantly. Qin Ping was stunned. He turned to Zhao Liang. Is this the big shot you mentioned? Zhao Liang shook his head. No, it's not. Qin Ping nodded, feeling a sense of amazement in his heart. These awakeners. They are all so arrogant. Am I being too low-key and embarrassing other awakeners? Roar! The golden-maned unicorn lion roared at everyone on the yacht. Its imposing presence was like a mountain king surveying its territory. The young man sitting atop the 4-star exotic beast had an arrogant expression, a slight smile on his lips, clearly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He merely gave Zhang Guofu a slight nod. President Zhang, my little lion ran onto the yacht. You don't mind, do you? Of course not, of course not. Having the prodigy Ning Beiyang at our banquet only adds to its prestige. Zhang Guofu replied with a bright, friendly smile. TCH. Tan Mingqiu snorted disdainfully. Li Han, however, walked over with a smile, trying to strike up a conversation with Ning Beiyang. Ning Beiyang sat atop the golden-maned unicorn lion, looking down on everyone he spoke to. Anyone who wanted to talk to him had to look up, and he seemed to greatly enjoy this feeling. Seeing this scene, Qin Ping felt that the so-called geniuses of the longevity sect weren't much. Compared to the prodigies of the beast-taming sect, the difference was huge. But thinking about it, it made sense. The longevity sect was just a famous sect in Ji province. But the beast-taming sect was one of the top 10 sects in Xia Kingdom, a true powerhouse representing Ji province. The difference in status was massive. Qin Ping curiously examined the golden-maned unicorn lion. This lion, over 5 meters long, was truly eye-catching. Its bright, piercing eyes and golden fur shimmered under the moonlight, and its body contained a vast and overwhelming energy. If it slammed its paw down, it could probably crush the entire yacht. A 4-star exotic beast was equivalent to a 4-star monster in a forbidden zone. In other words, this lion was comparable to the lizard dragon the forbidden zone Lord Qin Ping had seen before. Thinking of it this way, the display of status was indeed impressive. No wonder Ning Beiyang could be so arrogant. He definitely had the right to be. Qin Ping felt a bit envious. He wondered when he would have such an impressive mount. At this moment, he stood among the crowd, just another nobody. Everyone's attention seemed to be focused on Ning Beiyang. The gods in his mind seemed to have guessed Qin Ping's thoughts. He. Xiao Ping, you want an impressive mount too? That weak little cat is nothing to be envious of. I, your great master, am the beast king of all realms. Be it divine beasts ruling regions or sacred beasts dominating eternity, they all must bow before my throne. If you let me take over your body, you can ride whoever you want, no exceptions. The voice of the domineering god boomed with pride. Keep dreaming. If I fall for your tricks, I'd be an idiot. Qin Ping replied with a cold sneer, completely unmoved. He continued watching Ning Beiyang's performance from the sidelines. Now that Ning Beiyang was the center of attention, many people went to strike up conversations with him. Qin Ping had no intention of going over. He didn't have the habit of looking up to talk to someone. His focus shifted to the banquet's food. Only then did he realize he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Thinking of this, he began grabbing all kinds of desserts, seafood, and steaks, eating heartily. This dessert is so soft and delicious, sweet but not too much. Wow! The lobster is so tender, and the steak is incredibly flavorful and chewy. The banquet food was of high quality, and Qin Ping was having a great time eating. He finished one table after another. Zhao Liang was stunned. Brother, you really can eat. Tan Mingxiu, who had been secretly watching him, was also dumbfounded. Is he a rice bucket? Many people at the banquet noticed Qin Ping's massive appetite and couldn't help but look over in surprise. But Qin Ping didn't care about their stares. It was like being at a buffet. As long as he ate, he was winning. Attention-seeking clown. Trying to steal my spotlight with gluttony? Ning Beiyang also noticed Qin Ping's actions, his brows furrowing slightly. He found Qin Ping annoying, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking Qin Ping was just a clown. Someone like that couldn't compare to a true prodigy like him. But before Ning Beiyang could bask in the spotlight for long, a clear and melodious cry suddenly pierced the sky. The bustling crowd on the yacht instinctively looked up. High above, a spirit kite tore through the clouds, appearing in everyone's sight. The spirit kite was over 10 meters long, its feathers a blend of azure and crimson, with its tail feathers displaying a dazzling array of colors. Under the silver moonlight, it left a long trail of spiritual light, looking absolutely beautiful, like a divine bird descending from the heavens. On the back of the spirit kite stood a graceful, unmatched figure. Draped in a flowing red phoenix robe, her sleeves embroidered with mandarin ducks, and holding a silver spear that shimmered under the moonlight, she looked like a phoenix descending to earth, arriving solely to dazzle all living beings. Nearly everyone on the yacht subconsciously stepped aside, making way for a large open space. The golden-maned unicorn lion below let out a low growl, its fur standing on end. It instinctively stepped back. Zhao Liang excitedly grabbed Qin Ping's sleeve, speaking urgently, Brother Ping, that's the big shot from the awakening world I told you about. Sigh, with an entrance like this, you don't even need to tell me. Qin Ping nodded. The spirit kite descended gracefully onto the open space of the yacht, stirring up a gust of energy-filled wind. The woman on its back gently leapt off, landing as lightly as a feather, completely silent. Only now did Qin Ping have a clear view of her face. Her warm, gentle eyes seemed to hold the poetry of autumn. Her rosy lips were more beautiful than any flower. Her beauty was both dazzling and enchanting, yet also carried a sense of purity, creating a paradoxical but captivating charm. Many of the young playboys on the yacht, who had seen countless beautiful women, were now staring in a daze. It was as if a true celestial maiden had descended to the mortal world. The crowd that had surrounded Ning Beiyang earlier all turned their awe-filled gazes toward this woman, completely uncontrollable. Ning Beiyang's spotlight was utterly crushed. He was angry, but also helpless. Zhang Guofu stepped forward with a bright smile. "Welcome, Taoist Qin. We've been waiting for you." The well-dressed businessman greeted the woman respectfully. The woman returned the gesture with a smile. "Sorry for the delay, something came up." Her voice was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the powerful aura she had displayed when she arrived. This made her seem even more charming. "Taoist Qin? What kind of title is that?" Chen Ping asked curiously. "Seriously, Brother Ping? You're already part of the awakening world, and you don't know what a Taoist is?" Zhao Liang stared at him in disbelief. Chen Ping looked at Zhao Liang seriously. "I wasn't an awakener before, so why would I care about those titles? That's why I'm humbly asking you now." Zhao Liang felt something was off with that answer, but he still explained patiently, "Taoist, it means a Kunlun Taoist. In Kunlun Academy, among the Qi cultivators, the top 12 are chosen based on their talent, character, strength, and many other factors. These 12 are called the 12 Kunlun Taoists." These words were like thunder in Chen Ping's ears. His interest was instantly piqued. Kunlun Academy was the awakening force he had always wanted to join, and this Qin Taoist was actually one of the best in Kunlun Academy, a genius among geniuses. He remembered his sister mentioning once that she also wanted to strive for a place among the 12 Kunlun Taoists. He didn't know if she had succeeded, but he could tell that achieving such a title was an extraordinary feat. Zhao Liang, still excited, continued, "Her real name is Qin Xiaoyu. She is a famous prodigy in the awakening world of Ji province. As one of the 12 Kunlun Taoists, she is also a role model for all cultivators in the awakening world. Recently, in the southwestern cultivation world of Xia Kingdom, she has earned another title, the Southwest Divine Flower." Southwest Divine Flower. Chen Ping looked at the woman surrounded by the crowd. To have a title representing an entire region clearly showed her high status in the awakening world, so she was truly a big shot in the awakening world. But isn't she a Qi cultivator? How does she have such a high-level exotic beast as her mount? Chen Ping pointed at the massive, colorful bird with radiant feathers, which had just forced the golden-maned unicorn lion into a corner with a single glance. "That's the 9-colored spirit kite, a 6-star beast king." Zhao Liang's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is said that the 9-colored spirit kite has divine beast bloodline. Even a soul-type beast taming master might not be able to tame such a creature. Some exceptionally talented experts can subdue high-level exotic beasts through their personal charm. It seems that the Southwest Divine Flower is one of them. Chen Ping suddenly understood. So it was possible to tame an exotic beast with personal charm? Then there was hope for someone like him with Vajra-type abilities too. Thinking of this, Chen Ping felt a surge of excitement for the future. "Taoist Qin, I am Tang Mingqiu from the Tang family. Could I have your contact information? If you ever need the Tang family's help in the future, please feel free to let me know." Tang Mingqiu looked at Qin Xiaoyu like an excited fan, her eyes burning with admiration. Of course. Qin Xiaoyu's smile was gentle, and she agreed very kindly, without the slightest arrogance of a top awakener. She almost always responded positively to others' requests, instantly gaining the affection of many. "Oh dear, I got so caught up chatting that I haven't even had dinner yet." Qin Xiaoyu smiled lightly. "Taoist Qin, would you like something to eat? We have everything here." Zhang Guofu eagerly offered. "From land to sea, we have several tables full of dishes." Yes. Sister Qin, this way for the food." Tang Mingqiu eagerly led the way, pointing to a spot on the terrace. "Wow, there really are so many delicious." Qin Xiaoyu began to praise, but the words got stuck in her throat. She saw that the tables filled with delicacies were now just a pile of greasy, empty plates. A boy holding a roasted turkey leg stood there, looking at her awkwardly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The boy looked at the turkey leg in his hand, then at Qin Xiaoyu. After hesitating for a moment, he raised the turkey leg toward her and said, Are you here to eat dinner? I haven't taken a bite of this turkey leg yet." "Here." Chen Ping felt very awkward. He was just happily eating on the side. The person who arrived was supposed to be an otherworldly fairy. But why did this fairy suddenly say she wanted something to eat? Do fairies even need to eat? Helpless, Chen Ping handed the only remaining turkey leg to the woman in front of him. "Oh, thank you." Qin Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. But for some reason, she actually accepted the large turkey leg. She even wrinkled her delicate nose slightly, seeming to take a sniff of the turkey leg's aroma. What happened here?" Zheng Guofu looked at the messy dining tables, clutching his head in horror. It was that Chen Ping. He ate all the food from several tables. Tang Mingqiu pointed angrily at the boy who hadn't even wiped his mouth clean. What? Chen Ping ate all the food? Is he crazy? How can he eat so much? That's not even scientifically possible. Everyone was stunned. Then some people's faces showed anger and disdain. This guy is so rude, eating all the food meant for everyone. Exactly, now what are we supposed to eat? What will Daoist Qin eat? Did he come to the yacht just to freeload on food? Facing the crowd's accusations, Chen Ping looked completely innocent. But, I asked the waiter. She said once the food on the tables runs out, it can be replenished. No matter how much I eat, they can bring out more. Chen Ping's explanation made everyone pause. Zhang Guofu looked toward the nearby waitress. Cold sweat dripped down the waitress's face as she quickly explained, "That's right. We are urgently preparing more dishes, and they will be served soon." I see, Zhang Guofu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Good, is that what we should be focusing on? Tang Mingqiu's eyes widened. Exactly. Isn't the main point that Chen Ping acted so disrespectfully? When Daoist Qin arrived, he showed no respect and even ate all the banquet's food? Li Han smiled and added, watching Chen Ping and Qin Xiaoyu with a look of amusement. Chen Ping, oh Chen Ping, didn't you want to enter Kun Academy? Now I'll show you what it feels like to offend a prodigy from Kun Academy. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. What's the big deal? Qin Xiaoyu said casually while eating the turkey leg. By the way, this turkey leg is really good. Thanks. She smiled at the slightly awkward boy by the dining table, raising the half-eaten turkey leg as if making a toast. On the yacht, countless people's eyes widened. Daoist Qin actually ate the turkey leg Chen Ping gave her? And she seems to be really enjoying it. Everyone's feelings became extremely complicated at that moment. No one expected that the high and mighty goddess would so unceremoniously eat the boy's turkey leg and look so satisfied doing it. Chen Ping saw that the woman's rosy lips were slightly stained with oil from the turkey leg, but she continued eating with great enjoyment. His instincts as a foodie told him she genuinely loved the taste. Under the evening breeze, Qin Xiaoyu's red phoenix robe fluttered like a blossoming divine flower. But this divine flower was munching on a turkey leg, giving a thumbs up while eating, a scene that felt oddly out of place. But Chen Ping thought this fairy-like woman somehow looked even more beautiful now. Sorry, I ate too much. When the new dishes come out, you can eat first. Chen Ping apologized. I can't eat nearly as much as you. Just one turkey leg is enough. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, smiling lightly. Even though she was eating meat with big bites, she looked incredibly cute. By the way, how did you manage to eat all the food from several tables? Are you a divine-type awakener who awakened the gluttonous god? Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously. No, I'm a Vajra-type awakener, Chen Ping replied. Wow, a Vajra-type can eat this much? How do you do it? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Ping felt a bit helpless. I don't know, maybe I'm just naturally hungry? Ha, you're so interesting. Qin Xiaoyu laughed brightly. The two began chatting happily. But the people around them felt very uneasy. Li Han's face twitched slightly. No, this isn't how things were supposed to go. Daoist Qin is way too good-natured. Tang Mingqiu also found it unbelievable. But then something even more shocking happened. They're calling you Chen Ping. Are you the Chen Ping from Tangchen Ipin community? Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously. Chen Ping hadn't expected such a strange question, but he still nodded. Yeah. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is your sister Chen Xingqiao? Yes, Chen Ping vaguely guessed something. I knew it was you. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She quickly walked up to Chen Ping, looking him up and down, and even reached out to pinch his cheek. Wow, your face is so tough. You really are a Vajra-type awakener. You know my sister? He asked. Know her? She's my best friend. We're like sisters, always together. Qin Xiaoyu spoke excitedly. Best friends who are inseparable. Chen Ping was a bit puzzled. Why had his sister never mentioned this? What? His sister is actually Chen Xingqiao, the one who joined Kun Academy? Oh my god, Chen Xingqiao and Chen Ping are siblings? The crowd watching was shocked. Chen Xingqiao had always kept Chen Ping's information well protected. Unless someone was close to Chen Ping or knew him well, most people didn't know that Chen Xingqiao was his sister. Even Tang Mingqiu and Li Han, who had previously thought Chen Ping was clueless about Kun Academy, were stunned. So Chen Ping really did know about Kun Academy? After all, his sister was a student there. I've heard her mention it before. She told me her little brother recently awakened, and she even asked me to visit him in Nanteng City when I got the chance. I never expected to meet you here on the yacht first. This must be fate. Qin Xiaoyu laughed happily. her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with joy. Really? My sister hasn't replied to my messages lately. What is she busy with? Chen Ping asked curiously. She's in seclusion, trying to break through. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. To be honest, she's a real monster. She's only at the core formation stage, but she's already one of the 12 Taoists of Kun Academy. This statement caused another wave of shock across the crowd. Oh my god. Chen Ping's sister is also one of the Taoists of Kun Academy? Chen Xingqiao is that powerful? Reaching the 12 Taoists at the core formation stage? No, that's impossible. Every one of the 12 Taoists of Kun Academy should be at the nascent soul stage. Li Han's eyes widened, and he shook his head forcefully, clearly thinking this information was unbelievable. Qin Xiaoyu turned to look at Li Han, her bright eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. She smiled. Oh, I remember now. The person Xingqiao replaced was someone from your longevity sect, Lu Tianlu. Li Han stood there as if struck by lightning. He was stunned for several seconds, then shook his head even more frantically. No, that's even more impossible. Senior brother Lu is the pride of our longevity sect. He possesses the rare dual spiritual roots of wind and thunder, and his cultivation has already reached the nascent soul stage. How could he be replaced by someone at the core formation stage? The title of Taoist isn't determined by strength alone. Besides his barely passable strength, how does Lu Tianlu compare to my dear Xingqiu in terms of talent and character? Qin Xiaoyu snorted lightly. Anyway, just wait. When the latest Kunlun rankings are announced in a few days, this news will be officially revealed to the world. I don't have the time to make up stories just to fool you. Li Han felt his legs go weak. Lu Tianlu was the pride of the longevity sect, a candidate for the next sect master, and also Li Han's role model in cultivation. But now, such a dazzling figure had actually been replaced by Qin Ping's sister as one of the Taoists? And he had previously spoken down to Qin Ping, arrogantly offering to let him join the longevity sect. Now, looking back, his behavior seemed like that of a clown. With such a powerful sister, what opportunities couldn't Qin Ping get? Everyone around looked at Qin Ping with shock. Once again, Qin Ping had become the center of attention. Amazing, Brother Ping. You were hiding this so well. So your sister is that strong? Zhao Liang looked at Qin Ping with envy. That means I don't even need to introduce you to big shots from the awakening world. You just need to call your sister home. Qin Ping felt a bit speechless. Actually, he was just as shocked as everyone else. He never expected his sister to be this strong. A Kunlun Taoist. The title alone sounded incredibly impressive. So while he hadn't known, his sister had already reached such a high level. As they spoke, Qin Xiaoyu had already finished the turkey leg. She raised her hand and waved lightly in the air. Instantly, the oil stains on her hands and lips vanished, and she returned to looking like a pure, otherworldly fairy. Well, since I've run into you here, I might as well tell you this now. Besides handling some mundane affairs in Nanting City, I have something important to do. You might be interested too. Qin Xiaoyu's bright eyes blinked as she looked at Chen Ping. It's related to me too? What is it? Chen Ping asked curiously. The corners of Qin Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly, her smile even more dazzling than flowers. Her soft, gentle voice was like a sweet melody. It's a big opportunity. Qin Xiaoyu's tone suddenly became ambiguous and alluring for some reason. The word benefit stirred something in Chen Ping's heart. A big benefit? Chen Ping looked at the woman close at hand, her flawless face under the moonlight, and the words she spoke felt somewhat dreamlike. Yes, this big benefit is related to you. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Chen Ping and smiled, saying, here's the thing. I obtained a barrier key for a Genesis-type forbidden zone in Province G, which allows for the exploitation and clearance of that forbidden zone. Genesis-type forbidden zone. Chen Ping's emotions were slightly stirred. It is widely known that forbidden zones are divided into coverage type and Genesis type. Once a Genesis-type forbidden zone appears, a small world will suddenly emerge in this world. The entire Earth will mysteriously gain an additional piece of inherent territory, as if a separate world is squeezed into this one. Some of these zones are extremely dangerous, while others have little impact on reality. Various private awakening forces often maintain a tacit understanding with official bodies like the Special Event Management Bureau. Private forces handle forbidden zones outside the cities, while the official bureau deals with those within the cities. This not only maintains a balance but also helps the official awakened forces better protect public safety. Of course, to ensure public safety, forbidden zones within cities must be cleared as quickly as possible. Because of this, if other forces arrive in time, they can also assist in clearing these zones. Genesis-type forbidden zones differ greatly from coverage-type ones in that they often contain a completely different, strange world. The probability of rare species and precious treasures appearing in that world is higher, which is why many forces view Genesis-type forbidden zones as high-risk resource collection zones. Many factions would fight fiercely over a single Genesis-type forbidden zone. The one I obtained is quite special, with a unique geographical location, and its surroundings are filled with extremely special barriers, requiring a barrier key to enter. To put it simply, it needs a special entry point. So far, no one has been able to enter that zone. Xin Xiaoyu took out an intricately crafted key, which looked more like an extremely sharp spike than a key. Chen Ping nodded seriously. The harder a forbidden zone is to enter, the greater the opportunities inside, but correspondingly, it would also be more dangerous. But what does this have to do with me? Chen Ping asked again. This kind of difficult-to-enter forbidden zone was extremely challenging. Even if he managed to get inside, what could he do? That's the interesting part. Xin Xiaoyu raised a slender finger and smiled. To enter this forbidden zone, the conditions are very strict. Not only does it require the barrier key, but the zone is also covered with powerful barriers. It requires 4 people below S rank, each with completely different major realms, to form a special 4 symbols formation to enter the zone. Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. The conditions are that strict? Yes, they are that strict. Xin Xiaoyu said excitedly, based on past experience, forbidden zones with such strict conditions are usually artificially modified, likely created by ancient powerhouses as a screening ground. They may contain incredible opportunities. Hearing this, Chen Ping's heart raced even faster. These zones often contain ancient, mysterious inheritances, a chance for any awakened one to rise. But he quickly calmed down. What does this have to do with me? Why would such a great opportunity come to him? I'm currently looking for a B rank awakened one, a C rank awakened one, and a D rank awakened one to join me in entering the zone. The B rank slot I intend to give to the 10,000 Beasts sect, as a favor to someone who helped me before. Xin Xiaoyu said, gently stroking the 9-colored spiritual kite beside her. Ning Beiyang crossed his arms, a proud smile on his face. Chen Ping tentatively asked, Ning Beiyang? Yes. Xin Xiaoyu nodded. Ning Beiyang is a genius of the younger generation of the 10,000 Beasts sect, with great potential and highly valued by the sect. Although he is only at the early stage of B rank awakening, I still decided to give him this great opportunity. As for the C rank slot, I will give it to the longevity sect. It's just another interest-based deal. Xin Xiaoyu continued. Li Han silently clenched his fist. Only he knew the price the longevity sect paid to secure this slot for him. He would not disappoint his sect's expectations. He would complete all his assigned tasks and become the hope of his sect. Master Brother Lu Tianlu, I will definitely catch up to you. I will help you achieve the goals you couldn't complete. In the future, I will become one of the 12 sons of Kunlun and return the humiliation that woman caused you 100-fold. Thinking of this, Li Han turned his furious gaze toward Chen Ping. Chen Ping was baffled by this sudden glare. How had he offended Li Han? But now was not the time to dwell on that. Chen Ping turned his expectant, excited gaze to Xin Xiaoyu and asked, So you mean, this is related to me because I am the chosen D-rank awakened one? Correct. Xin Xiaoyu snapped her fingers, pointing at Chen Ping with a bright smile. You are the D-rank awakened one I have chosen. It felt like Chen Ping had been struck by a wave of happiness, leaving him dizzy. A Genesis-type forbidden zone, and one with tremendous opportunities. And he actually had a chance to enter it? But that feeling of happiness didn't last long. Chen Ping quickly became alert again. Why me? What price do I have to pay? He asked. You don't need to pay anything just because you are Qin Xingxiao's younger brother. Xin Xiaoyu spoke without any hesitation, and the firmness in her tone surprised Chen Ping. This, because of my sister? You're giving me this huge opportunity just because of her? Chen Ping felt a little uneasy. Why was he suddenly receiving another favor because of his sister? Did my sister do something for me again? Of course not. Your sister is in seclusion and doesn't even know about this. Xin Xiaoyu shook her head. Then she looked at Chen Ping with a gaze that unexpectedly carried a hint of affection. But because you are Xingxiao's brother, I just want to be good to you. There's no big benefit, no complicated reason, just because. I want to. Seeing the sincere and captivating expression on her face, Chen Ping was completely stunned. The other onlookers on the yacht were also dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Chen Ping suddenly get a free slot? Ning Beiyang and Li Han were the most frustrated. The forces behind them had paid a huge price to secure a slot, but Chen Ping, who did nothing, got one too. Why? Just because he had a sister? Ning Beiyang's lips twitched slightly, and his proud expression became hard to maintain. Li Han was furious, his face turning slightly red, but he didn't know what to say. Both of them felt like they had swallowed lemons, their hearts filled with bitterness. Oof. What's there to envy? The lower one's level, the less they can gain from the forbidden zone. Ning Beiyang snorted. Li Han quietly echoed, exactly. Even if he enters a place with ancient inheritances, the benefits he can get are very limited, and the lower his strength, the greater the risk. A D-rank awakened one entering such a high-level forbidden zone is almost asking for death. Let him be happy for now, but this opportunity might become his grave. Their reasoning was sound, but their words were tinged with bitterness. In contrast to their sour expressions, the other people on the yacht enthusiastically congratulated Chen Ping. Some even tried to strike up conversations with him. Even those who had previously been around Li Han and Ning Beiyang now approached Chen Ping, trying to get familiar with him. Chen Ping suddenly found himself surrounded by friendly faces, each smiling warmly at him. But Chen Ping was still very clear-headed. He knew that most of these smiles were directed at his sister. This was the benefit of having high strength. It brought many good people into your life. The benefit I mentioned is this. Of course, all of this is based on your willingness. As long as you agree, we will set off in 2 days, Jin Xiaoyu said, her eyes filled with expectation as she looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping thought seriously for a moment. In fact, Li Han's words weren't wrong. With his current strength, entering the forbidden zone, regardless of its level, would be extremely dangerous. But he thought of the god in his mind, he thought of his sister, and he thought of his future. Sometimes, if you don't take risks, you have no chance, no capital to fight against the god in your mind. Yes, the risk of entering the forbidden zone was high. But wasn't he already living with the constant risk of being possessed? If he couldn't find an ancient inheritance to change his fate, what else could he do? I am willing to go with you. Chen Ping looked at Qin Xiaoyu and said firmly. Waiting to die was not Chen Ping's style. He preferred to take the initiative. Chen Ping agreed to Qin Xiaoyu. In 2 days, he would set off with Qin Xiaoyu to that mysterious Genesis-type forbidden zone. Qin Xiaoyu gave the three of them time to prepare. Chen Ping felt there was nothing he could prepare. Mainly because he was too poor. He only had a single second-grade spiritual weapon and nothing else. The next morning, he went to school again, but this time, he applied for a few days off with his homeroom teacher. What? You want to take a leave of absence? And for an entire week? Homeroom teacher Hong Jing looked at the well-behaved student in front of her with surprise. Chen Ping spoke sincerely, Teacher, I know that as someone with the top grades in the year, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Nantang City, an excellent student of Province G, and an outstanding youth league leader, taking a sudden week off doesn't look good. But I really have a reason I can't avoid. Hong Jing was briefly speechless but soon calmed down and asked, Is it something related to being an awakened one? Chen Ping nodded. Alright, I understand. Since you've chosen this path, I won't make things difficult for you. Hong Jing looked at Chen Ping, her voice filled with sincere concern, but I also hope you understand that even if you've decided to walk the path of an awakened one, studying more is always beneficial. I don't want you to completely give up on your studies. I understand. I never planned to give up on my studies, Chen Ping smiled. The cultivation of an awakened one and studying were never opposites. Learning could help him better shape his worldview and understand the world. Someone who only knew cultivation without studying was no different from a wild boar. The homeroom teacher approved his leave. Returning to his seat, Chen Ping found that someone had prepared breakfast for him, 3 extra-large sandwiches. Chen Ping, I know you eat a lot, so I specially prepared this breakfast for you. I hope you like it. May you be full of energy every day, carrot carrot. Seeing the neat handwriting, Chen Ping instinctively looked in a certain direction. And there she was, the girl also looking at him, her beautiful, jade-like face glowing in the morning light, fresh and charming. Song Xiao smiled brightly at him, raised her delicate fist, and made a cheering gesture. Chen Ping couldn't help but smile. He formed a heart with his fingers in her direction. Song Xiao shyly looked away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her shy appearance was particularly adorable. Feeling happy, Chen Ping picked up a sandwich and started eating. He had actually already eaten breakfast, but 3 sandwiches could serve as a nice dessert. After finishing, Chen Ping focused on his studies. During the self-study period, he carefully reviewed knowledge about forbidden zones. Genesis-type forbidden zones were full of dangers. There were dangers from forbidden zone creatures, threats from mysterious terrains, chaotic energy surges that could appear at any time, and dangerous killing formations and restrictions set by humans. Any of these dangers could be deadly. Even powerful A-rank awakened ones often made the news for entering forbidden zones and never coming back. Sigh. Chen Ping looked at the information in front of him and let out a heavy sigh. The pressure was quite intense. After all, he was just a D-rank awakened one. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, school was over. Shenping walked home with Song Xiao. Shenping, I heard you're taking a week off? Song Xiao looked at the boy beside her. Yeah. Shenping nodded. I'm going to a forbidden zone. It's a rare opportunity. I see. Song Xiao saw the determination on the boy's face and smiled. She clenched her small fist and waved it, her voice crisp. Then I wish you victory, that you gain great opportunities, and return safely. The girl's energetic encouragement eased the pressure in Shenping's heart a little. Shenping also smiled and nodded, thanks. I will definitely return victorious. The two parted ways at the familiar intersection. Shenping watched as Song Xiao's familiar and beautiful figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street. He knew he wouldn't see Song Xiao for many days. Song Xiao walked with her head down, her smile fading. Bathed in the sunset glow, she stepped on her own shadow, biting her lips and walking forward in silence. Her face was filled with conflict and pain. Why? I tried so hard to just be an ordinary person, but you keep walking further down the path of an awakened one. Both of them were awakened ones. But Song Xiao felt that this only made the distance between them greater. She also knew that there wasn't any particularly close relationship between her and Shenping, but she still felt deeply upset. It was as if something in her heart had become empty. Shenping walked all the way home. He didn't think much else, just focused on preparing for tomorrow's Forbidden Zone expedition. Ning Beiyang and Li Han were nervously preparing everything they needed for the Forbidden Zone. Shenping couldn't prepare anything. He could only practice boxing at home like a silly dog. He practiced boxing for 2 hours straight. His entire upper body was covered in sweat. Looking in the mirror, he felt his muscles had become much firmer. Those defined muscles, though not bulky, were full of beauty and strength. With his current strength, taking down a few small monsters shouldn't be a problem, right? Master, you're getting more and more handsome. I really like it. SSS. A voice that was both honest and loyal sounded. Ping Ping, are you really going to the Forbidden Zone? It's so dangerous there, and we can't help you. If you encounter a life or death crisis, Mom will be really worried. A gentle, caring voice also echoed in Shenping's mind. Shenping shook his head, his expression turning heavy and sorrowful as he said, sigh. My decision is made. If you truly consider yourselves my family and see me as family, you shouldn't be wasting words here. Instead, you should teach me some self-defense techniques to increase my survival rate. His words immediately caused an uproar in his mind. But the uproar wasn't because he spoke firmly. It was because he mentioned one word. Family. You actually called us family. Wah! I knew it. I knew Big Brother would see me as family. Master, you will always be my master. I will always serve you well. Woof. Facing the extremely excited gods in his mind, Shenping spoke helplessly. You all keep calling yourselves my brothers, my sisters, fine, whatever. But then there are those who call themselves my mom, my dad, all crazily trying to take advantage of me. What else can I do? I can only pinch my nose and accept the family setting. Brother, they are so bad, so bad. A soft voice rang in Shenping's mind. These gods all have impure thoughts, trying to take advantage of you under some identity. Unlike me, I will always see you as my brother, always put you first, and whatever brother says goes. Woof, you shameless wench, watch your words. I treat Shenping as my master. What is your big brother compared to that? In terms of identity, I am the god most centered on my master, the dog god objected. Tisk, dealing with brother Shenping isn't about lowering yourself. Calling him brother is the best way to get along. Isn't that right, big brother? The god who called himself Shenping's younger brother argued. Ha ha ha, what do you all know? I'm giving little Ping the experience of fatherly love. Let him feel my fatherly love like a mountain. That way, he will feel secure. The dad god laughed freely, not feeling that it was Shenping who was at a disadvantage for having a god as a father. Of course, compared to the debate over identities. What caused an even greater stir was that Shenping finally admitted they were his family. Ping Ping. Mom suddenly feels like crying. My little Ping has grown up. Ha ha. Little Ping. Accept my fatherly love. Big brother Shenping, this is the right mindset. We are a family. We are a loving, trusting family. The gods were extremely excited, so excited that they completely drifted off topic. Shenping didn't even understand what they were so excited about. Could it be that by admitting they were family, they could occupy his body more effectively through emotions? But hadn't he always seen the gods as his enemies? Calling them family was just his way of mocking the gods, mocking how they kept calling themselves his family but were unwilling to contribute to his growth. Emotionally, Shenping never truly saw this group of gods as real family. At most, he used the family titles to better distinguish the different gods in his mind. Chen Ping had once asked the gods in his mind who they really were, but they refused to reveal their true origins. Some gods claimed to be something like Chaos Lord, but were immediately refuted by the others, who said they were talking nonsense. Every time one god claimed an identity, the others would expose it as false. Over time, Chen Ping stopped caring about their identities altogether. Anyway, the god who always called him brother was Little Sister God. The one who always called him brother Chen Ping was Little Brother God. The one who called him Little Brother was Big Sister God. The one who called him Little Brother Chen Ping was Big Brother God. The one who called him Ping Ping was Mom God, and the one who called him Little Ping was Dad God. Oh, and there was one shameless god who called him Master Dog God. Wasn't this much easier to remember? Seizing the excitement of the gods in his mind, Chen Ping struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Look, I'm already calling you all family. And your family member is about to head to a dangerous forbidden zone. As family, can't you help me in some way? Even just giving me a few techniques or secret methods would be enough." The chaotic voices in his mind suddenly quieted. "Well, Little Ping, it's not that I don't want to help you. Our ability to help is really limited." As expected, Chen Ping thought. When it came to making him stronger, they suddenly seemed united. But any unity is always based on common interests. And breaking that unity is actually quite simple, as long as you break the balance of their shared interests. Chen Ping pondered for a moment, and a chain of logic quickly formed in his mind. He slowly spoke, Whoever among my family can help me before I enter the forbidden zone. Next time, I will borrow that family member's divine power." The gods in his mind fell silent. They seemed to have entered a strange, eerie silence. Then, suddenly, boom, his mind exploded with chaos. What kind of reckless words are these? Yeah, how can you use the priority of borrowing power as a bargaining chip to exchange benefits with us? Exactly. We lend you power to help you in the first place. This is too much. The chance to help you should not be something exchanged for other benefits. Wah? Big brother, I saw you as family, but you see me as a tool god? As expected, the gods in Chen Ping's mind erupted in chaos, with each one condemning his actions. Chen Ping didn't speak. He just waited patiently. He knew that his proposal would definitely cause cracks in their alliance. We absolutely cannot allow this. We can't spoil Little Ping. Agreed. Who does he take us for? Little brother, how can you play such tricks on your family? Yeah, exactly. So, what level of help would be needed to exchange for a chance to lend power? Yeah, master, you should at least set a standard. Without a standard, how can we proceed? This is too vague. The excited gods in his mind suddenly fell silent. It seemed that a group of angry gods was glaring at another group of tempted gods. Hey! Are you all out of your minds? Dad God roared furiously. Have you all gone mad? Do you actually plan to agree to his request? Do you know what consequences this will bring? Do you have any brains at all? The sister god, who always called him Big Brother, was also furious, so angry that she lost her reason and forgot to call him brother. What's wrong with agreeing to Brother Chen Ping's request? Brother God laughed. Exactly. Aren't we family with the master? SSS Dog God barked. Sigh. As expected, they can't be relied on. Such short-sighted guys. Mom God's voice was filled with disappointment. But whatever, as long as it can help Ping Ping and keep him safe, that's what I wish for. Mom God immediately switched sides. Right, Big Brother is the most important. Compared to that, what's a little loss? You all. Sister God hesitated, but then switched sides too. Absolutely right. Little Ping, just tell me, what can Dad do to help you? Chen Ping showed a satisfied smile. The seven gods shared a common goal. But let's not forget, they were also competitors. Being able to use his body one more time meant getting one step ahead of the other gods. This was the bait Chen Ping threw out. He understood that under such temptation, even if it meant damaging their common interests, they would still fight for it, because none of them could guarantee that the other six gods would stand firm. That was the reality. If one chose to take the opportunity, they would harm the common interest but get ahead of the others. If one didn't take it, but another god did, the common interest would still be damaged, and the one who held back would gain nothing. This was an inherent imbalance. This was an unerasable crack. And when they realized the crack existed and couldn't be sure the others would stick to the rules, the best choice from their perspective was often just one: take the lead. This was the prisoner's dilemma. People often abandon the best cooperative strategy for immediate personal gain, leading to long-term losses. This is the prisoner's dilemma. With just one sentence, Chen Ping plunged the seven gods into a prisoner's dilemma. At the same time, from their reactions, he became even more determined in his goal to become stronger, to use every possible means to become stronger. Even gods are just like humans. A sharp light flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. He understood that so far, the 7 gods didn't have the ability to prevent each other from cheating. They were still in a state of mutual restraint, a state that condemned them to the prisoner's dilemma. I'm about to enter a very dangerous forbidden zone. Tell me what each of you can do to help me. Whoever offers the most tempting help, I will choose them. Chen Ping didn't specify but instead threw the question back at the gods. Well, there isn't much we can do right now. Right. We can't provide material help. As for power, we can't grant it to you unless we take over your body. The only thing we can do for you is to teach you combat techniques. Chen Ping felt a slight joy in his heart, but his expression remained calm. He nodded, all right, then I want combat techniques. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ping added, and one more thing, they must significantly enhance my current combat strength without any side effects. The gods immediately became excited again. But, Master, how will you judge whose combat technique is better? Yes, Big Brother, I'm afraid you'll be tricked by some bad guys. We need to establish a fair and impartial standard. But Little Ping, with your current knowledge, I worry you might be deceived by those who talk big. Chen Ping thought for a moment and then showed an innocent smile. Very simple. Brother and sister gods, mom and dad gods, and dog god, you 7 will vote among yourselves. Choose the god who is currently least suitable to teach me combat techniques. The one with the most votes will be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, the gods immediately started voting. Of course, it has to be Dog God. Exactly, Dog God's power is too wild, and the combat techniques he understands are too chaotic and dangerous. Little Ping can't handle them yet. Letting Dog God teach Ping Ping combat techniques would be harming him. Last time, when he gave power to Big Brother, it almost broke his sanity. Such a terrible crime. The risk is too great. Yes. This dog absolutely cannot stay. Before Dog God could even speak, the other 6 gods had already unanimously voted to eliminate him. Woof! You lunatics! You're all lunatics! Slander! They're slandering me! Master, I even call you master. Last time was just an accident. You have to believe me. They are all slandering me, joining forces to harm me. Dog God roared in grief and anger. Chen Ping spoke with a look of regret, objection overruled. Dog God loses eligibility to compete. Oh whoa, Master, how can you do this? I haven't even had a chance to show what I can do, and you already decided I'm out. Dog God was eliminated before even getting a chance to begin. He had now become the most tragic god. Actually, Chen Ping had expected this. After all, Dog God's power was indeed too dangerous. And despite his constant master flattery, even if he taught something and placed it right in front of Chen Ping wouldn't dare to use it. Chen Ping and the other 6 gods had reached a surprising consensus on this matter. Alright, Dog God is out. So, who should we vote for next? The gods in Chen Ping's mind were excited, already looking for the next target. Let's vote for Mom God. Besides being good at flattering, she's useless. How about Brother God? That musclehead, what decent combat techniques could he have? You bastard. Want me to smash your dog head? I think Dad God is pretty useless to Big Brother right now too. You filthy wench. You've angered me. I'm going to tear you apart. Chaos broke out in Chen Ping's mind, a messy mix of factions and clashes. Chen Ping's face lit up with a happy smile. What a harmonious and warm family. Family. Let's all calm down for a moment. This time, we won't be voting. Chen Ping's words made the noisy mind quiet down again. What? No voting this time? Exactly. No voting this time. Chen Ping nodded and explained, this time, we'll determine the winner through a PK competition. A PK competition? The gods immediately became interested. Chen Ping blinked his innocent eyes and slowly said, here's how it will work. The 6 family members will be divided into 3 groups. Each of you must present a set of combat techniques or skills that are the most helpful to me at this stage, without any side effects, for one-on-one PK battles. During each PK match, the remaining 5 family members will act as impartial judges, voting on which of the 2 competitors' techniques are superior for me at this moment. The gods in Chen Ping's mind were thrilled. Interesting. This is a truly interesting competition. Excellent. I love this kind of competitive format. Ha ha ha. Just wait, I'll crush you all beneath me. Wah. Master, I want to compete too. Can you give me a chance? Scram. Shameless dog. Losers don't get to speak. Before Chen Ping even said anything, Dog God was driven away by the other gods. The remaining 6 gods were all eager to compete. Chen Ping was also excited. He knew Chen Ping began arranging the gods for their one-on-one PK battles. Dad God versus Mom God, Brother God versus Little Brother God, and Sister God versus Little Sister God. Clear matchups. The arrangement was reasonable. The 6 gods didn't have many objections, none of them feared the others. First to compete were Dad God and Mom God. The most useful combat technique for Ping Ping at this stage? That's too simple. I've already planned everything for Ping Ping's future. Mom God's voice was gentle but firm. Ha ha ha. Mere woman's wisdom, how could it be a threat? Little Ping, I will show you the true power of your father. Dad God's voice was filled with overwhelming presence. Chen Ping understood the personalities of these 2 gods in his mind. Mom always tried to win his heart with gentleness and motherly love, and Chen Ping did have the most affection for Mom God. But that didn't mean he underestimated Dad God, because Dad God always tried to make Chen Ping submit with his authority. Among the 7 gods, Dad God had always been the most domineering. He never bothered to please Chen Ping, always maintaining a majestic, fatherly presence, as solid as a mountain and as vast as the sea. His goal was to conquer Chen Ping by showing strength, proving he was an unshakable pillar of support. Dad God was no soft character. His ability to often take advantage of other gods while leaving them helpless showed how fierce he was. The gods could use a visualization method to display their combat techniques in Chen Ping's mind, allowing him to directly experience their power. Little Ping, watch closely. The combat technique I want to teach you is. In Chen Ping's mind, the world transformed. 9 suns hung high in the sky. On a vast, scorched land, countless beasts ran wildly. A figure appeared in this world looking almost identical to Chen Ping. Not only in appearance but even in power fluctuations and strength level, it was exactly the same as Chen Ping. Suddenly, a horde of strange beasts, covered in beast armor and shaped like rhinos, charged toward him. Each beast was over 5 meters long, massive, emitting the aura of 1-star and even 2-star Forbidden Zone monsters. The figure on the scorched earth showed no fear. Instead, he calmly took a stance, and an incredibly terrifying power surged into him like a vortex. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky. The figure moved like a true dragon from the heavens, charging straight into the horde of beasts. Boom! Golden dragon-shaped flashes swept across the land. One after another, the powerful armored rhino beasts were shattered by this force, their bodies crushed. The power was overwhelmingly fierce, incredibly mighty. The entire land was torn apart by exaggerated dragon-shaped cracks wherever that figure passed. Everything became ruins. This is the combat technique I want to teach you. 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. Dad God's grand and domineering voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. On the battlefield, that figure continued to rampage, moving like an unstoppable beast of destruction. Chen Ping watched in absolute shock. In this overwhelming attack, he saw a glimpse of the brilliance from when Long Chaner fought. But even more shocking, an instinctive feeling told him that this power was something he could actually wield in his current state. It was a supreme combat technique perfectly suited to his current form, spirit, and will, allowing him to fully unleash his strength. Just watching it made Chen Ping's heart burn with excitement. He deeply desired to learn this technique, wishing he could immediately choose Dad God's combat technique. Finally, he understood why the gods always looked down on the techniques he had learned. How could those who had seen the vast ocean care about the rise and fall of a puddle? After witnessing Dad God's 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon, Mom God's 3 primal unity appeared in his mind. This was a completely different style of combat technique. The Chen Ping on the scorched land used a series of exquisite moves. Every move had a unique, profound rhythm, using the least effort to achieve the greatest impact. Each strike easily shattered the bodies of the charging beasts. The figure's technique formed a perfect circle around itself, unmatched in its subtlety, immune to all methods. When faced with a powerful monster, it could even transform into 3, creating 3 identical Chen Pings who instantly crushed all the beasts ahead. Chen Ping instinctively felt that this technique was filled with endless mysteries. Learning it would not only greatly enhance his combat strength but also have a profound impact on his future development. The demonstrations ended, and the voting round began. To Chen Ping's surprise, a total of 4 gods voted for Dad God. Mom God only received a consolation vote from Dog God. It seemed most of the gods believed that Dad God's 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon would give Chen Ping the greatest combat boost. Ha ha ha. I told you, I am the victor. You foolish woman can only come up with flashy, useless moves. Dad God was in an excellent mood. Mom God sighed helplessly. The competition continued. Second round, Brother God versus Little Brother God. Youth, let me show you what is called the King's combat technique. Brother God took the initiative. In Chen Ping's mind, the simulated Chen Ping suddenly burst forth with an aura that shook the world. Like a thunderstorm, he charged into the horde of monsters. Swift as the wind, steady as the forest, aggressive as fire, immovable as a mountain, elusive as shadow, and explosive as thunder, Qin Ping saw a supreme war god dominating the battlefield. Earth, wind, water, and fire erupted together, and unstoppable kings might rule everything. At that moment, the figure was the true king of the battlefield. Qin Ping's heart raced with excitement. As expected of Brother God, who always wanted to be the king of the world, it had to be him. Humph, a bunch of flashy but useless techniques. Little Brother God's voice suddenly echoed. The scene in Qin Ping's mind changed. The simulated Qin Ping suddenly stood before a towering Tyrannosaurus, tens of meters tall, as massive as a building. Just its presence brought unimaginable pressure and suffocation. Compared to this colossal beast, Qin Ping looked like a tiny ant. But suddenly, his body was engulfed in golden flames, his insides like a reactor accumulating energy. Then, he erupted with unimaginable power and punched straight at the Tyrannosaurus. Boom! The punch exploded with a deafening roar like heavenly thunder. That enormous monster was blasted away by Qin Ping's punch. Qin Ping was utterly stunned. This is the power that a peak D-rank awakened one can wield? This is my heart technique, that ant battle technique, Little Brother God said proudly. Qin Ping's heart surged with excitement. The name of the technique sounded a bit strange, but its actual effect was amazing. What should he do? Every god's combat technique was so impressive. Qin Ping was deeply conflicted. Then it was time to vote again. The 5 gods expressed their opinions, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques, speaking with such expertise that Qin Ping was utterly confused, having no idea what they were talking about, but he still understood the final result. 4 gods cast their votes for the king's combat technique. The ant battle technique received only 1 vote. Little Brother God shouted in protest, yelling that it was rigged. Brother God was overjoyed, looking even more arrogant than Dad God in victory. The competition moved to the 3rd round. Sister God versus Little Sister God. Little Sister God's myriad forms returned made Qin Ping appear like a deity on the battlefield, using all kinds of mystical and terrifying abilities. The moves he could recognize numbered over 100, while the ones he couldn't identify were in the tens of thousands. No matter what type of enemy appeared, myriad forms return could always find a power to counter it, eliminating enemies with precise targeting. Myriad forms return was incredibly profound, combining both technique and combat skills. It was extremely tempting for Qin Ping, hitting right at his heart. But Qin Ping also doubted if he could ever learn such a complex technique. Sister God's cycle of all things, on the other hand, sent a chill down Qin Ping's spine. Because this technique was extremely vicious. It used one's own blood as a curse, scattering it across the world like a plague. No matter the type of enemy, it could kill them with a curse, catching them off guard and making it nearly impossible to defend against. It was absolutely a top-level combat technique for mass slaughter and killing stronger opponents. Every one of these combat techniques was so heaven-defying. Every one of them was so tempting. Was this the power of the gods' combat techniques? Was this the foundation of the gods? They could actually make a D-rank awakened one become this powerful? Qin Ping found himself lost in these overwhelming techniques, completely unsure which one to choose. Fortunately, his family helped him choose. The 3rd round of voting. Little Sister God's myriad forms return received 3 votes. Sister God's cycle of all things received 2 votes. Little Sister God won by a narrow margin. And so, after 3 rounds of competition, 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon, King's Combat Technique, and Myriad Forms Return won the highest votes. Dad God, Brother God, and Little Sister God were all beaming with joy, extremely happy. Qin Ping was also delighted, loudly announcing the winners. I hereby announce 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon, King's Combat Technique, and Myriad Forms Return have been eliminated. The gods erupted in celebration. Yay! Ha ha ha! The gods froze, staring at Qin Ping in shock. Qin Ping, as if unaware of their shock, cheerfully continued, "Family, let's all congratulate 3 Primal Unity, and Battle Technique, and Cycle of All Things, for making it to the final showdown." Whoosh! A storm erupted once again in Qin Ping's mind. Little Ping, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Brother Qin Ping, I was the one who won. How did the losers get into the finals? This is completely unfair. You must give me a reasonable explanation. Wah, big brother, are you abandoning your little sister? The gods who were celebrating their victories just moments ago were now filled with outrage. But the 3 gods who thought they had lost were stunned at first, then burst into laughter, praising Qin Ping's wisdom. Ping Ping, Mom misunderstood you. You are such a sensible child. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I knew you had good judgment. Those idiots thought they could trick me, now they know who's the real winner. Ha ha ha. Hee hee, thinking about how happy they were just now makes me want to laugh. Bastard. What are you saying? You arrogant losers. You clearly had the lowest votes, yet you're mocking us? This is clearly against the rules. Brother Chinping, you must give us a reasonable explanation. Why were we, who had the most votes, eliminated? Big brother, I also want an explanation. The dissatisfied gods all turned their anger toward Chinping. Chinping knew this moment would come. He could only act dumb, scratching his head with an innocent smile, saying, "There's nothing to explain. I never said that the ones with the most votes would be the winners of this PK." The gods were momentarily speechless. They recalled what Chinping had said before. Chinping had indeed only told them to vote for the techniques they thought were superior, but he never said he would choose the techniques that received the most votes. That's unreasonable. Why did you choose the combat techniques of the losers? Are you messing with us, family? Chinping shook his head with a serious expression. How could I mess with my family? I did this purely because I wanted to learn one of those 3 techniques. Yes, it's just because I like them more. The furious dad god, brother god, and little sister god were once again stunned. Simply because he liked them. What kind of reason was that? Ha ha. Nothing is more precious than what Ping Ping likes. That's great. Big brother, well done. My little brother is such a simple and pure person. Sister god also laughed. Simple and pure? This is clearly nonsense. If you were going to do this, then why did you have us vote in the first place? Chinping responded, I also need to hear my family's opinions. I really respect your thoughts, but in the end, I hope you can respect mine too. Chinping's response was sincere. Dad god, brother god, and little sister god felt a deep sense of helplessness and despair. They were still angry but were powerless against this outcome. Because the reality was that the final decision truly lay in Chinping's hands. If Chinping said he liked the 3 losing techniques more, what could they do? They were just as frustrated. Seeing the gods left with no choice, Chinping felt a wave of joy. Did he choose like this just because he liked them? Of course not. The first vote, where the 7 gods chose the one least suitable to teach Chinping, was actually an open strategy. Because all the gods knew who was the least suitable to teach Chinping, and they did choose the least suitable one dog god. This voting method was flawless. The gods were honest, and there was little room for tricks or manipulation. But when it came to the one-on-one PK battles, the gods' voting logic completely changed. Here, a hypothetical premise must be established. The key is that all 6 remaining gods want to win. These 6 gods must vote to eliminate 3 others. So, would the gods who want to win see the other 2 winning gods as their biggest competitors? Yes and no. Because when a god wants to compete for the final victory, they absolutely do not want the strongest combat techniques to become their competitors. They want the weaker competitors as their opponents. This shift in voting stance occurs because they hold the voting power, and they now have clear, hidden enemies. By eliminating the more threatening competitors early, leaving the 2 weaker techniques to enter the finals, it is undoubtedly in their best interest. The gods are not fools. The 4 gods watching the 2 competing gods in each PK round would assume they might face the winner in the final match. So, they would confidently discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques before them, favoring the one they considered weaker, and in the end, cast their votes for the weaker god's technique. Some may wonder, following this logic, shouldn't dog god, who was eliminated first, be a better choice? But that comes with a crucial premise. At that time, there was no clear imagined competitor. Voting 7 against 1 is completely different from 4 against 1. Voting weight, voting range, intensity of perceived hostility, and the perception of balance and fairness by the final decision maker, all these factors impact their voting stance. Dog God was clearly the least suitable to teach Chinping, his competitiveness extremely weak. This was obvious to all the gods and even Chinping. If they had gone against the flow and not voted for the weakest one, but instead targeted a slightly stronger competitor, how could the gods maintain a unified voting target? How could they ensure this move would not provoke Chinping's dissatisfaction, resulting in a complete loss of qualification? Under those circumstances, Dog God's elimination was a deserved outcome. However, once the one-on-one PK battles began, the gods' positions completely reversed. Any god with a bit of sense would know how to vote. Chinping saw through this long ago. His mind was as clear as a mirror. When he announced the results, he delivered a dramatic twist, choosing the 3 techniques with the lowest votes to advance. And in this voting round, the first to be eliminated, Dog God, was not useless. On the contrary, as a god with no hope of winning, his position became crucial at this moment. Yes, the desireless Dog God was the true voter. 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon versus 3 Primal Unity, votes 4-1. King's Combat Technique versus and Battle Technique, votes 4-1. Myriad Forms Return versus Cycle of All Things, votes 3-2. 3 Primal Unity and Battle Technique and Cycle of All Things became the losing group with 1, 1, and 2 votes, respectively. But in each of these losing groups, Dog God cast 1 vote. This perfectly confirmed Chen Ping's theory. It further proved Chen Ping's inner deduction. This was a psychological game with the gods. Alright, let's begin the final round. Mom God's 3 Primal Unity, Little Brother Gods and Battle Technique, and Sister God's Cycle of All Things are the 3 techniques entering the finals. Chen Ping happily announced the rules of the finals. Dog God, Dad God, Brother God, and Little Sister God, you 4 who were eliminated, will now vote for the best combat technique among these 3. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Heh, another vote. Will the highest vote count be eliminated again? Big brother. I'm really scared. I'm afraid all my careful analysis will be ruined again. The gods all spoke up, clearly still holding a grudge over the previous voting round. Chen Ping comforted them with a guilty look. Family, I promise I won't be willful this time. Among these 3 techniques, the one with the most votes will be the one I choose. After speaking, he added with a very serious expression, this time, I'm giving the most important decision to the family members I trust most. Wah! Master, I will definitely try my best and not disappoint you. Woof woof. Dog God was moved to tears. Hoof. Dad God didn't say much. Even if Big Brother tricks me 1,000 times, I will always love him like my first love. Whether he's lying or not, I'll believe him, Little Sister God said sincerely. Ping Ping, you're quite clever, Mom God smiled, seemingly hinting at something. And so, the 4 gods began their analysis, each arguing the strengths and weaknesses of the 3 techniques. They discussed life, races, combat, calamities, growth, resonance with the Great Tao, and the intertwining of cause and effect, deeply dissecting each aspect. Chen Ping listened carefully. He didn't understand much, but he was greatly shocked. Only true gods could evaluate divine combat techniques. These 3 techniques were beyond Chen Ping's shallow knowledge. He couldn't judge their strengths or weaknesses. But he was clear about one thing, whichever technique got the most votes, he would truly choose it. It was the same logic as before. Now, the 4 voters, Dog God, Dad God, Brother God, and Little Sister God, had once again changed their positions. From being competitors for the championship, they had become neutral voters with no direct interests at stake. There was an optimal strategy, of course. The 4 voters could unite and cast their votes for the technique that would benefit Chen Ping the least. But doing so would bring them back to the familiar prisoner's dilemma. How could they guarantee that the other 3 gods would think the same way, rather than using this opportunity to please Chen Ping and show goodwill? If their choice differed from the other 3, wouldn't they risk being remembered negatively by Chen Ping, leading to distrust? Moreover, the 3 techniques, once seen as powerful competitors, were not vastly different in strength. The slight differences between them might not seem significant to the other gods. If they made a wrong choice because of these minor differences and ended up drawing Chen Ping's dislike, it would be a loss. Alright, voting begins. Chen Ping loudly announced. The 4 gods began voting. The result was soon revealed. To Chen Ping's surprise, and Battle Technique and Cycle of All Things were tied. Dad God and Little Sister God voted for and Battle Technique. Dog God and Brother God voted for Cycle of All Things. Chen Ping thought the result would be a clear majority. But it turned out to be a tie. Was it because the 2 techniques were too close in quality? Or because some gods reached a silent agreement, trying to mislead him into choosing a weaker technique? At this moment, the 6 gods were arguing, accusing each other of having poor judgment or malicious intent. Chen Ping was speechless. The situation was quite different from his expectations. But isn't reality always full of surprises? The only relief was that none of the 3 techniques in the finals were bad. No matter which he chose, it wouldn't be a loss. Objectively speaking, since Dog God, who had always remained neutral, voted for Cycle of All Things, choosing it would be the safest option. But from Chen Ping's subjective view, he didn't really like Cycle of All Things. The technique's use of blood curses and its plague-like, venomous attacks didn't appeal to him. By contrast, the Ant Battle Technique, despite its strange name, was a combat technique focused on raw power. The visualized demonstration in his mind showed its simple, brutal explosive power unexpectedly fitting his style and matching well with his Vajra physique. So, should he choose objectively? Or should he choose based on his feelings? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ping gritted his teeth and made his final decision. Nothing is worth more than my happiness. On the path of cultivation, following your heart is most important. I've made my decision. I announced that the final winner of the championship is and battle technique. As soon as the words fell, his mind roared. Some gods were overjoyed, while others were disappointed. Little brother God became the final winner, laughing with unrestrained joy. The gods all knew that each time they lent their power to Chen Ping, they came one step closer to their ultimate goal. So every bit of progress brought them immense happiness. Big brother, take my end battle technique well. Little brother God's booming voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. Chen Ping was curious, he didn't know how he was supposed to receive this combat technique. The next moment, a massive stream of information surged into his brain like a tidal wave. Combat techniques, mental techniques, true essence, Tao resonance. Layer after layer, it almost felt like his head would explode. Little brother God was like a divine being transmitting knowledge, directly imprinting the essence of this divine combat technique deep into Chen Ping's mind, allowing him to immediately grasp it. Ant battle technique, a divine combat technique evolved from the power of ants. Ordinary ants can lift objects hundreds of times their body weight. In the cultivation world, some mutated ants can even lift objects thousands or tens of thousands of times their weight. They are the undisputed powerhouses of the cultivation world. The ant battle technique was created by studying the characteristics of ants, making it a top-tier divine combat technique perfectly suited for body refinement cultivators. Imagine a strong human who can only lift 100 to 200 pounds. If humans could possess the same ability as ants, an ordinary person could lift 10,000 or even 100,000 pounds. What kind of terrifying power would that be? The secret behind an ant's incredible strength lies in its muscle engine. It is a power where all body energy is perfectly transformed into mechanical energy, as if all the muscles in the body are burning, instantly releasing explosive power. Ants have muscle engines inside their bodies. So can humans. The secret of the ant battle technique is to transform every muscle in the body into an engine capable of explosive energy, unleashing unimaginable strength. If the chief flame of the Nine Suns true technique is like an ever-burning flame, then the engine of the ant battle technique is like an erupting volcano. The difference is enormous. The gap is simply too vast. Whether in terms of raw power or energy efficiency, the ant battle technique far surpasses the Nine Suns true technique by a mile. But that doesn't mean the Nine Suns true technique is completely useless. The ant battle technique is a high-efficiency engine, a method that squeezes out one's potential. Given Chen Ping's current physical condition, it puts a huge strain on his body, causing significant energy consumption and emphasizing explosive bursts. Meanwhile, the Nine Suns true technique is a constantly burning flame, better suited for prolonged combat. From this perspective, the ant battle technique cannot completely replace the Nine Suns true technique. The Nine Suns true technique can be improved. Chen Ping's eyes shone brightly as he spoke slowly. If anyone else knew that a mere D-rank awakened one dared to boast about improving a mid-grade profound technique like the Nine Suns true technique, they would mock him as a madman or an idiot and never believe it. But Chen Ping could actually do it now. The ant battle technique is a divine combat technique, one focused on life and strength. After officially starting to cultivate this divine technique, Chen Ping gained a completely new understanding of his body. For the first time, he could truly and deeply perceive himself understanding how his power operated, how it transformed, how every inch of his muscles, every bone, every meridian worked. Chen Ping was now viewing himself from a divine perspective, understanding himself in incredible depth. As the saying goes, understanding one technique leads to understanding 10,000 techniques. While cultivating the Nine Suns true technique, Chen Ping instinctively knew how to enhance it, transforming it into the most suitable technique for himself based on his newfound understanding of his body. And this was just one of the many benefits of the ant battle technique. Other benefits included enhanced energy gathering, power recovery, defense, and blood strength. But the greatest benefit of the ant battle technique was that it transformed his very life. This was the core of the ant battle technique, turning every part of his physical body into the strongest engine. Chen Ping sat cross-legged on the floor, following the principles of the ant battle technique to transform his body, turning every part of it into the strongest engine. For now, he had just begun. Achieving a 100-fold increase in strength was still unrealistic. Like any technique, after initiation, it had to go through the stages of proficiency, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. What little brother God showed him earlier was just a seller's showcase, a demonstration of the technique at its peak. For Chen Ping to reach the point of punching a giant beast dozens of meters tall, he still had a long way to go. Boom! Massive heat exploded inside his body. Chen Ping's skin turned red-hot, and steam continuously rose from its surface, even distorting the air. His blood surged violently, and his bones crackled. Ah! For the first time, Jinping cried out in pain. Transforming his body according to a divine combat technique made every part of him ache intensely. His meridians shifted, his nerves underwent metamorphosis. The pain receptors were almost transmitting every bit of agony directly to his brain, making him feel like he would pass out from the pain. Hold on, hold on. Jinping clenched his teeth, using his extraordinary willpower to keep his energy flowing correctly. Sweat poured out of his body, only to be instantly evaporated by his burning skin. His entire body trembled, and even his muscles began to transform. Every muscle group underwent a qualitative change, becoming tiny engines capable of carrying and unleashing energy, providing his whole body with explosive power. Jinping's heart pounded like a drum. With each violent beat, he felt as though he might explode. This feeling was terrifying. For the first time, Jinping was transforming his body through a combat technique, and it felt like he was being burned by fire. His bones, meridians, and internal organs were being hammered, and the pain roared over him like a tsunami, threatening to drown him completely. Don't stop! Absolutely don't stop! Jinping's eyes were filled with unyielding determination, a resolve no amount of pain could shake. This was the best opportunity to become stronger he had ever encountered. If he couldn't endure this pain, how could he ever fight against the 7 gods? Ah! Jinping cried out in pain. Maybe he was even venting all the pressure the 7 gods had once placed on him. Despite his screams of pain, his face somehow carried a smile. Oh no, brother Jinping won't lose his mind, will he? Big brother, if it hurts too much, please stop for now. Big brother, the ant battle technique involves transforming the body, and the process is extremely painful. You've already lasted 10 minutes. For a D-rank cultivator, this is already remarkable. You should rest a bit. The gods spoke with concern, trying to persuade him. But Jinping's face showed a greedy and joyful smile. It's only been 10 minutes. I still have 10 hours before we set off tomorrow. I don't have much time left. I have to make the most of it. Let's go for 10 hours first. Ignoring the god's advice, Jinping continued his training. His bones crackled, his muscles contracted and twisted, and his heart pounded like a drum. Pain. Unbearable pain. But this was the feeling of becoming stronger. Jinping actually became addicted, so addicted he couldn't stop. He sensed his muscle groups rearranging themselves in a more efficient structure. A new power began to surge within him and energy. This was the energy of muscle engines, officially converted from his own blood energy, stored in his muscles, ready to explode like dynamite at any moment. After forcefully training for an hour, Jinping's life itself felt different. An invisible barrier shattered at that moment. Jinping realized that the wall separating D-rank and C-rank had been broken. He could now become a C-rank awakened one at any moment. Jinping was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the ant battle technique to directly raise his body's limit, helping him break through his realm. Was this the power of a divine combat technique? But just as Jinping was feeling excited, he suddenly remembered something. He still needed to enter that forbidden zone filled with great opportunities as a D-rank awakened one. No, he couldn't break through yet. Jinping suddenly forced himself to hold back. His face turned pale and green, struggling to suppress the explosive feeling. No, he couldn't ruin this now. He hadn't claimed the great opportunity in the forbidden zone yet. Ugh! Jinping's whole body trembled, enduring an incredibly intense, instinctive urge. How could he describe this feeling? It was like desperately needing the bathroom, but 100 times worse. Every part of his body urged him, come on! Come on! Release it now! Jinping held back the breakthrough so hard that tears almost came to his eyes. He wanted so badly to let go, to be free. But he couldn't. His face turned pale and green, his eyes were red. Oh no, did something go wrong with Little Ping's cultivation? Big brother's face looks terrible, like something's blocking him. Want us to help you clear it? Hearing this, Jinping almost cursed them. Stop talking. It was already taking all his strength to suppress the breakthrough, and now these gods were making sarcastic comments. Wasn't that too much? Fortunately, suppressing a breakthrough was like holding in something urgent. If you held it long enough, the urgency seemed to fade. Jinping's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He exhaled slowly. His strength remained at the peak of D rank. Good, very good. Jinping nodded in satisfaction and took a proper rest. Then, he carefully resumed cultivating the technique. A night passed. The morning sunlight shone on the gray-blue city walls. Under the sunlight, the surface of the gray-blue walls shimmered with a faint golden glow, flowing like ripples of water and transforming into pure solar power, continuously strengthening the walls. This was the psionic city wall of Nantang City. It stood on the city's outermost edge, towering several dozen meters high, forming a barrier that encircled the entire massive city in a ring. Countless menacing cannon muzzles protruded from the walls, aimed at the outside. In this era of frequent disasters, densely populated cities were all protected by psionic city walls to defend against any possible catastrophes. A 9-colored spirit bird descended from the sky, landing on the city wall. Shin Xiaoyu stood gracefully on the massive spirit bird, dressed in a flowing red phoenix robe. Her robe fluttered like divine flowers blooming, and her autumn-like eyes shone brightly, making her radiant and captivating. Many of the station's soldiers couldn't help but glance at her. Li Han looked up, his eyes filled with admiration as he caught sight of the descending woman. But he didn't dare look for long. After all, even though he was from the longevity sect, the largest Qi refining sect in Ji province, he had never seen such a stunning woman. To him, Shin Xiaoyu was an unattainable figure. Even the usually arrogant Ning Beiyang sat obediently on his golden-maned unicorn lion, waiting quietly nearby. "Hey, you're all here. Where's Chen Ping?" Shin Xiaoyu greeted the two on the city wall with enthusiasm, showing no arrogance. How would I know where that kid is?" Ning Beiyang replied with disdain. Aside from Shin Xiaoyu, he didn't care about people like Li Han or Chen Ping. Chen Ping is really something. It's one thing to be weak and have poor cultivation, but his attitude is so lazy. Making me and Taoist Ning wait is bad enough, but even making Taoist Qin wait for him. Li Han spoke with a look of frustration, his words filled with sympathy for Shin Xiaoyu. But Shin Xiaoyu simply waved her hand, smiling as she defended Chen Ping. "It's not that serious. Our meeting time is 9 o'clock, and it's not time yet. We're just early." Seeing Shin Xiaoyu speak this way, Ning Beiyang and Li Han couldn't say much more. As time ticked by, a figure finally appeared on the city wall. He really showed up at 9 on the dot, Ning Beiyang sneered. "Arriving right at the last minute, who does he think he is?" Li Han grumbled, annoyed. Shin Xiaoyu smiled and waved at the approaching young man. But when the boy got closer, everyone's expression shifted to shock. They saw a young man with sunken cheeks and dark circles around his eyes, staggering as he walked, his whole body exuding an aura of exhaustion and weakness, looking like someone who had completely overexerted himself. "Chen Ping? Are you okay?" Shin Xiaoyu cried out in surprise. "What happened to you?" Ning Beiyang's eyes widened in shock. Li Han was equally stunned, blurting out, "Did a female ghost drain you?" Chen Ping looked at their shocked faces and forced a weak smile. "I'm fine. I just trained too hard, accidentally overexerted myself." "You trained yourself to this state?" Ning Beiyang was dumbfounded. "Evil technique?" Li Han added with a sarcastic jab. Chen Ping shook his head, too weak to bother arguing. But at that moment, a pair of white, delicate hands appeared in front of him, holding a few crystals that shimmered with starlight. "These are star source stones. Use them to recover." Chen Ping looked up and saw the young woman smiling at him, her smile bright and sincere. "No, I can't possibly accept this. These star source stones are too valuable." Chen Ping instinctively waved his hand, trying to refuse. "Just a few star source stones, and you call that valuable?" Shin Xiaoyu smiled lightly, saying, "I usually give these to Xiaokai as snacks." Inging, the 9-colored spirit bird behind her, let out a cheerful cry in agreement. "Take them." Shin Xiaoyu extended her white, delicate hand again, offering the stones to Chen Ping. Chen Ping swallowed nervously, feeling a mix of surprise and gratitude as he accepted them. He really didn't want to live off others, but why did girls keep offering him a free meal? "Thank you, Taoist Qin. I'll consider these star source stones as something I borrowed from you." Shin Xiaoyu looked at the stubborn young man, her smile growing warmer, with a hint of affection in her eyes. She nodded, "Fine, consider it a loan. But enough talking, quickly absorb them, your health is most important." Chen Ping nodded. He truly needed the star source stones right now. After exhausting his energy through intense training, he desperately needed them for recovery. When his training ended, he realized he had no star source stones at all, not a single one. He was completely broke. Left with no other choice, he dragged his exhausted body to the meeting point. Taking the star source stones, Chen Ping sat cross-legged on the ground and began absorbing them. "We still have to wait for him to absorb the star source stones? How long will that take?" Ning Beiyang grumbled impatiently. But soon, everyone noticed something unusual. In just a few seconds, one of the star source stones in Chen Ping's hand had completely dimmed, turning into powder. "So fast?" Shin Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. "This can't be real." Li Han took a deep breath. Normally, an awakened one takes at least 10 minutes to absorb a single star source stone. "What's going on?" Ning Beiyang, who had just complained, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As they spoke, the star source stones in Chen Ping's hands were completely absorbed. Chen Ping's face regained a healthy glow, the dark circles under his eyes and the sunken cheeks vanished. He now looked like a bright and energetic young man. He stood up and smiled at everyone. I'm all set. That was so fast. Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel again. Chen Ping's face turned slightly red. Not that fast. Having a beautiful woman comment on how fast he was always made him feel a little embarrassed. Alright, let's set off. We'll fly directly. Xin Xiaoyu looked south of Nantang City and announced with a smile. Chen Ping was taken aback. Fly there? Of course. That forbidden zone is near the S-rank forbidden area, the 10,000 mountain range. How else would we get there? Ning Beiyan's golden-maned unicorn lion suddenly let out a loud roar. Light wings spread from its sides, and it soared into the sky. Li Han stepped onto his life-bound flying sword. At the foundation establishment stage, cultivators could already fly with their swords. Chen Ping looked at his own muscles. Ning Beiyan glanced at Chen Ping with a mocking smile. Seeing Chen Ping's awkward look, Li Han felt a sense of superiority. Oh right, I suddenly realized. Daoist Chen, it seems like you don't know how to fly yet, Li Han said with a laugh. No problem. He can just ride my mount, right? Just as Li Han finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Xin Xiaoyu gently waved her hand, and Chen Ping was instantly enveloped in a soft power, lifting him onto the back of the nine-colored spirit bird. Chen Ping sat atop the nine-colored spirit bird, his whole body surrounded by a warm spiritual light, feeling cozy and comfortable. Hold on. Xin Xiaoyu, standing in front of him, waved her hand again. The nine-colored spirit bird soared into the sky, carrying the two of them. Chen Ping felt himself rise into the air, his vision suddenly becoming vast and open. The spiritual light around him not only kept him warm but also blocked the wind. It even stabilized his body, preventing him from falling. Apart from being a little afraid of heights, Chen Ping felt completely safe. He even felt a sense of freedom. So nice. Chen Ping couldn't help but dream a little. When would he have such a powerful mount of his own? The nine-colored spirit bird spread its wings, tracing a magnificent rainbow across the sky, flying as fast as an airplane. Ning Beiyan's golden-maned unicorn lion followed closely behind. Trailing at the back was Li Han. Sweat covered Li Han's forehead as he struggled to keep up, falling further and further behind. Daoist Qin, please, slow down. I can't keep up. Li Han was only in the late foundation establishment stage, equivalent to a late SSS-RANK awakened one. Although his flying sword skills were excellent among foundation establishment cultivators, they were far behind the two in front, who specialized in flight. After flying at high speed for several dozen miles, he was already gasping for breath. Oh, the so-called genius of the longevity sect is about to fall behind? Won't you slow us down? Xin Xiaoyu turned her head, looking at Li Han with a half-smile, without slowing down. Li Han's expression froze, and a look of shame gradually appeared on his face. Those words made him feel utterly humiliated, especially since he was the one who had mocked Chen Ping earlier, claiming that he would slow down their team's progress. Chen Ping glanced at Xin Xiaoyu with some surprise and noticed a hint of playful revenge in her eyes. Was she standing up for me? But what did I do to deserve the Southwest Divine Flower helping me like this? Chen Ping couldn't shake off the feeling that Xin Xiaoyu was being overly kind to him. Even if she was his sister's close friend, she seemed to be treating him far too well, almost as if she were spoiling him. This made Chen Ping feel a bit uneasy. But soon, that unease was replaced by another, even stronger sense of fear. In the distant sky, a terrifying red cloud suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding. It grew closer and closer, covering more and more of the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the entire world. Up ahead. What is that? Ning Beiyan's expression tensed. Xin Xiaoyu's face changed instantly as if sensing something. This is bad. Hide immediately. She immediately led the group, landing on a nearby mountain peak. Without any hesitation, she cast a high-level barrier to isolate their aura. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. The sound of countless footsteps echoed like thunder, endlessly shaking the world. The red cloud drew nearer, covering a vast stretch of the sky and dyeing the entire land in crimson. Chen Ping felt an increasing sense of oppression, and the entire mountain began to shake. What? What kind of terrifying existence is this? Li Han's face turned pale. It wasn't just Li Han, even Xin Xiaoyu, a nascent soul stage cultivator and one of the 12 paths of Kunlun, looked serious. Her eyes glowed with a green light, fixed firmly on the approaching disturbance. It's a beast tide. She suddenly spoke. Beast tide? Everyone's expressions changed. What level of beast tide? Chen Ping asked nervously. He heard the thunderous rumble. It had to be the sound of countless fierce beasts charging. It was common knowledge that Ji province was full of mountains and teeming with wildlife. In the Great Awakening era, humans could awaken, but so could animals and plants. Although their awakening rate was much lower than humans, their massive numbers made their awakened population substantial. Moreover, it wasn't uncommon for beasts from various forbidden zones to escape their boundaries and gather together, forming beast tides. Beast tide disasters were a frequent occurrence in G province. This was precisely why the myriad beast sect of G province could become the strongest spirit beast sect in Xia country. It was inseparably linked to the unique environment of G province, teeming with awakened beasts. These beast tides. Qin Xiaoyu sensed a familiar yet terrifying aura, and her face turned extremely grim. They're coming from the 10,000 mountain range. As soon as she said this, Chen Ping, Ning Beiyang, and Li Han's faces turned pale with fear. S-rank forbidden zone, 10,000 mountain range. In this world, any place classified as an S-rank forbidden zone was synonymous with mystery and terror. Even deploying S-rank transcendence might not be enough to subdue it. Its existence alone represented something unsolvable. A country as vast and ancient as Xia, with its deep heritage, had only 7 S-rank forbidden zones, and one of them was the 10,000 mountain range of Ji province. The beast tide is coming from the 10,000 mountain range? Ning Beiyang, who seemed most afraid of the 10,000 mountain range, turned deathly pale. His golden-maned unicorn lion trembled all over, its 4 legs going limp as it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Qin Ping looked up and saw that the blue sky and white clouds above them had been swallowed by a thick, inescapable red cloud. Countless dark shadows appeared in the distance, and the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated him. The beast tide, from the S-rank forbidden zone, the 10,000 mountain range. It was here. Qin Ping couldn't find the words to describe what he was seeing. A dense swarm of strange beasts surged in from the distance, covering the sky and earth. Birds with ferocious faces spread wings like black blades, slicing through the red clouds. Monsters with cat faces and snake bodies were shrouded in a blood-red aura, like countless blood-red threads crawling across the ground. Rhino-like creatures wrapped in thunder stomped with a weight of thousands of tons, their 4 feet shattering the earth beneath them. At the very front of the beast tide were over a dozen giant beasts, each towering hundreds of meters high. A bull demon wielded a spiked club, swinging it with thunderous force, smashing mountains in its path. 9 flaming birds soared across the sky, spewing scorching streams of flame that dried up entire rivers. A venomous creature shaped like a flood dragon but with hundreds of tentacles on its belly slithered through the forest, its presence withering plants, draining the life from vast patches of greenery. Qin Ping was grateful that their hiding spot was still some distance from the beast tide's path. Otherwise, one swing of that spiked club could have smashed the mountain they were standing on. All kinds of monstrous creatures gathered into a torrent, advancing relentlessly, crushing everything in their way. Is this the beast tide of the 10,000 mountain range? Qin Ping's eyes widened in shock. From what he could see alone, there were already thousands upon thousands of these strange beasts. Not only that, but most of the beasts in the tide radiated a power far more terrifying than the lizard monster he had encountered in the Mist Lizard Forbidden Zone. Their strength was at least on the level of 2-star monsters, with many being 3-star or even higher. And those dozen beasts leading the tide were like kings, sweeping across the world with an oppressive aura even more terrifying than Qin Xiaoyu's 6-star beast king, the 9-colored spirit bird. It wasn't just Qin Ping, Li Han and Ning Beiyang were also overwhelmed with fear. Even Qin Xiaoyu, one of the 12 paths of Kunlun at the nascent soul stage, had a pale face. With a beast tide of this scale, they wouldn't even cause a ripple if they tried to resist. They would be instantly swallowed by the tide, a force that no mere group of awakened ones could stop. This is bad. The direction they're heading. Qin Xiaoyu's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted in shock, "It's Nantang City." What? Nantang City? Qin Ping jumped in shock. Even if it's Nantang City, there's nothing we can do. Ning Beiyang said grimly. The myriad beast sect is hundreds of miles away from Nantang City, there's no way they can arrive in time to help. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. We should just focus on keeping ourselves alive, Li Han said fearfully. The jade bracelet on Qin Xiaoyu's snow-white wrist flashed with a green light, and a talisman appeared in her hand. She held the talisman, muttering something under her breath, her voice too faint to hear. Then she stepped onto the back of the 9-colored spirit bird. Da was Qin, what are you trying to do? Ning Beiyang asked nervously. I'm going to stop this beast tide. Qin Xiaoyu answered without any hesitation. Stop the beast tide? This is a calamity-level beast tide. Even an S-rank transcendent might not be able to stop it. What can you do? Ning Beiyang shouted in panic. Li Han quickly echoed, yeah, there's nothing we can do right now. It's already a miracle if we can save our own lives. The awakened ones in Nantang City can deal with the beast tide. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, her expression filled with determination. No. The city walls of Nantang City won't be able to withstand this beast tide. If they're breached, the city will suffer unimaginable casualties. Qin Xiaoyu said firmly. Chen Ping felt his heart sink at her words. Unimaginable casualties. But even so, what can you do by going there? Ning Beiyang asked. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at Ning Beiyang and Li Han. A beast tide is coming. If I can kill one beast, I will. If I can save one person, I will. The exploration of the Forbidden Zone is temporarily cancelled. You can wait here if you want. With that, she cast a pale spiritual light that enveloped her and the nine-colored spirit bird, concealing their aura. Without wasting another word, the nine-colored spirit bird soared into the sky, flying at full speed toward Nantang City. This Taoist Qin, why is she so reckless? Ning Beiyang shook his head. Exactly. Facing such a terrifying beast tide, what can we possibly do? Going there now is pure foolishness, one wrong move, and she'll die for nothing, Li Han said, also shaking his head, unable to understand Qin Xiaoyu's actions. Forget it, let's just wait here for Taoist Qin. Yeah, I hope she comes back. We still haven't gone to the Forbidden Zone with the great opportunity yet. Sigh, what a mess. Are we going to lose our chance at the opportunity because of this? The two stood within the protective barrier, feeling completely helpless against the terrifying beast tide. Not only that, but they were still thinking about the Forbidden Zone, blaming Qin Xiaoyu for rushing off to Nantang City and ruining their plan to obtain the opportunity. Ha! Chen Ping, why did you step out of the barrier? Ning Beiyang suddenly noticed the annoying boy leaving the aura-concealing barrier. Sorry, I need to relieve myself. Chen Ping forced a smile. Ha, scared so bad you peed your pants? Li Han laughed loudly, mocking him. He seemed to feel better after finding someone who looked even more pathetic. Hurry back. The beast tide isn't far. Don't give away our position. Ning Beiyang looked at the cowardly Chen Ping with disdain. Meanwhile, as Chen Ping walked toward the mountain's cover, the harmless smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of determination and cold resolve. The city walls won't be able to stop the beast tide from the 10,000 mountain range. If the beast tide breaks through Nantang City, it will cause unimaginable casualties. Nantang City is home to his friends, his classmates, the people he respects. It's the place where he grew up, a city he loves. He couldn't tolerate a disaster of this magnitude striking it. Chen Ping had always been someone who couldn't stand seeing suffering in the world. Even though he was ordinary, he always wanted to use his strength to protect innocent people harmed by disasters. Even if that strength wasn't his own. Little brother. This time, I'm counting on you to protect Nantang City, Chen Ping muttered to himself. In his mind, the gods burst into wild laughter, becoming more and more rampant. Ha ha ha, finally. I've been waiting for this moment. In the Special Incident Command Center of Nantang City, red alarms flashed everywhere. The entire command center was in chaos, with everyone rushing around. The beast tide from the S-Rank Forbidden Zone, the 10,000 mountain range, has been confirmed. It is heading straight for Nantang City. Estimated time of arrival, 10 minutes, reaching the city wall's edge. Sky Eye Energy Spectrum is monitoring. The threat level is being confirmed. Well, do we have the assessment results yet? What star level is the disaster? Director Wang clenched his fists, his expression anxious as he stared at the rapidly changing data. A monitoring officer responsible for analyzing the data looked at the constantly flashing numbers and the monitored energy peak values. His face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The data is out. The disaster level, it's not a ghost-level threat. Director Wang's eyes widened, and then he heard the monitoring officer's voice, filled with a nightmarish dread. Disaster level. City-destroying level. 5-star city-destroying level. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire bustling Special Incident Command Center fell silent for a brief moment. One by one, people's faces showed fear and disbelief. A city-destroying level disaster. That was a disaster capable of wiping out an entire city. And it was a 5-star city-destroying level. Director Wang felt his head buzzing. Since the Great Awakening era began, Nantang City had never encountered a disaster of this magnitude. Immediately request emergency support from the Xia Nation headquarters. All Nantang City fighters, listen to my order, enter wartime status immediately. Sound the red alert and guide the citizens to evacuate into the underground disaster shelters. Director Wang decisively issued a series of commands. The sound of the red alert was sharp and urgent, echoing across the entire city in an instant. Millions of citizens who heard the alarm looked up, shock spreading across their faces. This strange yet familiar sound pulled them back to the memory of the city's previous disaster drills. What are you waiting for? Run! Run now! This is Nantang City's highest level alert. A city-destroying disaster is coming. Quickly, head to the nearest underground disaster shelter. The entire city erupted into chaos. Everyone ran for their lives, like the arrival of the apocalypse. In the sky, rainbow-like beams of light streaked across, rushing against the fleeing crowds towards the battlefield. On the walls at the edge of Nantang City, countless pitch-black cannons were aimed at the distance, and the surface of the walls glowed with a dazzling golden light. Golden patterns, like veins, appeared across the walls, glowing brightly. One after another, rainbow beams landed on the walls. These were powerful awakened ones. At the forefront stood a figure radiating a blinding golden light, his energy surging like an endless ocean, ready for battle. He was Nantang City's strongest fighter, Xiang Jiqiu, a peak A-rank awakened one of the Vajra type. Surrounding him stood his 14 members, each an A-rank awakened one, unleashing power at the level of extreme awakeners. Besides them, waves of powerful auras erupted along the city wall. 3 B-rank awakened teams and 15 C-rank awakened teams had also been deployed. The Awakener Management Bureau had sent its top fighters, including senior investigators Zhuo Wuxiong and Kongling. At the same time, many local awakening factions in Nantang City also sent their fighters to stand atop the city walls. This was a battle for the survival of an entire city, and many awakened ones had rushed to the front lines. They were gathering the strength of the entire city to resist a city-destroying level disaster. Every awakened one was on edge. Long Channer's body was burning with heat, dragon shadows coiling around her. Xiao Yi sat astride her red motorcycle, the tail flame roaring, ready to charge out at any moment. Luo Guangji wiped his massive sword energy surging around him. Every awakened one was ready for a fierce battle. Rumble! The thunderous sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Thick red clouds appeared on the horizon. A powerful and oppressive aura began to cover the entire city wall, growing more terrifying with each passing second. An endless wave of strange beasts, like a tide of destruction, surged towards Nantang City. All the awakened ones felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The beast tide from the 10,000 mountain range had arrived. The beast tide from the 10,000 mountain range approached the city walls of Nantang City. The crimson clouds pressed down on the city like a crushing weight. Every awakened one felt a suffocating sense of pressure, almost tangible. A beast tide made up of tens of thousands of monstrous creatures, a scale never seen before. Each of these beasts was extraordinarily powerful, with strong bodies and terrifying auras. The sheer momentum they created was even more terrifying than an army of 1,000,000 charging forward. Fire! A general standing atop the city wall roared. His voice spread through the entire wall via wireless communication. Boom! 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 The cannons on the city walls roared like thunder. A row of shells fired, spewing blinding flames, and the pitch-black shells tore through the air at high speed, raining down on the beast tide. Within the beast tide, 9 flaming birds flapped their wings together, unleashing a vast curtain of scorching heavenly flames. Boom! Boom! Countless shells collided with the flame curtain, detonating midair. High-energy array cannons, fire! Golden array patterns across the city wall shimmered, amassing a terrifying amount of energy. A brilliant and fearsome energy beam shot out from the center of the array, piercing toward the beast tide. The entire world was bathed in golden light. In the beast tide, a giant black-armored Xuanwu, black tortoise, let out a low roar. A black light shone from its forehead, conjuring an enormous shield out of thin air, blocking the front of the beast tide. Boom! The golden energy beam struck the shield, exploding with devastating force. To the awakened ones on the city wall, it was like a small sun appeared in the distance. When the blinding light finally faded, a deep trench, hundreds of meters wide, had been melted into the ground by the high-energy array cannon. At the center of the explosion, a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter, had been blasted into the earth. But to the awakened one's horror, a pitch-black, sturdy shield still floated in front of the beast tide, emitting thick, rolling black smoke. It actually blocked it? The high-energy array cannon, which can kill ghost-level monsters, was blocked by that creature. The faces of countless awakened ones on the wall were filled with unprecedented fear. Some of them even began to tremble, their legs going weak. These creatures, they're like monsters from mythology. Can we even defeat these monsters? The once fiery and fearless awakened ones on the wall felt a chilling despair wash over them, especially when they looked at the dozen beast kings leading the charge. Each one was unimaginably terrifying, like monsters stepping out of ancient legends. The bull demon's spiked club, heavy as a mountain, roared with wind and thunder. A single swing could shatter a mountain. The 9 flaming birds soared through the beast tide, seemingly ready to burn the sky itself. The giant black tortoise was like a moving mountain, its shell invincible. The 6-tailed demon fox, bathed in dazzling, dreamlike light, could enchant anyone who looked at it, leaving them lost in a trance. The beast tide continued to close in at high speed. Every defender on the wall was under unimaginable pressure. They knew this would be a fight to the death. If the wall fell, Nantang City would be destroyed. Everyone, prepare. Xiang Jiqiu stood on the wall, clenching his fists, his aura growing fiercer by the second. Just as he was about to shout the order to fight, a figure, wrapped in blazing multicolored flames, suddenly appeared outside the city wall. This figure wasn't tall or particularly eye-catching, but for some reason, it drew the gaze of everyone present, as if he were the only one in the world. Step by step, the figure walked toward the beast tide. He seemed to walk slowly, but each step covered a vast distance, completely ignoring the laws of physics. Who is that person? Is he one of our awakened fighters? Is he insane? He's charging at the beast tide alone? The awakened ones on the wall were all shocked. In their minds, the best strategy was to defend from the walls, the safest and most effective method. Charging at the beast tide alone was nothing short of suicide. He would be trampled into paste. They turned to look at their leader. But the strongest fighter of Nantang City, Xiang Jiqiu, hadn't given the order. Instead, he stared at the figure with wide eyes, his voice caught in his throat, his gaze filled with doubt and suspicion. The thick crimson clouds had already covered the sky, and the air was filled with a suffocating aura of bloodshed. The beast tide surged forward like thunder, stirring up clouds of dust. The figure burning with colorful flames seemed so tiny within the beast tide, but his light was the only bright spot in the crimson world, dazzling and impossible to ignore. The dozen beast kings at the front of the tide charged at the figure. Human, courting death. The massive bull demon spoke with a thunderous voice, swinging its spiked club, wreathed in wind and lightning, down at the figure. A weapon that could shatter mountains. The figure calmly raised one hand, spreading his fingers. Boom! The spiked club struck an invisible barrier before him, freezing mid-air. The shockwave alone cracked the ground around him. What? The bull demon's eyes, like giant bronze bells, shrank in shock. Before it could react, a horrible screeching sound echoed. The figure clenched his hand in the air, and the spiked club shattered into countless pieces. The bull demon's expression changed to horror. The figure threw a punch. He didn't even touch the bull demon, but the force rippled through the air, and the bull demon's massive body crumpled and twisted before exploding into a rain of blood and flesh. On the city wall, everyone's faces were filled with shock. He killed a beast king in one blow. So strong. This scene shocked all the beast kings. They went berserk, roaring to tear the mysterious figure to pieces. Die! Kill that human! I will crush his bones! Had ha! The mysterious figure laughed. His laughter was more vicious, more savage than the beast's. A venomous beast, shaped like a flood dragon but with hundreds of tentacles, lunged at him. He grabbed it with both hands, swung it like a whip, and smashed hundreds of beasts into bloody paste. The six-tailed demon fox released dazzling light to enchant him, but he swatted it out of the air, sending it flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the beast tide, its fate unknown. Another punch launched a giant tiger king skyward. In the sky, a nine-colored spirit bird barely dodged, almost colliding with the flying tiger king. It screeched in panic, quickly retreating from the battlefield. One punch per beast king? Is this even possible? Who is this guy? On the nine-colored spirit bird, a stunning woman in a phoenix robe looked at the battlefield in shock. Xin Xiaoyu saw the lined-up defenders on the wall, saw the beast tide about to crash into the city. But then her gaze was captured by that one figure who was tearing through the beast tide. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, unable to look away. Even though the figure was shrouded in colorful flames, his face hidden, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It wasn't without reason. That figure was Chen Ping, who had borrowed the power of the gods. A dozen beast kings surrounded Chen Ping, and he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Good. At this moment, Chen Ping was in an utterly frenzied and brutal state. He blocked the praying mantis king's twin blades with his bare hands, spun around, clenched his fist, and punched another beast king's head, shattering it instantly. The beast tide was approaching, and he punched directly at it without hesitation. Boom! A unique shockwave spread. At the moment his fist struck, the hearts of all the beasts and awakened ones shook violently. The entire space ahead seemed to distort, and the scenery behind the fist caved inward. The black tortoise beast's forehead gleamed with black light, and the dark shield reappeared in the void. The punch landed heavily on the dark shield. With a loud blast, colorful light splashed everywhere, and the shield that could block a high-energy array cannon shattered into countless pieces. The unstoppable punch continued, sweeping forward and smashing into the black tortoise beast, obliterating its body and shell together. The figure burning with colorful flames leaped high, stomping down on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus King, crushing it to pieces. The shockwave spread, sending a large number of beasts flying. On the city walls of Nantang City, the awakened ones watched the scene before them with shock. Many had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. Is that man a monster? Just one person, and he has such terrifying power? They were all stunned by the sight before them. The beast tide, which seemed unstoppable, was being torn apart by that mysterious figure. The beasts were ferocious, but that man was even more ferocious. In just a few breaths, more than half of the terrifying beast kings, which had put them under immense pressure, were already dead or severely injured. All units, attack! Crush that damn human into pulp! Kill! Roar! 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 At the command of the beast kings, tens of thousands of beasts roared and charged at Chen Ping. Violent, bloody energy surged, making the crimson clouds in the sky even thicker and more turbulent. Chen Ping looked at the densely packed beasts approaching him like a tidal wave. Ferocious and terrifying, bearing their fangs and claws at him, they radiated a monstrous killing intent. But rather than feeling fear, he remained calm, even taking steady steps forward. Under the influence of Brother God, he even felt an urge to laugh. He wanted to slowly, one by one, crush those beasts' skulls and devour their brains. No! I can't go on like this. Brother God is trying to corrupt my soul. I must end this quickly. Chen Ping's eyes regained a trace of clarity. The beast tide of the 10,000 mountains. Chen Ping, burning with multicolored divine flames, murmured to himself. Facing tens of thousands of terrifying beasts and a disaster capable of destroying a city, he slowly raised his hand. From his palm, one circle after another of colorful ripples spread out. Buzz! An unprecedented supreme wave swept across the battlefield in an instant. The warriors on the city wall noticed that the beast tide charging toward the mysterious figure had slowed down. Then, an arrogant yet majestic voice, like the words of a deity, echoed across the heavens. Can you see? With my hand, I can overturn the sky. The mysterious figure raised his palm and pressed down toward the beast tide. The entire space froze. Everyone felt an overwhelming power, so immense it made them want to kneel. A thundering sound came from the 9 heavens. Xiang Jiqiu suddenly looked up, his face twitching. One by one, the awakened ones sensed something and looked up, their faces filled with shock, confusion, or disbelief. They saw the crimson clouds covering the entire sky being torn apart by a mighty force. They saw a colossal hand reaching out from the clouds, woven from countless threads of 9-colored divine power, stretching endlessly, like an entire sky in the form of a hand. Screech! The 9-headed flame birds screeched in terror, trying to flee. But no matter how they tried to escape, that enormous hand covered them. With a muffled poof, the 9-headed flame birds were crushed into a mist of blood. The hand continued its descent. Below, the violent beasts showed the same expression of terror. But they were powerless. It was as if the sky itself was falling. No matter what they did, it was useless. The hand of destruction crushed mountains one after another, descending mercilessly onto the battlefield. Boom! A deafening crash. The ground shattered and collapsed in massive sections. Nantang City trembled violently. On the city wall, the awakened one saw a blinding explosion of divine light, saw a massive cloud of dust rise into the sky. And when the dust settled, the entire world was silent. There were no beast roars, no thundering of the beast tide. Only the thick, lingering smell of blood hung in the air outside the city, refusing to disperse. One by one, the awakened ones stood in a daze, staring ahead at the collapsed and sunken ground. All the beasts had been reduced to pulp, their bodies embedded in the ground, their bones crushed. If one looked closely, they could see that the sunken ground was in the shape of an enormous palm print, a palm print stretching to the horizon. Outside Nantang City, everything was silent. The warriors on the city wall were silent because they were all stunned. The beasts outside were also silent because they had all been crushed flat. Xiang Jiqiu stared blankly at the collapsed, shattered ground ahead, at those ferocious beasts that had once been unstoppable, now reduced to formless masses of blood and flesh, completely dead. Only when the pungent smell of blood wafted up to the city walls did he suddenly snap back to his senses. A 5-star city-breaking disaster, defeated with a single palm? He was completely lost in an indescribable feeling of disbelief. When Xiang Jiqiu looked back at the battlefield, trying to locate the mysterious figure again, he realized that the figure had already disappeared. Just as he had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, he could also vanish without a trace. The beast tide is gone? Zhuo Wuxiang stared at the shattered battlefield, feeling as if he were dreaming. Oh my god, who exactly was that mysterious person? Did we just witness a god? The awakened ones who had been ready to fight came to their senses one by one, speaking with shock. Long Chaner, Xiaoyi, and the others stared dazedly at the battlefield, their hearts pounding as they replayed that breathtaking palm strike in their minds. The feeling of facing an impending apocalypse, only for a single figure to suddenly appear and shatter the doomsday with one strike, it was beyond words. It was the seven gods. It had to be the seven gods who took action. Luo Guangji shouted loudly, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fanaticism and reverence. His words awakened everyone present. That's right, we have the seven gods protecting Nantang City. Such overwhelming power. It must be the seven gods, no doubt about it. Everyone, look! There's the mark of the seven gods. Another excited awakened one pointed to a spot outside the city wall, where a large flaming symbol of the number 7 was burned into the ground. It really is the seven gods. This confirms it. Ah! I finally saw the seven gods. Even if I couldn't see them clearly. As long as the seven gods protect Nantang City, the city will never fall. Seven gods, mighty and invincible. Seven gods. Seven gods. Seven gods. On the city wall, the warriors who had just survived the disaster raised their clenched fists high and chanted the name of the seven gods. All the warriors of Nantang City were infected by this atmosphere, expressing their respect to the city's guardian deity in their own way. In the sky, the nine-colored spirit Luan circled above. Qin Xiaoyu stood on its back, her phoenix robe fluttering. As she listened to the emotionally charged shouts of seven gods echoing into the clouds, her expression became slightly dazed. So this is the guardian deity of Nantang City, the seven gods. Truly, seeing is believing. She looked at the enormous palm print on the ground, murmuring to herself. Qin Xiaoyu had always heard that Nantang City had a guardian deity, but with her high status and having seen even S-rank transcendence, she had never paid much attention to the matter. But now, she realized she had been too naive. That single palm strike from the seven gods was so powerful that it completely surpassed her understanding. Is this really an attack that a transcendent can perform? Qin Xiaoyu stared at the massive palm print on the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at Nantang City's Special Incident Command Center, Director Wang received a call from Captain Xiang Jiqiu. Captain Xiang, what's the situation? What was that terrifying tremor? And what was that giant hand in the sky? You might not believe this. The battle is over. Captain Xiang Jiqiu's voice came through, and Director Wang's face immediately turned pale. What? Do you mean the city wall has been breached? It was no wonder Director Wang would think this. A 5-star city-breaking disaster was terrifying, and with Nantang City's strength, they couldn't withstand it. They could only try to hold back the beast horde and await emergency reinforcements. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, the beast tide has been defeated. Ha! Director Wang was stunned, as if he had misheard. Since the call was on speaker, the entire emergency command center instantly fell silent. Director Wang almost blurted out, "Are you telling me you guys defeated a beast tide of that level? Do you take me for a fool?" But as a well-mannered leader, he held back and instead asked, "What happened? How did you defeat them?" "It wasn't us. The beast tide was annihilated." Captain Xiang Jiqiu's words left Director Wang even more baffled. "Are you joking? That was a 5-star city-breaking disaster." The usually composed Director Wang's face was now flushed with excitement. But Captain Xiang Jiqiu's voice remained calm, even with a hint of pride. "But what if I told you it was the seven gods who appeared?" The entire Special Incident Command Center erupted in an uproar. Director Wang's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Are you saying that the seven gods helped you eliminate the beast tide from 10,000 mountains?" "No, the seven gods did it alone. That giant hand you saw was his power. With one slap, he killed tens of thousands of beasts." Xiang Jiqiu's voice echoed through the command center. The busy staff members paused, their eyes widening as if they had misheard. The Special Incident Command Center fell into a brief silence. Director Wang's expression froze. What the hell? On the mountain, Ning Beiyang and Li Han were nervously looking toward the north. What was that shock just now? Did the city fall? Li Han asked, his voice tense. Maybe. Ning Beiyang sighed lightly. A beast tide from 10,000 mountains. How could a single city stop that? In such a short time, the experts from Myriad Beast Sect couldn't have made it. Looks like it's another catastrophe. The two of them sighed with regret, but that was all they did. Just then, the seemingly ordinary young man walked back toward them, his expression carrying a hint of exhaustion. Seeing Chen Ping like this, Li Han chuckled, "Oh, the great hero of Nantang High School is back?" Chen Ping heard Li Han's sarcastic tone and smiled awkwardly. "Did it take you that long just to take a leak?" Ning Beiyan looked at the unimpressive Chen Ping, his gaze filled with disdain. "Scared of the beast tide to this extent? Hee, the spot I went to was a bit far. Didn't want the smell to reach you guys." Chen Ping smiled innocently. He wouldn't say that he solved the beast tide just by taking a leak. Ha ha ha. Honestly, Chen Ping, you're such a coward. Did you wet yourself and secretly wash your pants before coming back? Hearing this, the two laughed again, the air filled with a carefree atmosphere. To their surprise, not long after, the nine-colored spirit Luan flew back, cutting through the sky. So soon? Did Qin Daozi realize the situation was hopeless and decided to come back? Humph, I told you it was pointless to resist. Now she finally gets it. Ning Beiyang and Li Han felt a strange sense of superiority, as if they had seen it coming. Qin Daozi, are you okay? Ning Beiyang pretended to be concerned. I'm fine. The problem has been resolved. Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently at them. Resolved? Ning Beiyang was stunned. Yes. The beast tide has been wiped out. Nantang City is safe, Qin Xiaoyu said happily. Li Han was confused. Resolved? Do you mean what we think you mean? Yes, all of them were destroyed, crushed by a single slap from the seven gods. Qin Xiaoyu smiled. Hiss. The two of them gasped at the same time. A single slap? That's impossible. That was at least a city-breaking disaster. Ning Beiyang's voice trembled. As a prodigy of the myriad beast sect, he knew better than anyone how terrifying this beast tide was. To wipe it out with one slap. Even the sect master couldn't do that, right? To be honest, I was surprised too. Nantang City's guardian deity. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes showed a hint of reverence. Among S-rank transcendents, he must be at the absolute peak. The two fell silent again. Ha ha. The seven gods. Truly divine power. Li Han forced a smile to ease the awkwardness. A figure of such divine might is like a dragon among the heavens, unattainable. Even the arrogant Ning Beiyang couldn't help but feel awe. If only the seven gods would take disciples, Li Han said longingly. Ning Beiyang clenched his fists, his eyes burning with passion. The seven gods are among the strongest beings of this era, a figure to look up to. One day, I too will become an existence like the seven gods. Watching the two marvel and dream, Chen Ping struggled to keep from laughing. Nantang City narrowly escaped the crisis. After a brief rest, the group set out again for the area with the great opportunity of Forbidden Zone. Since entering the Forbidden Zone required 4 people to use a special 4 symbols formation to break the barrier, Qin Xiaoyu named it the 4 symbols Forbidden Zone. The 4 symbols Forbidden Zone is not far from the S-rank Forbidden Zone, 10,000 mountains. Now that there's been a beast tide from 10,000 mountains, we must be extremely cautious. Qin Xiaoyu warned the group. Beast tides of this scale rarely occur in 10,000 mountains. I wonder what their purpose was in attacking Nantang City this time, Ning Beiyang, who was knowledgeable about beasts, commented. A beast tide of this level usually doesn't just hunt by instinct, it has a clear purpose. It's a pity, Qin Xiaoyu sighed. The seven gods wiped out the entire beast tide with one strike. We didn't even have a chance to capture any live ones to investigate their purpose. Chen Ping scratched his head awkwardly. Wiping out the beast tide with one strike wasn't exactly his choice. After all, those tens of thousands of powerful beasts, just their bodies would have been worth a fortune. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time back then. Whenever he borrowed the power of the gods, he always had a limit. The moment he felt the gods were becoming stronger than his own consciousness, he would end the battle as quickly as possible. Of course, when circumstances allowed, he would indulge a bit in using the divine power. Not because he liked it, but because it felt like a form of release. He had discovered that the seven gods in his mind seemed like people who were constantly being restrained. This feeling of being held back would also affect him. Whenever he unleashed divine-powered event, he also felt a sense of relief, like a force that had been pressing down on his body was finally being released. Sigh. What a waste. One slap, and not even a trace was left. Thinking about it, Chen Ping still felt a bit regretful. He had heard that high-level beasts contained beast cores. With tens of thousands of beasts, there should have been at least a few dozen high-level ones. Those beast cores would have been worth a fortune. Back when he hadn't awakened, he didn't care about these cultivation resources. But now it was different. He felt the pain of the loss. Little brother, really? Couldn't you have gone a bit easier? Chen Ping complained. Phew. Big brother, you can't blame me for that. The younger god's voice sounded a bit detached, like someone who had just vented and was now calm. He explained, it's like stepping on a bunch of ants, you can't control stepping on them without crushing their organs, right? It's not my fault they're so fragile. Chen Ping was speechless. If others heard this younger god comparing such a terrifying beast tied to ants, who knew how they would feel? Although he had missed out on beast cores and other cultivation resources, Chen Ping had a vague idea about the beast tide's purpose. He closed his eyes and sensed his mind, where a picture was floating. When he had slapped and killed all the beasts, they turned into a bloody mess, but a single image remained intact. This image was hidden inside one of the dragon-shaped beast kings and emitted a strange, bloody glow. The younger god told him it was a little treasure, and he directly refined it, storing it in his mind. Qin Ping was thrilled at the time. If the younger god called it a treasure, then it must be something amazing. The image carried a heavy aura of blood, depicting scenes of ancient fierce beasts fighting, a dragon as vast as a mountain range, a stunning phoenix, a king Zhu Yan entwining a giant serpent, a Bifong burning the sky with one wing, a fiery Pegasus, and a three-eyed, three-tailed divine beast. These creatures, which only appeared in myths, were depicted as extremely savage in the painting. Their eyes were blood red, their faces twisted, and they fought each other madly, devouring blood and marrow. The scene was horrifyingly brutal, with the blood in the painting seeming to almost drip out. The entire image was filled with an aura of cruelty and madness. At first glance, Qin Ping felt it was not a good thing. And the strangest part was that when he killed the tens of thousands of beasts, this mysterious image instantly absorbed all their blood energy and life essence. At that moment, the scenes in the image seemed to become even more vivid. This was terrifying. Instantly absorbing the life essence of tens of thousands of beasts, what did that mean? And being able to withstand a slap from a god, what did that mean? Qin Ping didn't think a mere beast king could possess something of this level. This left only one explanation: the beast tide's actions were closely related to this image. The beast tide might have planned to use this blood image for something. Their assault on Nantang City might have been to harvest the life energy of its millions of residents. If people died, it could absorb them. If beasts died, it could also absorb them. A perfect win-win. But they probably never expected that Nantang City had 7 gods who ended the battle with one slap and even took the treasure. A proper villain's treasure. Did I just offend some big-time villain? Qin Ping muttered to himself, feeling a bit scared. But the gods in his mind were excited. Big brother Qin Ping, what are you afraid of? If any villain dares to mess with you, just use my power and crush their heads. Villains? They don't exist. Only crushed watermelon heads, the younger god boasted. Oof. Just a brute with no brains. All you think about is crushing heads. Brother will never become someone as crude and reckless as you, the sister god sneered. Brother, next time use my power. I promise to leave the beasts' bodies intact so you can loot them, the elder sister god offered, clearly understanding Qin Ping's thoughts. Master, I can help too. Woof, the dog god added. Forget it, you stupid dog, the father god chuckled. That's discrimination. You're attacking me because I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. The dog god barked in anger. Qin Ping's mind became a noisy mess. I don't care about the corpses. I'm only concerned about this Tsangshan blood image. Can I use it? Whenever Qin Ping's consciousness touched the image, a message naturally appeared. This treasure is the Tsangshan blood image, an innate supreme treasure. It can sacrifice all things under heaven, refining an entire world. It can summon thousands of blood beasts, becoming the lord of all beasts. The information about this treasure was eerie and sinister. Sacrificing all things to refine a world? It was a pure demonic treasure. But Qin Ping couldn't help but feel tempted. He had never seen a treasure of this level before, so he didn't know how powerful it was. Big brother, your current strength is too weak. You can't draw out the power of this image yet. That's just because you're useless. Brother, let me lend you power. I can transform it into a treasure you can actually use now. Ping Ping, don't listen to that little green tea. If she modifies it, the treasure might no longer be the same, and you might end up being controlled by it. How can you falsely accuse me? Everything I do is for brother's sake. Brother, you must trust me. Of course, I trust you. Qin Ping nodded and then asked, Mom, by the way, what cultivation level do I need to reach to use the power of this Tsangshan blood image? Younger sister god. Mother god smiled gently and replied, the Tsangshan blood image is an innate supreme treasure. To fully unleash its power, you must reach the level of a true immortal or true god. Qin Ping was stunned. True immortal? True god? What the heck is that? In your current cultivation system, it's hard to describe. But in simple terms, it's definitely stronger than your world's S-rank awakened beings. Mother God patiently explained, however, if you don't aim to unleash its full power but only use a tiny portion of it, then once you reach B rank as an awakened one and combine it with our special techniques, you should have a chance to use it. Qin Ping paused, stunned. A B rank awakened one? He needed to reach the level of a high-level awakened being just to use a tiny part of its power? How powerful was this treasure? Qin Ping felt a sense of anticipation, feeling like his future was full of hope. Unknowingly, a vast expanse of colorful clouds appeared ahead. Qin Ping saw waves of auspicious light rising. In the distance, there were vast, continuous mountains, and even the soil was multicolored. This was very interesting. Such a unique landscape was often accompanied by all kinds of incredible phenomena. The 9-colored Lingyuan landed on a mountaintop. This mountaintop didn't seem special, but when Chen Ping stepped on it, he felt his body being wrapped in some kind of power, and the noisy voices in his mind suddenly quieted down. The 4 symbols forbidden zone, we've arrived, Xin Xiaoyu announced. Chen Ping looked around and saw nothing particularly unusual. 4 symbols forbidden zone? Where is it? Ning Beiyang also looked puzzled. Follow me. Xin Xiaoyu led the way into the mountains. Chen Ping soon saw a rocky cliff covered with strange formation patterns. Xin Xiaoyu took out a small nail, the key to the forbidden zone. She flicked it with her finger, embedding it into the cliff wall. The cliff began to split open, expanding rapidly. A strange light shone through the crack. The group walked along the expanding crack for dozens of steps, and then, suddenly, the space opened up. A whole new world appeared before their eyes.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.